The Mystery of Mossington Manor by J.A. Harris, a Harmony Stone Murder Mystery, Book 1. Copyright 2026 by J.A. Harris at Seaglass Press. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form or by any electronic or mechanical means, including information storage and retrieval systems, without written permission from the author, except for the use of brief quotations in a book review. For Ben, the truth, however ugly in itself, is always curious and beautiful to seekers after it. Agatha Christie's Poirot. Prologue. On the night he died, Pete Greenslade was happy. It hadn't always been that way, mostly because he couldn't remember much of the first 45 years of his life, although a few things stood out. The night his daughter was born, jumping off Durdle Door to fall 200 feet into the freezing sea, and 3 months banged up at HMP Channing's Wood for crashing his car into someone's front room. He always told people his life had been one long party, but in reality it was chaos until he got himself together. As he stood in the kitchen at Mossington Manor, he realised the sad truth that he didn't start living until he came out of rehab last spring. Clean and sober, he worked out, got his driving licence back, and landed a master stonemason contract at Mossington Manor. On top of that, he fell in love with 2 women. It was all a bit complicated, but fun. The job at the manor involved fixing damaged stonework. He wanted to be remembered for his artistic flair, and his chance arrived in the form of Mossington's Gothic restoration. Something he could show everyone on Facebook. A reshaped gargoyle here, a newly carved marble Victorian fireplace surround there, a beautifully restored 200-year-old limestone floor. Best of all, only last week he made contact, for the first time in 8 years, with his 18-year-old daughter, Millie. Sensible girl, the quiet type, kind, hard-working and strong. Must have got that from her mother. From him came her ability with numbers. It led her to study accountancy at college. A steady choice. It made him laugh to think of his wild years, what he could recall of them, and imagine the fruit of his loins carving out a sweet, balanced, normal life. He wanted to give her everything, and when he found the plans, he hatched the plan. The plan would make him rich enough to buy Millie a proper start in life. A new car, one with a sat-nav, so she never got lost on a dark night in a bad neighbourhood. That, and a place of her own, a house with a garden. He imagined himself laying a classic flagstone pathway for her, leading across a perfect lawn to a summer house. None of his new sober friends knew about the plan, of course. With relief, he waved most of them goodbye after rehab. Bunch of losers, really. A few of them tried to stay in contact. They warned him about his way of thinking, and how his brain would be twisted by years of drinking, and how it might drive him to do things that ended in regret. Think of your soul. Think of what it means to live right. What did they know? A man with a plan did not look back, and time was not on his side. He gave up the gambling with the drink, but he didn't have any savings left. Not enough to be a proper dad to his wonderful girl. A boat. That was another thing on the list after the plan worked out. Join the yacht club, sail around the world. Simple dreams for a simple man. Sometimes the therapist who got him sober sent him messages. Careful, mate. Staying clean is more than not drinking. Do the next right thing. The road we walk leads to madness, prison, or death. When we put down the drink and drugs, we're still crazy. You need to work on the craziness. Nothing he could say would make any difference. Because the next right thing, as far as he could see, led Pete straight to the plan. He waited his whole life for an opportunity like that, and nothing anyone said would stop him. And the plan was going really well until he ended up dead, underneath a pile of scaffolding, on the meticulously restored limestone floor of Mossington Manor. After that, people forgot he had once rebuilt a stunning sandstone turret on a house in Thurleston, or his remarkable carving of a statue of Venus for the gardens of a mansion belonging to a well-known TV personality in Surrey, or that he made love like a rock star, as one of his many girlfriends once told him. Chapter 1. The Kingscombe Gazette. Jack in the Green Root War turns ugly. May Queen in cold water. Witnesses claim Kingscombe's beloved Jack in the Green Parade ended in mayhem yesterday. Everything went wrong when the May Queen, 17-year-old Ellie Parsons, ended up waist-deep in the estuary. It happened after a clash over this year's procession route. Witnesses say festival committee members physically redirected the leaf-clad Jack in the Green. The Thurlestone Wreckers' Morris side was also steered away from the agreed path, bottlenecking the dancers by Mossington Lane. In the crush, the May Queen platform jolted and tipped. This sent Ellie straight off like a sack of potatoes, according to onlooker Nikki Trent, who runs the Cream First Cafe. Nikki provided dry towels, emergency tea and flapjacks. No one reported serious injuries, though Ellie's mother is considering legal advice. During the confusion, several metres of bunting dislodged and fell across Mossington Lane. Chapter 2. Jack in the Green. Kingscombe's May Day festival was not for the faint-hearted, although it rarely ended in death. On a bright spring Saturday, the 1st of May, Harmony Stone locked the door of Morning Cove Cottage. Carruthers, a tortoiseshell of advanced age, watched her leave through the window with the weary expression of a cat who knows you'll be back, even though she only arrived yesterday. She got into Kingscombe around midday to find the town feverishly celebrating spring, fertility, and the enduring power of bunting to cover every available surface. At the end of the creek, where several underground streams ran into the tidal water, the town square was heaving. Morris dancers occupied the corner nearest to the pub. The Jack in the Green, a round, sweaty man, encased in a framework of leaves and flowers, swayed past like a mobile hedge. Trailing behind him, a line of children and mothers with buggies. Patchwork bunting crisscrossed overhead, snapping in the breeze. Mobile food vendors shovelled food into the hands of eager, already half-drunk crowds. Closer to the water, someone's over-ambitious barbecue battled the other aromas. Harmony had been in South Devon for 36 hours. Harmony, quick, come over here. Gemma, a friend since university, waved from beside a stall selling flower garlands. Harmony made her way through the crowd, sidestepping a toddler wielding a wooden sword. You came, Gemma beamed. I wasn't sure you would. How's Carruthers? Fed and watered. I left him sleeping on my laptop. Gemma linked her arm through Harmony's. They walked with the easy familiarity of people who'd known each other long enough to remember their maiden names. After a quick look at the fudge stall, Gemma stopped and nodded towards the centre of the square. Harmony followed her gaze to where two men were squaring up, their voices rising above the general festival din. A few people raised their phones, filming the moment. Do you know them? Harmony said. Pete Greenslade is the good-looking one. He's not someone to mess with. And the other one? She struggled to find the right words. The one with the long white hair? That's Gary. Gary, lanky and wild-eyed, wore green baggy trousers and a shirt the colour of a stormy day on the moor. His voice, a deep baritone, carried. Mossington lies on a major ley line. You've got to tell them not to dig up the land. I don't care, Pete shouted. And what's it got to do with me? I just work there. Gary waved his arms. I'm warning you, the gods will exact retribution upon you all. When you disturb nature, you pay the price. Gemma turned to Harmony. It might be hard to believe, but Gary's a genius. I knew his mum, a lovely woman. He's got a PhD in maths and computer science from Oxford. He used to have a proper job and everything. Harmony put her head to one side and regarded the genius. He seems lonely, she said. You'd get on with him, Gemma said. Because I always liked the difficult kids? Gemma shook her head vigorously. Because he loves history too. Harmony wasn't sure if ley lines counted as history, but her thoughts were interrupted when the shouting continued, louder than ever. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm not in charge. I've already told you 1,000 times. Pete's hands balled into fists. Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Before the sun sets on the night of Beltane, someone from the manor will enter the ground. The land demands blood for wrongs done, Gary shouted back. Harmony felt Gemma's grip tighten on her arm. I think, Gemma said, Gary's been on the Salt Valley gin. Pete shook his head, turned and walked away, jaw set, his whole body shaking with rage. Gary stood in the centre of the square, bristling. The Jack in the green lumbered past, oblivious. Come on then, Gemma said. Let's get a coffee and a slice of Tina's Victoria sponge. Across the square, Tina's coffee pop-up was next to the Salt Valley gin stall. Both were doing brisk business. A woman holding a burger in one hand and a glass of gin in the other joined the queue and greeted them. Denise, Gemma said, this is Harmony. Denise was round-faced and beaming, wearing an oversized shirt over leather leggings with silver sandals. Gemma told me all about you. Terrible business, divorces, but lovely to have you here. Are you settling in? Is Carruthers behaving? What could she say about Carruthers? They were still getting to know each other. I had a good divorce, luckily, and Carruthers has been polite so far. Cats are happy little things, aren't they? Gemma knows. That's why she breeds them, much better than most people. Speaking of which... She raised her already loud voice and gestured. Samuel, come over here. A man standing near the bandstand with his arms folded, wearing a fisherman's jumper that had seen better days, nodded. He came over. Samuel Ashby, Denise announced, as if presenting a prize. He's a retired police officer and divorced, like you. Mum, stop it, said the man next to Denise. He had a strained smile, the smile of someone who'd had this conversation before. Only being friendly, Sean. Denise patted his arm. This is my boy. He's a police officer. I'm off duty, he said, turning to Harmony. How's the house sitting? Good so far. Well, let me know if you need anything. Sean nodded at Samuel. Keep an eye on her. This lot will have her married off and joining the Heritage Society by tea time. I'm not getting dragged into anything, Samuel said. He turned to Harmony. I suggest you do the same. I'm not a joiner, Harmony said, but history is my thing. Then here's my advice for what it's worth. Only go near the Heritage Society if you've got a strong stomach for bun fights at dawn. I'm serious. Denise grinned at them all, unrepentant, before getting swept away by someone shouting about the hog roast. Sean strode after her, and Gemma got waylaid by a woman with a clipboard, which left Harmony and Samuel standing in the middle of the chaos with cardboard cups of coffee. So, he said, house-sitting. Cat-sitting, technically. Ah, Carruthers. He's got quite the reputation. For what? Tyranny? She laughed despite herself. That makes sense. How long are you staying? 3 weeks at Morning Cove Cottage. After that, I'm not sure. I'll stay in Kingscombe for the summer, maybe buy a house here. In Kingscombe? His eyebrows lifted. Brave. That's what Gemma said. Because it's true, it's quiet here, but when it's not, it's pandemonium. Harmony nodded towards the centre of the square, where the recent public argument had taken place. Like Gary and Pete just now, you mean? Gary loves drama. And Pete? Samuel's mouth twitched. Pete's a dark horse, but he did the right thing by walking away. Around them the festival swirled on. Morris dancers clashed sticks. Children screamed with sugar-fueled joy. Someone started playing a trumpet on the bandstand. Gemma came back, carrying paper plates of sponge cake oozing with cream. "Oh, there's Cheska," Gemma said, waving. Cheska waved back and continued filming herself. She was slender, in her early 20s, and dressed in skinny jeans. She stalked around the square with a phone rig and a microphone covered in a fuzzy windscreen, sidling closer to where Gary was still shouting about Beltane and ley lines. Crowds were increasing at the entrance to Mossington Lane, which was the back road down from the manor to the square. Voices rose as an argument blossomed about the procession route. The bunting overhead sagged, and Harmony thought of yesterday's news story, May Queen in cold water. Poor girl. Gemma said, "You must come to the concert tomorrow." "The concert?" "The festival ends on Sunday night, with a bonfire up the lane, and then a few local bands. You should come." "Remember that time at university when I came to a gig?" "You fainted, I know, but you're not 18 anymore, and it won't be thrash metal, I promise. Come on, let your hair down. That's what you came to Devon for, isn't it?" "Not really. I was hoping for a quiet life. Not rock concerts, druid curses and bun fights." By the time Harmony left, the sun was sinking, scattering light across the water, as high tide flushed the estuary, which was actually a ria, a drowned river left behind like a kind of saltwater scar in the valley after the last ice age. The mood in the square had tipped into the loud, restless stage of the evening. Members of the rugby club dunked the jack in the green in the water. The Morris dancers retired to the pub, and more people flooded in, dressed for a night of revelry. A poster on a lamppost announced Sunday night's bonfire at the Mossington Lane field. Gary was down by the water, staring into the sky. Harmony said her goodbyes and walked back to the car. The breeze off the water warmed her face as the sound of drums faded behind her. Her head was full of names and faces, her stomach full of cake. Back at Morning Cove Cottage, Carruthers was waiting, imperious and hungry, his bell toy positioned by the back door where she'd left it. "It's you and me now," she said, building a fire in the wood-burning stove. "The quiet life, eh?" He blinked slowly, which in cat language means you're adorable when you're delusional. Chapter 3. Cream First. At the bottom of Kingscombe High Street sat the Cream First Cafe just across the lane from the quay. Despite the fact that it was Sunday, the town was alive with flocks of people visiting the May Day market. Harmony pushed the door open and stepped into the warm, steamy air, sweet with the smell of baked pastries. Around the room hung strings of bunting, bright triangles of green and blue. She found a table near the back wall, where she could wait for Gemma, and stare out of the window at the boats rising on the incoming tide. Gemma arrived in a flurry of Gaudi-inspired cardigan and cat hair. She dropped into the chair opposite Harmony, exhaling like she'd been holding her breath since yesterday. "I've ordered us both tea. Have you seen the Gary video?" "The Gary video?" "It's on the Kingscombe Facebook group." "I haven't." Gemma pulled out her phone. "Look." The clip had been filmed from 3 different angles and stitched together. Gary, arm raised, shouted about ley lines and Beltane sacrifices. Pete walking away, his shoulders tight. The crowd's nervous laughter. A woman wearing a label, Nikki, pinned to her apron, appeared with a teapot, 2 mugs, and a tray of scones, jam and cream. She set them down and crossed her arms. "I hope Pete's okay. We've been gym buddies for the last year, and he wasn't there this morning." "We're just looking at the video," Gemma said. "I've seen it," Nikki said. Her gaze flicked to Harmony. "You're the cat sitter, Morning Cove Cottage?" Harmony smiled. "That's me." "Welcome to Kingscombe," Nikki said, and moved off to deal with a customer waving an empty mug like a flag. A wiry man in his 70s at the corner table, with a swoop of thick hair over his forehead, waved cheerily at a stern-looking middle-aged woman, who softened for a moment, flushed and waved back. "That's Rob Hurrell," Gemma said. "Fancies himself as a ladies' man." Rob caught Harmony looking and raised his mug in a vague salute. She nodded back. He sauntered over and leaned against the edge of their table. "You're the woman staying over at Morning Cove Cottage," he said. How did they all know who she was? She glanced at Gemma, who grinned. Of course, Gemma had spread the news of her arrival as far and wide as possible. "That's me." "Lovely cottage. It used to be a smuggler's safe house back in the day. They say there's treasure buried in the garden, and smugglers' tunnels, underneath, running all the way to Mossington. Ghosts of pirates, mad monks, that sort of thing." "I haven't seen anything like that," Harmony said. "And you're near Mossington." He sucked his teeth. "That house has bones." Harmony looked at Gemma, who rolled her eyes. "Bones?" "Old walls, old secrets. You take care now." He wandered off, leaving Harmony peering at Gemma over her tea. "Mad monks?" Harmony mouthed. At that point, Nicky took a paper bag and a takeaway cup, put them on the counter, and glanced toward the door. A thin boy of around 18, all acne and sad eyes, hovered outside, hands shoved in his hoodie pockets. He had mud on his trainers, and hair that needed washing. Nicky caught his eye and nodded toward the bag. He slipped in, grabbed it, mumbled something that might have been thanks, and disappeared. Gemma watched him go. "That's Carl. Nicky feeds him most mornings. He doesn't have anywhere to go. He's been on his own since his dad left. Nicky's trying to keep him fed until someone official can be bothered to do anything." Harmony felt something tighten in her chest. That's good of her. "That's Nicky." Gemma finished her tea. Harmony left the cafe an hour later. On the way out, she slipped Nicky the money for Carl's food for a week. Outside, she walked along the quay, past the bunting still crooked from yesterday's chaos, past the war memorial, where someone had left festival garlands wilting in the morning damp. She told herself she was just walking, clearing her head, getting her bearings, but the historian in her kept thinking. Mossington Manor, a house with bones. Chapter 4, Mossington Manor. After a good night's sleep and a long breakfast, Harmony set off in the direction of Mossington Manor. Instead of rain, the sky was a mist of drizzle, and she put her hood up. A light southerly wind came in from the sea, and masses of bluebells swayed in the grass, scenting the air with honey. The old house was about a 20-minute jog from Morning Cove Cottage. Her mind kept circling back to Rob's stories of mad monks and smugglers. Nothing in history was ever lost. It left an imprint like footprints in wet concrete. She crested a rise, and there it was, Mossington Manor, deep in the valley below, crouching at the end of a long gravel drive. A Gothic Victorian pile of dark stone and soot-stained brick, all angles and shadows, its silhouette jagged against the sky, as if it had been cut from black paper with a trembling hand. Steep gables rose one behind another in uneven ranks. Needle-thin finials speared the air. Chimneys, too many to count at first glance, climbed from the roof like clustered organ pipes, each crowned with ornate terracotta pots. In the damp morning air, smoke leaked from several of them in pale threads, drifting low over the slate, making the house appear to smoulder from within. The roof itself was a kingdom of slate and iron, sharply pitched, fish-scale shingles in places, straight-cut in others, patched where storms had pried pieces loose. Cast-iron cresting ran along the ridgelines in delicate, lacy spikes, rusted to a reddish bloom. Dormer windows peered out from the roof at odd intervals, narrow and watchful, their little peaked caps beaded with moss. Rainwater spilled from what looked like gargoyle-headed gutters. Harmony reached into her small running backpack and pulled out her binoculars. The gargoyles were everywhere, many of the creatures with their mouths frozen in snarls, as if the sky itself had to be spat away. They squatted, prowled or stretched, not only on the gutters, but along parapets, clung to corners, and hunched beneath eaves. Some were classic grotesques, their bat wings folded, talons gripping stone, tongues curled like flames. Others were stranger, odd monkey-faced things with human hands, a fox-bodied beast with a child's grin, a horned creature, wide-mouthed and laughing. Time had softened some features and sharpened others. Lichen nested in their eye sockets. Rain had blackened their backs. For a moment the sun appeared from behind clouds, and the stone creatures seemed suddenly less carved than petrified, as though something living had once crawled up there and stayed. Harmony shivered, moving her gaze to the front of the house. In the centre, between two wings, rose a tower, square and stern, that narrowed into an octagonal turret, ringed with windows that must have had views east all the way to the sea and to the north Dartmoor. Below the tower, a deep stone porch surrounded the front entrance, pointed arched and heavily carved. Foliage curled through the stonework. Harmony could make out oak leaves, ivy, thistles, roses gone wild in stone, woven around hidden faces and tiny beasts. The double doors were oak, nearly black with age, their panels carved in traceries of vines and lilies. Iron straps banded them like armour. The knocker was a winged lion's head, its ring thick enough to fit a wrist through. Tall and narrow windows reflected nearby trees, and grey skies on the lower floors, many with pointed arches, some paired under carved hoods, others gathered into bays that jutted out like faceted lanterns. Leaded panes threw a net of black lines across the glass. Jutting out on the eastern side at the back of the house, a conservatory clung to the stone walls in a long, iron-ribbed spine of glass, half elegant, half ruin. Several panes were cracked in starbursts, others had gone opaque with age. Vines gripped the framework, forcing their way into the joints, surrounding it in a skeletal grip, the stark metal and boards of modern scaffolding, which was draped in places in green tarps. A white van sat in the drive next to a silver Audi. She took the path down the hill, planning to veer off up the footpath across the field towards the cottage. As she got closer, she noticed the ornate oak double front door standing wide open. She could hear voices inside and someone laughing, and she ducked below the hedge, hoping to jog past unnoticed. Her phone pinged with a text from Gemma. "Are you jogging past Mossington? Because if you are, I'm about to knock on the door. Andrew said I could pop in to see the encaustic tiles. Want to join us?" Harmony stopped, breathing hard and typing a reply. "How did you know I was here?" The reply came quickly. "Amy saw you from her bedroom window. You ran left along the coast path." Harmony smiled. Gemma's farmhouse lay to the west of the valley where Mossington nestled, with a line of sight to the coast path. "Give me 5 minutes." She jogged to the bottom of the field where Gemma waited at the gate. "You're curious about the manor," Gemma said. "Admit it." "Of course, who wouldn't be? So let's go see it." The front door, carved with grapevines and a half-hidden pan-like face peering out of a tangle of leaves, was propped open with a paint-spattered toolbox. Next to it, a large white hoarding with the words Mossington Manor Development Committee. Inside, the hall smelled of wet lime and something floral. Harmony couldn't place. Herbal tea, maybe, or expensive candles. Plastic sheeting covered half the floor. A trestle table near the front window, to the left of the door, was heavy with rolled blueprints, mugs and a laptop. Restoration work hummed somewhere upstairs, hammering, voices, the whine of a power tool. A man in a high-vis vest appeared from a side room, wiping his hands on his trousers. Mid-40s, broad shoulders, tidy beard going grey. "Morning," he said. "Can I help?" "I'm Gemma. Dr. Lilly said I could pop in to look at the tiles. And this is Harmony. She's an expert in old buildings." Harmony forced a smile. It was true that her ex-husband was an architect, and they used to visit a lot of stately homes together before he started wearing baggy trousers and living in a meditation centre. She wasn't sure if that actually made her an expert, but she wasn't going to argue the point. Brandon Johnson, site manager. He couldn't seem to make eye contact. Andrew's around somewhere. Let me go find him. He disappeared down a corridor. Gemma nudged Harmony and pointed at the trestle table. Blueprints. Want to look? Harmony didn't need any more encouragement. The plans were held down with coffee mugs. One had been unrolled halfway, showing the ground floor layout, the hall, the study, a conservatory extension marked in pencil. But there were smudges near the back of the house, right over where the conservatory joined the main structure. Erasures. Harmony frowned. Someone had drawn something and then rubbed it out, leaving faint grey shadows. Morning? A smooth male voice, deep and warm. She straightened. The man standing in the doorway wore a cashmere sweater and a gold Rolex. Late 40s, wonderful hair, calm smile. Everything about him was quietly expensive, from the soft knit to the watch strap. I'm Andrew Lilly, he said. You must be Gemma's friend. Harmony, is it? That's right. Welcome to Mossington. He moved into the room, waving a hand over the disarray. We're getting there, slowly. Are you interested in old tiles? I heard they were worth seeing. Victorian, mostly. He glanced at the blueprints. Looking at the plans? Harmony smiled and said nothing. Come on, Andrew said. I'll give you the tour. He led them through the hall into a study lined with empty bookshelves. Dust motes floated in shafts of light from tall windows. Patterned tiles in deep reds and slate blues, and stylized geometric flowers covered the floor. Harmony pointed at the fireplace. These tiles are older than the floor. Are they? The motifs are from another age entirely. See, that one looks like a dragon of some kind. Medieval, maybe. 14th century. Andrew laughed. I thought nothing here was that old. They must have salvaged it from the previous house. On the wall, above the fireplace, hung a family portrait in a flaking gilt frame. Oil on canvas, probably 19th century. A stern man in formal dress, a woman in pale silk, looking sad. 3 children arranged like dolls flanked them, and the frame itself tilted slightly. She moved closer. Can I? Andrew smiled. Go ahead. She reached up and straightened it. Near the window stood an oak writing desk with intricate brass fittings around the locks. That's lovely, Gemma said. Does it open? Not without the key. We found it in an upstairs room. I've been meaning to get a locksmith in, but there's always something more urgent. Andrew glanced at his phone. Speaking of which, I should check on the conservatory work. Nia's around somewhere if you have questions about the tiles. Brandon can show you the rest of the ground floor. He left through the side door. Harmony heard his voice outside, calm and cheerful, talking to someone about timber. Gemma leaned close. What were you looking at on those plans? It was nothing, a smudge. You're such a perfectionist. Brandon appeared in the doorway. Ladies, want to see the conservatory? They followed him through a corridor crisp with the smell of fresh paint. The conservatory was half finished, a skeleton of glass and steel beams. Plastic sheeting covered the floor. Tools lay scattered. Through the French windows, a lawn sloped down toward trees, an ornamental lake, and a distant glimpse of the estuary. This'll be the top floor of the spa complex, Brandon said. We're building an indoor pool, spa, and gym, plus treatment rooms. Footsteps came hurrying towards them. Harmony swung around to find a neat woman in her 30s with shining white teeth, a navy blazer, an ID lanyard, and a clipboard pressed against her chest like armour. Everything about her was professional, especially the teeth. She ignored the 2 women. Brandon, I need to talk to you about the window specs. Brandon stared at the floor. Right. The woman turned to Gemma and Harmony for the first time. I'm Nia Mendez, Heritage Executive. Enjoying the house? Very much, Harmony said. I'd love to know more about the history. She's a historian, Gemma said unnecessarily. Nia fumbled in her pocket and pulled out a crumpled pamphlet. She smoothed it out and thrust it into Harmony's hand. A short history of the house. It's not that old. Victorian Gothic, Harmony said, reading from the pamphlet. Built after the previous building burned down. Sorry, but I have to go. Nia turned and marched off. Brandon followed, shooting them an apologetic glance. Have a look around downstairs. Mind the scaffolding in here. Harmony and Gemma strode back to the study to take pictures of the tiles. A woman's voice echoed from the corridor. Light, nervous. Brandon, are you still here? Appearing in the doorway, an elegant creature in her late 20s, wearing a cream silk jumpsuit, sleeves pulled over her palms. Dark hair tied back, light makeup. A blonde woman hovered behind her with a controlled, blank expression, wearing blue athleisure. Tamsin, Gemma said, throwing her arms around the dark-haired woman. Lovely to see you, she turned to Harmony. We're both in the book club at Lady Cecily's. Harmony nodded hello. This is an exciting project. Tamsin's smile flickered. Andrew and I are both very excited about the spa. Can't wait for it to open, Gemma said. Tamsin glanced at the woman behind her. Oh, Barbara, is it time for my yoga? Barbara gave a small nod. I've put mats down in the study. Tamsin's gaze moved to the window. I should go. Andrew gets worried if I'm out here too long. The dust isn't good for my breathing. She left before either of them could reply. Barbara lingered a moment, her expression unreadable, then followed. Gemma watched them go. Tamsin's lovely. Of course she's had a lot of work done. Andrew's a plastic surgeon. He did most of it. I think the nose job works really well. She used to have a huge one when we were at school. I thought it suited her Romanesque, you know. But things are different now. Social media makes everyone want to look the same. She's not as delicate as she looks, Harmony said, keeping her voice low. Come on, let's go, Gemma said. Outside, the breeze had picked up, pushing clouds across the sky. It had stopped drizzling. Harmony glanced back at the house, and in an upstairs window, Tamsin stood watching them, her face pale against the glass. What do you think? Gemma asked. The tiles were great. But everyone seems a bit on edge. Do Andrew and Tamsin live there? They can't. Too much dust. They're renting a bungalow in Kingscombe. When Mossington's ready, they'll move in and run the place as a hotel and wedding venue. Can you imagine? I can, Harmony said. Her own wedding day had been relatively unspectacular. Registry office and pub. It was nice. Don't forget about the farmer's market tomorrow, Gemma said. They parted ways at Morning Cove Cottage, and Harmony stood for a while in the garden, watching a flock of birds circle the turrets of Mossington Manor. Chapter 5. Fireplace Finds. Back at the cottage, Harmony dropped her keys on the hall table, took off her trainers, and placed them tidily on the shoe rack before going through to the kitchen and filling the kettle, misjudging the water level so it splashed her hand. She wiped her hand, aware her thoughts were elsewhere, circling around gargoyles, smudged blueprints, and Tamsin's pale face at the window. Giving up on the idea of a cup of tea until later, she went towards the stairs, stopping at the doorway to the living room. Carruthers sat in the middle of the floor, staring at the fireplace. I've been to Mossington, she said. It's like an explosion at the gargoyle factory. He looked at her, then back at the fireplace. What are you doing? The cat didn't move. He sat stock still, tail down, ears swivelled forward, his attention focused on something Harmony couldn't see. She went upstairs to shower and let her thoughts organise themselves as they always did when she relaxed and didn't focus on them. Through the bedroom window, the sea stretched grey-green to the horizon. A sailboat tilted in the wind. The cove below was empty, the tide halfway in, covering dark rocks and kelp in pools that mirrored the sky. Back downstairs, her mind clear, she made tea and went to find Carruthers, still sitting on the rug in the lounge, staring at the same spot on the fireplace. It looked like they rubbed out a diagram of a lower floor, Harmony said. Carruthers chirruped, sloped over to the hearth, and pressed one white paw against the brickwork, then pulled back and tapped again. Soft and rhythmic, like he was testing for something hollow. "What is up with you?" He tapped again at the same spot. She put her head to one side to get a better look. The spot was low down, near the register plate. Harmony crossed the room and crouched beside him. The hearth was Victorian, original to the cottage, with a cast-iron surround and decorative tiles showing ships and anchors. The register plate sat at the back of the firebox, held in place by screws that had rusted into the brick. She tapped around where Carruthers had tapped, and after that, in the place where his paw had landed, and it sounded different, not solid and not quite hollow, something in between. She ran her fingers along the edge of the plate. One corner had come loose where the screw had fallen out or been removed, and she tugged at it. The plate shifted more than it should have. Someone had loosened this before. Carruthers chirruped again and sat back on his haunches, delighted with himself, expecting something from her. "You think there's something back here?" The cat blinked. Harmony fetched a torch from the kitchen drawer and a butter knife from the cutlery basket. She wedged the knife under the loose corner and pried. The plate creaked, and a fine plume of dust flaked onto the hearth. She worked the knife along the edge, loosening more screws, until the whole plate came away in her hands. Behind it was a gap. She peered closer to find a brick-lined space deep enough to hide something. She shone the torch inside. A bundle wrapped in oilcloth, darkened with age and soot, tied up with a thick strand of string that had gone brittle. She reached in and pulled it free. Dust puffed into the air. Carruthers sneezed. Harmony knelt, laid the bundle on the floor and untied the string. It snapped in her fingers. The oilcloth unfolded, stiff and cracked. Inside was a small book with a dark leather cover. The spine had a crack, and beside it an antique key on a faded silk ribbon. The handle of the key was ornate brass and shaped like a flower. Its shaft was long and thin, with teeth that looked fine enough to snap. Sensing a lightness in her chest, she sat back on her heels. Someone must record a historical find, however small it is. She pulled her phone out of her pocket and took 3 quick photos: the loosened plate, the soot-black cavity behind it, and the bundle on the hearth. Then the key, a close-up to catch the 4-petalled flower on the handle. Grabbing her notebook from the kitchen, she made a note. Found behind the plate a book and a key, and the date. Only then did she open the book carefully. The first page had faded ink. Property of Eleanor Ashworth, Morning Cove Cottage, 1860. A diary. Harmony swallowed against the dryness in her throat and turned the pages. The handwriting was small, slanted and precise. Some entries were practical, weather notes, household expenses, herbal recipes, but others were longer and more detailed. She skimmed, trying to find anything that might explain why someone hid the diary. The 15th of June, 1860. Mr. Hurrell came this morning with news from the village. They have begun work at Mossington again, clearing the cellars. He says they found an old stone, older than the house. Roman, he thinks, or earlier. He mentioned the tunnel again, the one father spoke of, the one that runs from the cove to the manor. I told him I knew nothing of it, which is not entirely true. Harmony's pulse sped up. She rubbed a smudge of ancient soot from her thumb, grounding herself, before turning to the next page. 22nd June 1860. I walked down to the cove at low tide and found the cave Father showed me as a child. The entrance is still there, half hidden by rocks. I did not go inside. Father was adamant that the tunnel was blocked after the fire, and I had no wish to get lost forever beneath the cliffs. After the old house burned, they say many disappeared into the tunnels and never emerged. I shudder to think what became of them, and wonder if it is truly blocked, or if someone simply wants it forgotten. The fire must refer to the original Mossington Manor, which burned to the ground according to the pamphlet Naya had given her. A much older house, one that stood for centuries before the Victorian rebuild. Harmony photographed the entry with trembling hands and turned more pages. 3rd July 1860. Today I found something in the garden. A piece of carved stone, half buried near the hedge. The carving showed a figure in robes, hands clasped in prayer. The letters underneath it were worn smooth, but someone could still read them. St. Rumon. I have heard that name before, in the stories Father told about the chapel beneath Mossington, the secret chapel where Catholics gathered during the persecutions. There was another story too, that of a monk who fled from the terror of the destruction of Plympton Priory. The poor wretch lived underground, drinking himself into ruin and despair. Father said the chapel had been dedicated to St. Rumon, a saint I have never seen a sign of in any church, but that is only to be expected. The days of the saints are all but gone in our dry little services. Carruthers shifted, his tail thumping the floorboards. Harmony ignored him. She snapped a picture of that entry and flipped forward, scanning for more mentions of the chapel. 17th July 1860. Mr. Hurrell visited again. He asked whether I had seen anyone near the manor. I informed him I had not. He seemed troubled. He said the new owners are talking of sealing the cellar, of filling it with concrete. He fears they will destroy what lies beneath. And I do not doubt he means the tunnel, the chapel, and the ancient stones. He asked if I would speak to them, if I would tell them what Father knew. But how can I? They would think me mad. A woman speaking of smugglers and monks and secret places. They would dismiss me as they dismiss those of the fairer sex who claim to know things men do not. Another photo. The next few entries were mundane. Shopping lists and tinctures for headaches. Then, near the end of the diary, one more entry that made Harmony's hands go cold. 8th August 1860. I have decided I will hide this diary, and the key Father gave me. The key is to the desk in Mossington's study, the desk where the old family kept their records. We hear these records include maps of the tunnel, plans of the chapel, and the Mossington estate papers dated October 1860. Father said the desk had been locked after the fire, and while he had served the old family, no one had opened it since. But the key survived, and now it is mine. I will not give it to the new owners. They will destroy what they find. Better to leave it hidden. Better to let the past stay buried until someone comes who will protect it. Harmony closed the book. Her fingers tingled. She picked up the key and turned it over in the torchlight. She recalled the locked desk in Mossington's study, the oak desk by the window, small intricate brass fittings carved into 4-petalled flowers. Flowers to match the key exactly. The key would fit. She was certain of it. Carruthers jumped onto the armchair and settled himself, front paws tucked under his chest. He watched her with half-closed eyes. "Well spotted," Harmony said. The cat yawned. Harmony reopened the diary and turned to the back pages. Tucked between them, a pressed ivy leaf, brittle and brown. She lifted it carefully. It crumbled at the edges. Beneath it, a date written in pencil, 1847. The year of the fire that destroyed the old house. She fetched her cat journal from the kitchen table and opened it to a blank page. She copied out Eleanor's entries, word for word, dates and all. She sketched the key's bow, noting the flower shape and the engraved lines, and she wrote every name: Eleanor Ashworth, Mr. Hurrell, St. Ruman, and Plympton Priory. She drew a rough map of what Eleanor had described: the cove, the cave, the tunnel, the manor, the chapel beneath. When she finished, the light outside had faded to grey. The tide was coming back in. She could hear it against the rocks below. Across the valley, Mossington Manor sat half hidden behind trees. The scaffolding caught the last of the daylight. A light was on in an upstairs window. Harmony picked up the key and tested its weight. It felt solid, real. A thing that had been hidden for over a century, waiting. She went back over the faces she had seen today. Andrew's smile, Nia's defensiveness, Tamsin's red-rimmed eyes. Had any of them found a way into the locked desk? The kettle whistled. She'd forgotten she'd put it on. She turned off the hob and made tea, Earl Grey with plenty of milk and 1 sugar, and sat at the table drinking it slowly, the key resting beside her journal. Carruthers appeared and wound himself around her ankles. She reached down and scratched behind his ears. I should report this. Take it to Nia, the Heritage Trust representative, and let her handle it. The cat rumbled. Harmony considered Nia's involvement in the refurbishment. But if I do that, there's a chance she'll make the diary disappear, and the key. What a loss to history that would be. Carruthers jumped onto the table and sniffed the key. He tapped it with 1 paw, then sat back and stared at her. You think I should use it? The cat blinked slowly, and Harmony blinked back. She finished her tea and wrapped the diary back in its oilcloth, tucked the diary into a plastic freezer bag, and then into her rucksack. Afterwards she checked the blinds, though the lane outside was empty. As a precaution, she kept the key separate from the diary. Instead, she slipped it into an envelope, folded it twice, and laid it under some towels in the kitchen drawer. She'd return everything, of course, back to their rightful place, after she'd had a look at what was inside the desk and checked any maps and plans for herself. She could feel her pulse speeding up. The right thing to do was to let the owners know, but she decided this wasn't stealing, it was stewardship. Historians had a duty to protect the past and stop people from destroying things that mattered. She pulled on her walking boots and a fleece jacket. By then, the sun had dropped below the horizon, and the sky over the sea was streaked with pink and orange. The air smelled of salt, bluebells and gorse, and something earthy she couldn't name. She locked the cottage and took the path toward the cove. It wound down through scrub and bracken, steep in places, rocky underfoot. Gulls wheeled overhead, calling to each other. The tide hissed against the shore. At the bottom of the path, the beach was narrow. Dark sand, wet from the incoming water, turned to a reddish yellow above the tide line. A pile of dark rocks the size of packing boxes lay at the base of the cliff. And behind them, half hidden behind a larger boulder, was a rough, low opening in the granite cliff face. She was certain it was the cave Eleanor had written about. Harmony stood at the low, narrow entrance. Shaped and carved by water over centuries, the air inside was cool and still. Shining her torch into the darkness, she saw how the passage curved away, too far into the darkness to see the end. A couple of cans of energy drink lay scattered on the floor near her feet. Further in, she found a paper bag with Cream First Cafe printed on it. Shoved into a corner was a thick sleeping bag. That teenager Ruth was looking out for? Maybe. She sighed. It was growing darker by the minute, and she climbed back up the path. The key tapped against her wrist with every step. When she got back, she'd make sure it went in the kitchen drawer so she didn't lose it. By the time she reached the cottage, the stars were out. She fed Carruthers and ate a cheese toastie, standing at the kitchen sink, watching the dark shape of Mossington across the valley. Chapter 6. Market, Mud and Marquees. Harmony rose early and stood outside the front door, watching streaks of magenta clouds over the cliffs to the east. Red sky in the morning, shepherd's warning. Before she left the cottage, Harmony checked her rucksack's inner pocket and found the diary still buried there. She opened the kitchen drawer long enough to see the edge of the envelope, then shut it again. Rain started as she was leaving, and she pulled up the hood of her jacket, placing the rucksack and a tote bag in the boot. The rucksack would stay with her the whole day on her back or hooked to her knee, never on a chair or out of sight. It was the Tuesday after Maybank holiday, and the farmer's market would be full of bargains, according to Gemma. Harmony pulled into the field at Mossington Lane around 10 o'clock. When she stepped out, the rain had gained momentum, tapping against the two enormous canvas marquees and turning grass to mud underfoot. Gemma's stall sat near the entrance. Egg boxes stacked in neat columns, jars of jam. A few boxes of veg squatted in the middle of the table. A bucket of daffodils leaned against the table leg, their yellow petals still tight in bud. Harmony stacked egg boxes, keeping her hands busy. The rain turned sharper. People poured into the marquee. A burst of laughter came from the neighbouring stall selling honey. Somewhere in the hills above the field, a sheep bleated. Gemma handed Harmony the bunch of daffodils. "Take these, on the house." Harmony tucked the flowers into her tote. A woman's voice cut through the rain, crisp, carrying, edged with steel. "Gemma, darling, do you have asparagus?" "Lady Cecily Everleigh Holt," Gemma whispered. Lady Cecily Everleigh Holt, white hair coiffed to within an inch of its life, glided across the damp grass. She came to rest beside the stall, pearl earrings gleaming. Her lipstick, a pale pink to match her nails, was immaculate. Gemma rummaged under the table and produced a bundle of asparagus tied with twine. "Kept some back for you, Lady C. Fresh this morning." "Perfect." Lady Cecily took the bundle, paid, and turned her attention to Harmony. "You must be the house-sitter. Morning Cove Cottage." Harmony Stone. "Such a marvellous view across the water." "It is." At that moment she noticed Gary. He was selling items from a trestle, including crystals, books and jewellery, on a stall shrouded in a rug decorated with stars. A small group gathered at the table, trying on silver rings. Among them, Cheska, the vlogger, was smiling and filming. "That ridiculous man with the crystals," Lady Cecily clicked her tongue. "He should know better. Always going on about Mossington. What does he know? I grew up there." "What do you think of the restoration?" Gemma said. She sniffed. "I'm sure Andrew's doing a good job. He's got the money, of course, but we can't expect miracles. At least they have a heritage officer to stop them from doing anything too tasteless." At that, Lady Cecily swept away, asparagus tucked under one arm, leaving a faint trace of expensive perfume behind her. The wind gusted, shaking the marquee like a blanket on a line. Rain dripped from the edges, pooling the entrance flaps with churned mud. The market smelled of damp dogs and crushed garlic from a crate of wild greens nearby. Cheska darted over, phone in her hand, and a sparkle in her eyes. She wore a hooded rain shell, hair plastered to her forehead. Enormous eyes, quick movements. "Gemma, hi. Is Amy around? I wanted to interview her. Upcoming photographer and all that." "I'm afraid she's gone to Plymouth with her boyfriend." "It's great here," Cheska said. "There's so much going on. I thought it would be dead." Gemma smiled patiently. "How's your van in weather like this?" "Watertight. Is Amy coming to the gig tonight?" "We're all coming." Gemma nodded at Harmony. Cheska turned with a swish and filmed another sweep of the market before disappearing out into the rain, presumably back to her amazingly dry van. Gemma handed Harmony a jar of hedgerow surprise jam. "Looking forward to seeing you here tonight. This jam goes well with cheese." "It looks delicious." Harmony hugged Gemma and paid for eggs, carrots and bread. She added them to the daffodils and jam in her bag and walked back through the market, passing the stall with crystals and wooden wands. Up close, Gary was talking earnestly to an elderly woman about energy fields and Schrodinger's cat. "We never know what anything is, not until we look at it," he said. "Think about it. Everything is both true and false at the same time. The cat in the box is both dead and alive. It's only when we open the box that we actually know what reality is." "How much is this ring?" the woman asked patiently. Outside, Harmony found her car and drove the winding Mossington Lane up towards the coast road. But instead of taking a left turn and going straight back to the cottage, she took a right and ended up on Thurlestone Beach, sitting under her umbrella on the sand as the tide drew closer, waves as high as horses breaking with plumes of spray. Harmony took off her shoes and socks, despite the cool air, and dug her toes into the soft sand. She listened to the sounds of seabirds and water, breathed in the salt air, and watched the sun sink into the sea as dark clouds gathered over the horizon. A text from Gemma informing her that the gig had been cancelled made her sigh with relief. Apparently, the lead singer had broken his arm falling off a quad bike during a race with the lead guitar. Another text, from Elaine Hammond, editor at the Kingscombe Gazette, let her know the paper would be delighted to discuss Harmony's offer of writing articles on the history of the South Hams. It was never too late to start a new life, she knew, although it frightened and excited her in equal parts. By the time she left the beach, it was dark, and the weather had the kind of eerie stillness that comes before a storm. She didn't get home until 10 to midnight. At the cottage, a strong wind had tipped over a couple of flower pots in the back garden, freshly planted with red geraniums, to the right of the back door. Under one of them, in the indentation left in the soil, she found a spare key, which unlocked the back door. A slight chill crept down the back of her neck. It was odd, because the agency had been very clear about where all the door keys were, but they mentioned nothing about this one. She straightened the pots, went inside, and placed the spare key in the drawer on top of the envelope containing the antique key. Chapter 7. The Storm. The wind hit Morning Cove Cottage like a fist at 3 a.m. Harmony woke to the sound of something metal scraping across the patio. A plant pot, maybe, or the old watering can she'd left by the door. Rain hammered the windows in waves, and the air tasted of salt. She'd heard warnings about the easterly gale, and it had arrived. She pulled the duvet higher and listened to Carruthers pad across the bedroom floor, tail swishing his displeasure at the noise. The cat jumped onto the windowsill and stared out at the darkness, ears flat. "It's wind," she told him. He ignored her. She checked her phone. No more messages. Fortunately, they cancelled the gig the night before. Gemma had sent a text around 7 o'clock, saying the marquee had blown down and the band members were gutted. Harmony tried to get back to sleep. The cottage creaked. The wind howled. Somewhere in the distance something banged again and again against rock or wood. When her phone rang at 6, grey light was seeping through the curtains. "Harmony," Gemma's voice was tight. "Are you awake?" "I am now." "I know it's festival week, but I had to let you know. Brandon went up to Mossington this morning to check the site after the storm. He called the police." Harmony sat up. "Go on." Someone's been hurt. They're saying it's Pete, the stonemason." Harmony blinked at the rain-streaked window, at Carruthers now curled on the chair, and at the mug of cold tea she'd abandoned on the nightstand. "Hurt how?" "I don't know yet. Brandon said little on the phone, just that he'd found signs of a disturbance near the scaffolding, and they found Pete on the floor." Gemma broke off. Can you come over? I think he's dead. We were at school together. Everything feels weird, and I can't sit here on my own. Give me 20 minutes. She dressed in yesterday's jeans and a jumper that smelled faintly of cat. Her hair went into a ponytail without bothering with a mirror, the rucksack on her back. The cat food bowl was empty, so she refilled it and changed the water. Carruthers watched from the chair as she grabbed her coat and keys. "Don't look at me like that," she said. "I'll be back soon." He sat there, front paws tucked in, tongue slightly out, unimpressed. Little Down Farm sat a half-mile inland, tucked behind a stand of wind-battered trees. The kitchen light was on when Harmony pulled into the muddy yard. Gemma opened the door before she could knock. Come in, come in. You're soaked already." The kitchen was warm, cluttered with the usual chaos of cat bowls, seed catalogues, and half-finished cups of tea. Gemma's husband Jim was nowhere to be seen. "He's out checking the sheep. The storm played havoc with the fencing." Gemma poured the coffee. Her hands shook as she passed the mug across. "Brandon rang again 10 minutes ago. They've confirmed it. They found Pete Greenslade at Mossington this morning. He's dead." Harmony wrapped both hands around the mug. Heat pressed into her palms. Her fingers stayed tight on the china. She set it down and missed the coaster by an inch. "That's terrible." "Sean's up there now. Brandon said he found Pete in the conservatory. The scaffolding partially collapsed on top of him." "An accident?" "Sean says it probably is, but they're treating it as unexplained for now." Gemma stared past Harmony at the rain-smeared window. The back door opened and a gust of wet air blew in with it. Sean stepped into the kitchen in a damp patrol fleece, hair flattened by the rain, notebook tucked under his arm. "Morning," he said. "Sorry to barge in. I'm on my way home. Thought I'd collect Mum's kitten before I crash." His jaw worked. "It's been a long night." "Of course," Gemma started, then caught herself. "Right. The kettle's on. Sit down just for a second." He hesitated, then dropped into a chair, shoulders still tight. Gemma pushed the biscuit tin towards him. "Here, you need sugar." He took one, then another, as if only realising he was hungry now. "Mum's kitten?" she prompted after a beat. "Yeah, I'm off duty until tonight. Thought I'd better take him now before we get buried in paperwork." Sean stood. "We're treating it as unexplained." "Unexplained," Gemma repeated. "It's procedure. Can't say anything else about it. I've probably said too much already, so keep it quiet for now." "Of course." Gemma wiped her hands on a tea towel she'd already folded and unfolded 3 times. "Come on then, let's get you that kitten." She disappeared into the utility room with Sean. The muffled sound of small, outraged mews floated back. When they returned, Sean had a carrier bag in one hand and a printed list of instructions in the other. "He likes the radio on low," Gemma said, handing him a cat basket with a tiny bundle of fluff curled up at the back of it, eyes flashing. "And he'll climb your curtains if you let him." "I'll tell Mum," Sean said. "She'll spoil him rotten." He nodded to Harmony. "I'll see you around." "Take care," Harmony said. The door banged shut behind him. Rain and silence pressed in again. Chapter 8. Red Stain. By the evening the rain and wind had died down, but not enough to make it safe to jog the cliff path. Harmony had no choice but to take the inland route, the one that curved up past the manor. The site was lit up like a stage set. Blue police tape fluttered across the drive. 2 patrol cars sat at awkward angles near the conservatory, their lights off now. A few people in uniform moved between the scaffolding and a white tent that someone had erected over the back of the conservatory. 2 men in dark clothing, wearing jackets with security printed on the back, strode around the perimeter of the building. Harmony stopped at the edge of the footpath, half hidden by an overgrown bush of dripping rhododendrons. From here she could make out the kitchen garden, mainly because all the lights in the house seemed to be on. The flagstones gleamed. A full moon rose and sat heavy on the horizon. Through the kitchen windows, which she moved close enough to see through undetected. By the sink 6 glasses of various sizes sat, looking dry enough to put away. She also noticed a dark stain near the back door, reddish-brown, stark against the pale flagstone flooring. Her stomach turned. Blood. Then someone stepped into the kitchen through the door. A uniformed officer, clipboard in hand. Harmony ducked down, but not before a weeping Tamsin came in behind the officer, grabbed his arm, and pulled him back into the main house. When Harmony got back to the cottage, Carruthers was sitting in the hallway, staring at her. "Don't start," she said. He turned and walked away, tail high. Harmony went through to the kitchen, opened her notebook, and wrote on a clean page. Kitchen floor, red stain. Chapter 9. Thief. The police station sat at the top of Kingscombe High Street, in a converted Georgian townhouse, with flaking paint and blinds that didn't quite meet the frames. Harmony pushed through the door at 9 the next morning, her hair still damp from the shower, her stomach a hollow protest under the breakfast of coffee. She had slept badly. Every time she shut her eyes, she saw that dark smear on Mossington's kitchen floor. Sean met her in the cramped entrance hall, his uniform pressed and his expression guarded. "Sorry about this, and thanks for coming in. It's a procedure, you understand? It won't take long." She followed him down a short hallway smelling of instant coffee and wet coats. The interview room was small, with beige walls and a single tall window, showing nothing but grey sky. 2 plastic chairs faced each other across a scratched table. A wire in-tray sat on a metal desk in the corner. The heating pipes clanked. Samuel Ashby was leaning against the wall near the door, arms crossed, saying nothing. "Sam's here as a friend," Sean said. "Voluntary. Thought it might help, unless you want a lawyer present." "No need," Harmony said. "Samuel would be better than a lawyer." Samuel nodded. "Nice to see you again." "We must stop meeting like this," she said. She sat down, smoothed her jeans, and clasped her hands on the table. Sean took the chair opposite, pulled out a notebook, and clicked his pen twice. "So, I need to get your statement about the incident at the May Day Festival, the row between Pete Greenslade and Gary Honiton. We're talking to everyone who saw it in real life, not those people who watched edited clips on social media." "I thought everyone saw it." "You'd be surprised how many people don't remember. If you do, walk me through what you remember." She could already picture festival goers shrugging, phones tucked away, memories suddenly hazy. Harmony took a deep breath, nodded at Sam, and recounted the shouting, the Morris dancers pounding their sticks, Gary's raised voice about ley lines, and someone going into the ground before Beltane. Sean wrote it all down in quick, neat lines. Harmony's inner teacher approved. Proper notes, pen on paper, tidy handwriting. Did Pete respond to Gary's threats? They weren't really threats. I'm not sure Gary is particularly grounded on planet Earth. But yes, Pete looked angry, red-faced, fists clenched. But he didn't threaten Gary back, not that I heard. He walked away from it. Did you speak to Pete yourself at any point during the festival? No, I'd never even seen him before that day. She wanted to add that Sean knew all that, but they had to get through the proper way. Sean's pen stopped moving. "I hear you've been asking questions about Peter Greenslade since that day." She took a beat. "Well, I asked Gemma who he was, that's it." "Of course, however, I want you to understand that this case is now a murder investigation." Harmony caught Sam's eye and saw reassurance. Nothing to worry about, although that word still hung in the air. Murder. Not an accident or a tragic fall. "You're staying close to Mossington. Did you see or hear anything unusual last night?" Sean said. "Nothing that stands out." "Good, because someone saw you near the manor house last night. My jogging route." "You're free to go," Sean said. "But if you remember anything out of place, anything that might help the investigation, get in touch straight away. Thanks for coming in." Harmony stood. "And for now," Sean added, "change your route. Stay away from Mossington. It's a crime scene." Samuel opened the door, holding it while she walked through. In the corridor, she breathed out slowly. "Come on," he said. "Let's go to Nicky's. You need cake after that." Chapter 10. Nothing Sordid. In the cafe, they were greeted by the low buzz of chatter, and overhead, the warm glow of the ceiling lamp. Beyond the steamed glass, the harbour was grey. Harmony sank into a chair by the window and put the rucksack over her knee. Nicky threaded her way between tables, with a pot on a tray and 2 cups. She set the tray down hard enough to slosh tea from the spout. "Well," Nicky said, "someone saw you going into the station. You okay?" "They wanted to know if I'd seen anything. I'm living close by." Gemma appeared from behind the counter with a plate of cakes. She pulled out the chair opposite Harmony, her cardigan already dusted, with what looked like an extra layer of cat hair. "You've got that look." "What look?" "The one you had when you were asking about those tiles at Mossington, like you're solving a problem in your head." Harmony poured some milk into the cups, followed by tea. "I was passing Mossington, and there was something there, on the kitchen floor. I only saw it briefly, but it was odd. Some kind of a red stain." Samuel sat with one arm draped over the back of his chair. "What kind of stain?" "It's that pale limestone flooring, and it looked like something had spilled on it. It might be nothing after all. It's a kitchen. Things get spilled." Nicky leaned against the counter, arms folded. "Right, but can you go back and have another look?" Harmony smiled. "I'll find a way." "Are we investigating a murder?" Gemma said, her eyes widening. "Shall we call ourselves something? I suggest the Kingscombe Secret Society of Sleuths. We'll find clues and everything." "Steady on," Samuel said. "I knew him," Gemma said softly. "I'd like to help find out what happened." At that moment the cafe door opened, and Denise Weathers bustled in, her round face flushed from the cool, windy walk around the corner from her B&B. "Oh, perfect, Gemma. You're here. The kitten is sleeping at last, so I thought I'd get out while the going is good." She pulled up another chair and squeezed onto the end of the table. "That kitten is gorgeous. He's already stolen my heart. But I've got to say, what a morning. Police everywhere. Poor Pete. Now what were you doing up at the police station, Harmony?" "Did you know him?" Harmony asked. "Oh yes, everyone knew Pete. He stayed at my B&B last month when he was having the flat fumigated for dry rot. He wasn't the sort of person you liked, that's for sure. All those years he was doing all sorts and rubbing people up the wrong way. But it's still a terrible thing. Was it an accident?" "Did he mention anything about Mossington when he stayed at yours?" Denise's eyes lit up. Went on and on about Andrew and Tamsin. He liked them at first. Then he didn't. He liked to bear a grudge, did Pete, and then there was his secret girlfriend." She lowered her voice. "Between you and me, I think he was seeing a married woman." "Doesn't surprise me," Nicky muttered. "He was handsome, in that bad boy kind of way, I suppose," Denise said. Nicky shrugged and shoved a pasty in the microwave. "What about the lilies?" Harmony went on. "What do you know about them?" "Well, Tamsin's a mess. I had her sister staying last year, just for a weekend, but the walls are thin, and she has a loud voice. Heard her saying Tamsin spent a month at a wellness centre with exhaustion. And it was a regular sort of thing. She kept having outbursts, smashing things up, not sleeping. Must have cost a fortune." Harmony placed her cup back in its saucer. That must be hard for her husband. "Andrew's a saint, I'll tell you," Denise said, "the way he looks after her." The door opened again and a woman stepped in, immaculate in a grey wool coat, her steel hair pinned back. She surveyed the group with the precision of a headmistress spotting trouble. "What's going on? I heard Pete Greenslade's dead." Denise looked down. "I'm sorry, I know he was your friend." The woman turned out to be Violet Ashby, Samuel's older sister. She removed her gloves, one finger at a time, hands trembling, pulled up a chair and sat down next to Samuel. "We were close once, a long time ago. More like brother and sister, it was nothing sordid." "I'm sorry," Harmony said. "Tell them what you were saying about the lilies," Samuel said. Violet pursed her lips. "Well, she's always been the sort you had to handle carefully. The kind of girl who'd cry in the library when she couldn't find the book she wanted. When she married Andrew 5 years ago, half the town thought she'd landed on her feet. Rich husband, beautiful houses, everything money could buy. The other half wondered if money would be enough to fix her." "And Mossington?" Gemma asked. "I heard that buying that place was her dream." "I heard that too. Not that I listen to gossip if I can help it," Violet said, leaning forward. "She wanted it so much. She begged Andrew to buy it. It was some sort of childhood dream. She used to walk past it when she was in foster care and stare at it like it was a fairy tale castle." "A lot of fairy tales don't end well," Samuel said. Denise was nodding. "And her sister told me over a late-night cocoa that Tamsin's always been obsessed with the past. Trying to rewrite it, maybe. She hated herself and wanted to become someone different, as if we don't all feel that way sometimes." Gemma sighed. "That's the human condition." Everyone looked at her for a long moment, and Amy, who had been sitting in the corner with her camera, so quiet that Harmony had forgotten she was there. Now she stood, her young face tight with anger. "You're all talking about her like she's some kind of broken thing, like having problems means she's guilty of something." "We didn't mean that," Gemma said. "You didn't have to. You're sitting here picking apart her whole life because it's fun for you, because it's entertainment." Amy's voice cracked. "Nobody knows anybody. Not really. Tamsin's nice, even though she had a horrible childhood. What's the matter with everybody?" "That's true," Harmony said. Amy grabbed her camera and stomped out. The door swung shut behind her. "Hormones," Gemma said. The group sat in silence. "Hormones are tough, but she's not wrong," Nikki said. Violet's expression didn't change. "She's 16, knows nothing." Harmony sat back in her chair. "I'll go after her." Gemma flew to the door, waving absent-mindedly at the rest of them. Samuel stood and stretched. "Either way, it's a murder investigation now. We've got to be careful about what we say." He looked at Harmony when he said it. She left 10 minutes later, declining another scone and more tea. The drive back to the cottage took longer than usual. She went the long way, avoiding Mossington Lane, her thoughts snagging on Amy's "nobody knows anybody" comment. The cottage was cold when she let herself in. Carruthers sat in the hallway, tail wrapped around his paws, eyes fixed on her face. Harmony hung up her coat, filled the cat bowl with clean water, and checked the litter tray. All the small, ordinary tasks of cat-sitting. Feeding a cat and a peaceful life. Really, that was all she wanted. That's what she'd told Gemma. That's what she'd told herself. In the sitting room, the fireplace was cold. Through the window, Mossington Manor looked empty and abandoned. Carruthers jumped up on the windowsill, glanced out of the window, towards the sea, then back again. "I know what you're thinking," Harmony said. He put his ears back. "You're a bad influence. I'm going to stay out of it. It's none of my business." The cat stretched, jumped onto the floor, and walked away, tail high. He stopped at the sitting room door and looked back at her. "I mean it," Harmony said. Carruthers disappeared through to the kitchen and snapped through the cat flap. Chapter 11. Portrait of a Lady. Harmony spent a restless night, full of fitful dreams of scaffolding flying high into the night sky over Morning Cove, along with a cat that spoke in Gary's voice. She wished she could recall exactly what it had said, although she was sure it was something about keeping to her own track. She took the Victorian diary out of her rucksack and laid it on the table. After staring at it for a while, she picked it up and turned it over. The fabric covering smelled of soot and age. Unwrapping it, she held the small notebook in her hand. The leather binding was soft. Historians have always considered writing a primary source in historical research, and this was the best example of one that she'd ever held in her hand. She rewrapped it, put it back in the freezer bag, fetched the key from the kitchen drawer, carried both items through to the sitting room, and knelt at the fireplace. Carruthers watched from the sofa, tail twitching. "I'm putting them back," she told him. "There's nothing I can do about any of this." The cat put his head on one side, scowling. The register plate came away with a scrape of metal on brick. The cavity behind it was shallow but deep. She slid the diary and key inside, replaced the plate, and brushed the soot from her hands. "It's done," she said. She'd jog and spend the rest of the day reading the local history books she'd brought with her. After that, she meant to take a proper walk along the coastal path, as far as the next village if the weather held. She'd feed Carruthers his evening meal and write a polite email to Gemma, explaining she didn't want to look into any murders from now on. Her phone buzzed on the coffee table. A text from Nia. "Brief heritage update at Mossington this morning. 11 a.m. Open to the interested public. Hope you can make it." Harmony read it twice. She typed a reply. "Thank you, but I'm—" She stopped, deleted it. "I appreciate the invitation, but—" Deleted that too. After all, someone needed to check that kitchen floor. If not her, then who? Outside, the clouds were lowering. Rain slanted in from the southeast. Mossington Manor, lit up for the first time in days, showed signs it was coming back to life. Someone was on the scaffolding, hammering. The hammering sounded exactly as it had before Pete died. Police tape fluttered in the wind. Her thumb hovered over the screen. She sent the message. "I'll be there." The driveway at Mossington was churned with mud and gravel. 2 vans, marked with local building contractors' logos, had parked near the front entrance. A cement mixer stood idle near the conservatory site, its drum streaked with grey residue. Harmony took the inland path, walking the 1/4 mile to the manor down the hill. At the front door, she lifted the brass knocker, shaped like a winged lion's head, and when she let it fall, the sound echoed in the hallway beyond. Brandon opened the door. He wore the same high-vis vest he always wore, the fleece underneath stained with something dark at the cuffs. Tension lined his face. "Mrs. Stone." "Harmony, Nia invited me to the heritage update." "Right, come in." His face was strained, his eyes distant, and she recalled he was the one who had found Pete's body. She put a hand on his arm. "Are you all right?" she said. He stepped back. "She's in the hall." The hall was colder than it should have been for May. The plastic sheeting made a soft sound under her trainers. Nia stood near the bottom of the staircase, with a laptop open on the mahogany side table. She wore a Heritage Trust lanyard over a navy blazer. Her hair was pulled back tight enough to make her face look drawn. She didn't look up from the screen. "We're starting in a few minutes. Wait here." "Where's everyone else?" "You're it for now. We should have left it until tomorrow. People are too lazy to come out on a Sunday, but after the morning service, Lady Cecily might come, and Rob Hurrell said he'd try." Nia clicked something on the laptop. Harmony moved deeper into the hall. A portrait of a woman hung above the fireplace. Someone must have brushed past it, because this picture, too, was at a very slight angle. The frame was dark wood, ornate and Victorian. In the picture, a woman of around 20, in a white Victorian-style dress, stood next to a gnarled oak, a bunch of roses in her hand. Her shoulders were set, chin tilted, and eyes fixed straight ahead. On impulse, she checked behind her to make sure Nia was staring at her screen. She was. Harmony reached up and adjusted the frame, tilting it left to bring it level. The weight shifted under her fingers, and she felt something shift behind the canvas. Moving quickly, she ran her fingertips along the bottom edge of the frame. There was a gap between the backing board and the wood, a thin space. She pressed gently and found paper, a torn edge. She glanced back at Nia, who was now tapping on her laptop with her back to Harmony. Brandon was somewhere deeper in the house, his voice echoing off bare walls as he talked to another worker. Harmony slid her fingers into the gap and pulled. The scrap came free, small, cream-coloured, and torn along one side. The handwriting was clear and blocky. The paper was thin and lined, like a page from a spiral notebook. Chapel, retain pillar. Her heart kicked. She folded the paper and slipped it into her coat pocket. Ahead of her, to the right, was the kitchen. "Are we starting?" someone said from the doorway. Harmony turned. Barbara, the wellness coach, stood next to Nia, wearing leggings and an oversized cardigan. She carried a reusable water bottle in one hand and her phone in the other. Her eyes slid over Harmony. "Soon?" Nia said. As the two of them carried on talking, Harmony pretended to be making her way to the bathroom, left of the study. Instead, she slipped into the kitchen. The floor near the back door looked different. Instead of the red stain, it had a shine to it. She knelt and ran her hand over the flagstones where the stain had been. They were smoother than the surrounding tiles, glossier. Harmony hurried back to the hallway and found Barbara waiting, smiling vaguely. Nia's head popped out of the door to the left of the study. "In here." Before they moved, they turned to the sound of footsteps on the stairs. Andrew descended from the first floor like a film star. His shoes were Italian leather, polished. Harmony Stone, our resident cat-sitter and historical jogger. He offered his hand. "Good to see you again." She shook it. His grip was firm, and he held on for a fraction too long. "I'm looking forward to the update. Of course, it's always good to keep the community informed, especially after such a sad event." He released her hand and turned to Nia. "Are we ready?" "Hardly anyone is coming." "That's fine. Optics, Nia. We do our bit and word gets around. I'll get in touch with the press office." He smiled again and stood a little too close, just inside Harmony's comfort zone. He stepped back finally. "Well, enjoy the update." With that, he turned, walked to the study and disappeared inside. Nia cleared her throat. "Right, let's begin." She ushered Harmony into a side room to the right of the staircase. They had arranged 12 chairs in rows. Harmony sat in the front and settled her rucksack on the floor by her feet. "First, I'd like to say, on behalf of all of us," Nia said, despite the room being almost empty, "how sad we all are about the deep—" For a moment her mask of efficiency dropped, and her eyes filled with tears. "I mean, about our recent loss. Peter Greenslade was a respected and talented member of our team, and will be terribly missed." Harmony kept her hands folded in her lap. Nia clicked a button on the laptop. A projector hummed to life, throwing a slide onto the wall opposite. Mossington Manor Restoration, Heritage Compliance Report. She wiped her face with her hand. "Thank you for coming," Nia said. Her voice returned to a clipped professional tone, despite Harmony making up an entire audience of one. "This is a brief update on our progress with the Council's heritage requirements. Mossington Manor is a Grade 1 listed building, which means any restoration work has to meet strict conditions." "Sorry, I'm late." Lady Cecily Everleigh Holt appeared in the doorway and glided across the room at twice the speed of most people half her age. She took the chair nearest the door behind Harmony. Nia continued. The slides clicked past, details about window repairs, roof tiles, and the conservatory extension. Brandon appeared soon after and sat next to the fire escape at the end of Harmony's row, arms crossed, head down. After what seemed like a long half-hour, Nia wrapped up the presentation part and announced a reluctant question-and-answer session. Andrew came into the room and stood beside her, hands behind his back. Lady Cecily asked a few questions about local businesses, timelines and budgets. She was, obviously, shocked and saddened about the death of the stonemason, but also concerned about any subsequent financial loss to the community. Andrew gave vague answers and reassured her that the work would continue despite the situation. After that, Nia packed up the laptop with the brisk efficiency of someone who was holding back a volcano of emotions. Right, thanks for coming. Nia closed the laptop case. If anyone has further questions, they can email me through the Mossington Heritage Trust. Lady Cecily stood, made some tutting noises, and glided to the door. Andrew followed her out, talking brightly about completion dates and contractors. Brandon disappeared toward the conservatory. Barbara left her post by the window, phone still in hand. She made her way over to Harmony. They walked out into the hall together. You straightened the portrait? She had a slight Eastern European accent. Harmony looked at her. Barbara's eyes were pale brown, sharper than the rest of her suggested. It looked crooked. It's been like that for weeks. No one else noticed. I notice things others often miss. Barbara nodded sadly. Me too. And she turned to go. Harmony stayed where she was, standing beneath the portrait. The hall was empty now except for Nia, who was patrolling up and down like a cat. That was interesting, Harmony said. It's a shame more didn't come. I'm so sorry about Peter, Harmony said. Nia flinched and looked away. They stood in silence together for a while. Actually, Harmony said, I was hoping to visit the study again, just for a moment. Nia shook her head. The police asked us not to let people wander around. Of course, I understand. Harmony stayed where she was. Nia hesitated. 2 minutes, she said. She led Harmony across the hall and opened the study door. The oak desk sat under the window, brass fittings dull with age. Her breathing became shallow as she pretended to be admiring the plaster cornices above the desk shaped like vines, with bunches of grapes at each corner of the room. The 4-petaled design of the top drawer lock was an exact match to the key. It was clear now that she got a good look at it. Nia was already at the door, waiting and tapping one foot. They walked back to the hall. Barbara reappeared standing near the portrait, her phone in her hand. She looked at Harmony, then at Nia, then wandered off toward the kitchen without a word. Harmony collected her coat from the chair where she'd left it. Nia opened the front door and shut it firmly behind her. Setting a timer on her watch, Harmony crossed the field towards the coastal path. The rain had stopped, leaving the air sharp and clean. At the top of the hill, when the footpath turned to hide the manor from view, she checked the time. It took 6 minutes because the climb was steep. It took another 3 minutes to reach the cottage. Distance, 1/2 mile. Altogether, it's 9 minutes from Mossington to Morning Cove Cottage. She pulled out her notebook and wrote it down. Inside the cottage, Carruthers was waiting by the door, tail lashing. I know, she said. I should have stayed home. The cat stalked to the kitchen and sat by his bowl, pointedly. She fed him, lit the fire, and made herself tea. The cottage seemed colder than usual. She pulled a blanket from the sofa and wrapped it around her shoulders. The fragment was still in her inside pocket. She took it out and laid it on the table, smoothing the creases. Carruthers jumped onto the chair opposite and tucked his paws under, eyes half closed, as if settling in for a long watch. Harmony sat back, listening to the wind batter the glass and the fire crackle in the grate. Secrets could be dangerous. A man had died to keep something hidden. Leaving this alone was beginning to seem impossible. Chapter 12. The Gaff-Rigged Lugger. Monday, May 10th. The next day, Saturday, Harmony pushed through the door of the pub just after 4, shaking rain from her jacket. The Gaff-Rigged Lugger public house sat beside the quay, just before the walkway to the pontoons, its windows salt-hazed and small. Inside, the ceiling beams hung low enough to make tall men duck. The floor was flagstone, worn smooth by 2 centuries of fishermen's boots. 3 men occupied the corner booth. They sat in permanent shadow, nursing pints that looked untouched. The eldest wore reading glasses on a chain and had a folded newspaper under his elbow. The other 2 flanked him like bookends, grey-haired and wind-weathered. Harmony approached the bar. The landlord glanced up from polishing glasses. "Just a coffee, please." He made her drink without comment and set it on the scarred wood. She paid, turned, and walked toward the corner booth. The 3 men watched her approach. None of them spoke. "Rob, we've met." The eldest looked up. His eyes were brown and intelligent behind the glasses. "Have we? I'm Harmony, staying at Morning Cove Cottage." "Ah." She gestured to the empty chair at the end of their table. "May I?" Rob glanced at his companions. The man to his left shrugged. The one on his right gave her a wan smile, as if he couldn't remember the last time a stranger had come over for a chat. "Sit if you like," Rob said. "This is Arthur." He nodded towards the one on his right. "And this is Dave." She pulled out the chair and set her glass down. Rain tapped against the window behind them. Outside, rigging clinked against masts in the rising wind. "I'm trying to find out what happened to Pete Greenslade." The man on the right, Arthur, snorted and took a slow sip of his pint. Harmony placed him in his 50s or thereabouts, tidy beard, sad eyes. Rob removed his glasses and cleaned them on his jumper. "Nasty business." All 3 of them nodded. "Don't know if we can help, though." "The night of the festival. Did any of you see him after the procession?" "Might have," Dave said. "And so did you see him?" Rob replaced his glasses and studied her face. "Why are you asking?" "To help, if I can." The 3 men exchanged glances. Some unspoken communication passed between them, and Rob leaned back against the bench. "Arthur saw him the day before he died." "Might have," Arthur said. "You had a drink with him here," Rob said. "I saw you both talking in the booth, all very secretive, very conspiratorial." "Dave saw him before," Arthur said. "At the Bridge Inn," Dave said. "Over in Chewstow, next village on." "Was he with anyone?" "Sitting with a woman. Looked cosy, if you catch my drift." Harmony's pulse quickened. "Can you describe her?" Dave scratched his stubbled jaw. 30-something, high heels, dark hair pulled back tight, smart clothes, uptight looking, but pretty enough. They weren't holding hands or anything, but they sat close, talked quietly. That couldn't be Tamsin. She always wore yoga outfits or silk. Near. It had to be. Harmony tore open the little packet of sugar, the paper crackling between her fingers. "Did you hear what they were talking about?" she said, blowing on her coffee. "No, but she looked upset when she left," Dave said. "Arthur saw him too. That was on a different day. Didn't you, Arthur?" Arthur spoke again, standing. His voice was rough, like gravel rolling. 2 days before Jack in the Green, outside the Anchor in Thurleston, he was arguing with someone in a black car, top of the range something or other." "Did you see who was driving?" "No, the tinted windows made it impossible, but Pete was all worked up. Mind you, he got angry a lot after he stopped using." Harmony let the torn sugar wrapper sit under her thumb. "Could you hear what he was saying?" "Something about money. That's not enough, or words to that effect. The car drove off fast. Pete kicked a bin." "Did Pete seem different lately, before he died?" Rob folded his newspaper and set it aside. "He had money, more than usual." How do you know? Bought a round at the lugger 3 weeks back. Pete never bought rounds, tight as a clam. But that night he paid for everyone. Said he'd come into some work, looked pleased with himself, cocky even. Dave leaned forward. He owed people, everyone knows that. Had debts from when he was using. Word was he'd paid some of them off. Then suddenly he's buying rounds and he was wearing this new watch. Expensive by the looks of it. I remember that watch, Rob said. Very nice. But he didn't pay everyone off, Harmony said. Not at all. Arthur drained his pint and set the glass down with a soft thud. Old debts follow you around like ex-wives. The three men fell silent. Arthur walked off, lighter in hand, to the smokers' area out the back. Outside, the tide was high and still coming in. Water slapped against the quay wall with increasing force. A gull landed on the window ledge and peered inside, head cocked. Harmony finished her coffee and stood up. Rob nodded. You take care now. I will. She left the two of them in their corner and went back out into the rain, unable to shake off the feeling that she'd missed something. Chapter 13. Framed. The cafe was busy when Harmony got there. Nicky peered out from behind the espresso machine. Coffee? Tea, please, and some of that cake. Harmony claimed her usual table and dropped her rucksack onto the spare chair. Her coat was soaked through. She hung it over the back of her seat and sat down. Warm air wrapped her shoulders. Over by the window, Nia and Andrew sat at a small table, huddled in conversation. Nicky brought water and a slice of Victoria sponge. You look soaked. I've been to the lugger. The heavens decided to open as I was leaving. Nicky looked out through the steamed-up windows. I didn't realise it was raining. It's been busy here. Did the gaff-rigged boys have anything to say? They were very helpful. Nicky pulled out the opposite chair and sat. And? Pete was seeing someone, a woman. Yeah, I heard he got around. It may have been Nia, Harmony said. I see. And someone saw him arguing with someone in a black car. Nicky's eyes widened. She nodded towards the table where Nia and Andrew sat and whispered. Nia drives a grey hatchback. Andrew's got a black saloon. She glanced around the cafe, then lowered her voice. Seems like Pete was having trouble with a lot of people. Harmony stirred her tea and watched the steam rise. Her phone buzzed in her pocket. She pulled it out and glanced at the screen. Gemma, coming by the cafe in 10. Need to talk. She placed the phone on the table and took a bite of cake. The sponge was light and sweet, dissolving on her tongue. I'll be back in a minute, she said. Nicky nodded. Harmony walked toward the back of the cafe, towards the ladies, leaving her bag on the chair. The toilet was tiny, almost too small to turn around in. She washed her hands and stared at her reflection in the mirror. Her hair was damp from the rain, her face pale, shadows under her eyes. Maybe getting involved really was a stupid idea. She eyed the door. There was still time to walk away from all this, from Kingscombe, if she wanted, without too much damage done. When she returned to the table, her rucksack sat exactly where she'd left it. Her fingers sank into the strap. Somehow it felt heavier. She picked it up and opened it. Inside, a folded stack of papers in a brown envelope lay on top of her cat journal. When she pulled them out, she found white, crisp photocopies, architectural plans, Mossington Manor by the look of them, the conservatory extension. Annotations in different handwriting covered the margins, measurements, notes, and corrections. In the top right corner, stamped in red, Heritage Trust. Her stomach dropped. Stamped, official, not the sort of thing someone mislays. She scanned the room. Someone had put them in her bag. Andrew and Nia were standing by the counter, watching. Nia caught Harmony's eye. Her face changed, and she crossed the room in 4 strides, stopping in front of Harmony's table. What's that? The cafe went silent. Every conversation stopped mid-sentence. Mothers turned in their seats. teenagers lowered their phones. "I'm sorry," Harmony said. "What's that in your hands?" Andrew stood behind Nia, hands in his pockets. He wore a concerned expression, disappointed. "Nia, this isn't what it looks like." Harmony tried to hand over the papers. "I don't know where they came from." "Oh, really?" Nia turned to Andrew, her voice rising. "Someone reported seeing her leaving Mossington yesterday with a folder under her arm. And here she is. It's theft, pure and simple." Nicky strode out from behind the counter. "Nia, what the hell?" "Stay out of this, Nicky." Harmony's hands shook. She kept them flat on the table. "I took nothing from Mossington. Why would I?" The door opened again and Gemma rushed in, breathless, cheeks flushed, stared at Harmony. "What's going on?" Andrew stepped forward, placing a hand on Nia's shoulder. "Harmony," his voice was soft, reasonable. "If this is all a misunderstanding, just show us. Then we can clear it up and move on." He smiled at her. Nia snatched the papers out of Harmony's hands, trembling as she read the stamp at the top. "This is a heritage trust document. It's confidential. How did you get this?" Harmony kept her voice steady. "I don't know. Someone must have put it there after I left Mossington. This is all a mistake." Nia's voice cracked. "You expect me to believe someone snuck up behind you in a crowded cafe?" "They must have. That's ridiculous." Nicky moved over to stand by Harmony, her voice rising an octave. "It's not ridiculous. She left her bag on the chair. Anyone could have slipped something into it." Andrew wore a pained expression. He murmured, "Harmony, I understand you're interested in local history. That's wonderful. But these documents are sensitive. Taking them without permission is a crime." "I didn't take them." "Then how did you get them?" "Someone must have put them there," she said. "It's hard to see why you would lie about this," Nia said, grabbing the documents out of Harmony's hands. Flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, Harmony stood, thanked Nicky for her excellent cake, picked up her things and left. Outside she took a few deep breaths and walked down to the waterside, sat down on one of the benches overlooking the water and phoned Gemma. "I think Nia must have put the papers in my bag while I was in the toilet." "Why would she do that to you?" Gemma said. "To warn me off." "Off what?" "Off looking too deeply into what happened at Mossington, to stop me from asking too many questions. And because she's scared." She reached into her inside coat pocket and pulled out the torn paper fragment. "I found something hidden behind a portrait at Mossington Manor. It's part of a letter, something about a pillar. Even if she doesn't know about that, I think she's panicking." Gemma gasped. "Do you think she... But she wasn't even at Mossington that night." "There's a lot we don't understand," Harmony said. "I have to go." The rain turned heavy again, sheets of water hammering the pavement. She pulled up her hood and ran back to the car. At the cottage, Carruthers was waiting by the door, tail lashing. She fed him, changed into dry clothes, lit the fire, and wrapped herself in the blanket from the sofa. The flames caught and spread, warmth seeping into the room. Her phone buzzed, 3 missed calls from Samuel, 2 texts from Nicky. She would deal with them later. It was time to think. Part of her was wondering if this was a sign she should leave. Pack her bags, finish the house sit early, apologise to the cat's owners, and go. Start somewhere else, somewhere quieter. Buy a house in Dorset. It had an interesting history and, above all, was quiet. Carruthers jumped onto her lap, purring. She stroked his head. "What do you think?" she murmured. "Should I quit?" The cat looked up at her, eyes half closed. "You're right. That would be too easy." Pete Greenslade couldn't speak for himself now. For 30 years she'd stood in front of students, telling them that facts mattered, that they had a responsibility to ask questions and refuse simple answers. She couldn't walk away, Not now. She pulled her phone off the table and opened a text to Samuel. I need your help. Chapter 14. Small talk. At twilight, the coastal path turned muddy where it crossed Mossington Lane. Harmony's walking boots splashed through puddles. The sun was low in the west, streaking the sky with orange. Rooks circled, cried out to one another, and settled in the tall trees sprouting behind the hedgerows. She checked her watch. 8. Time to head back before full dark. Carruthers would be waiting. A flatbed truck sat at an angle in the lay-by ahead, one wheel sunk in standing water. She recognised the logo on the door. Johnson Construction, Brandon's vehicle. He was sitting in the cab, staring through the windscreen at nothing. When she drew closer, he turned his head. His face looked grey in the dying light. She raised one hand in greeting. He hesitated, then wound down the window. Harmony. He glanced past her down the lane, then back. His hands gripped the steering wheel. I was hoping to catch you, was getting up the courage to go to your place. I need to talk to you. She went around to the passenger side and climbed up. The cab smelled of diesel. A high-vis jacket lay crumpled on the seat. She pushed it aside and pulled the door shut. Is there a problem? She said softly. He glanced in the rear-view mirror. Behind them, Mossington Manor would be settling in for the evening. I saw the plans on the shelf after you left the other day. She waited. You didn't take them. I know you didn't. That's right. Someone set you up. He turned to face her. I know, it was Nia. I don't know why, except to say that I think she's frightened. Who are they going to set up next? He rubbed his face with both hands. She studied his profile. Deep worry lines cut across his forehead. There are missing logs, he said. And what do you mean? The site Wi-Fi dropped for an entire week before Pete died. I kept asking Andrew to get it fixed, but he said it wasn't urgent. Said I should just write things down if I needed to. And did you? He nodded slowly. Old army habit, can't shake it. I keep a notebook in the truck, dates and times. Everything that happens on site, I log it. Harmony felt something settle. Times she could point to. Can I see? He reached behind his seat and pulled out a battered spiral-bound notebook, the kind with water-resistant pages, flipped it open to a page covered in careful handwriting. Each entry started with a date and time, military format. The spelling was random. She scanned the entries, deliveries, inspections, weather delays, staff movements. You don't miss much, she said. My memory's not good, so I have to write things down to make sure I don't forget. He said it matter-of-factly. It's part of having dyslexia. Andrew knows. He's been good about it. Explains things verbally. Shows me where to focus. That's kind of him. Yeah, but lately, I don't know. Something feels off. Like he's telling me one thing and the plans say another. I can't always tell, so I just do what he says. Harmony looked back at the notebook. An entry from the day after Pete died caught her eye. 11:30 a.m. Stone sealant delivery. Signed for at tradesman's entrance. Harmony mentally circled the date. It was a Sunday. An unusual day for a delivery. It must have arrived after she saw the red stain on the kitchen floor. Who signed for this? No idea. I wasn't there. Found the delivery slip in the site office the next morning. Signature's a scrawl. Could be anyone. Andrew? Brandon shrugged. Could be. But why would he be at Mossington on a Sunday? Everyone should have gone home hours before. Mind if I take a photo? He hesitated, then nodded. She pulled out her phone and snapped the page. The light was fading fast. She used the flash. There's something else. Brandon reached under his seat and pulled out a cardboard box. Scaffold pins rattled inside. He tipped them onto the dashboard. These are from the conservatory site, where Pete fell. Police logged them, gave them back so we could rebuild the scaffolding. She leaned closer. They looked identical. steel pins about 6 inches long with threading at one end. "What am I looking at?" He picked one up and held it to the last of the light. "See this burr? Someone filed it. The metal's bright underneath. I found it clearing up after Pete died." She took it from him. The burr caught on her thumbnail, sharp, fresh. Did falling scaffolding crush him? That's what they're starting to say, calling it an accident because of unstable scaffolding, meaning the entire structure could slip more easily because the pin wouldn't hold. Putting any weight on it could make the whole thing give way. He took it back and dropped it in the box. "I'd never let this happen. Never. I've got lads working under those scaffolds. I check every pin myself before we load." "But someone did." "Yeah." His voice went flat. "Someone did." Harmony sat back against the seat. The pin box sat between them. Outside, the rooks had fallen silent. The lane stretched empty in both directions. "What do you want me to do?" "I don't know. Something, anything. Pete wasn't a saint. But he didn't deserve to die because someone couldn't be bothered to keep the scaffolding safe." She looked at him. "You think it was carelessness. If someone wanted him dead, and they knew he was working on something under that scaffolding in the conservatory, it'd be easy to just put a little pressure on it and—" He turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life. "If they call it an accident at work, it'll land on me." "Will you talk to the police?" "At some point I'll have to, but the site is safe. They've tried to set you up for theft. What if they're trying to set me up for manslaughter or worse? If there's anything you can do to help find out who's behind this." "I'll do my best," she said. She climbed out and shut the door. The truck pulled away, tyres splashing through puddles, and Harmony stood in the lay-by as darkness settled over the lane. Chapter 15. The Second Woman. Denise's voice on the phone was bright, almost too bright. "Lunch today. I've got some people over who'd love to have a chat with you." Which is why, just after 12, Harmony arrived at the B&B. A 3-storey Georgian building, the Driftwood B&B, sat at the top of the high street, its sash windows looking down over the shops. Inside, the hallway smelled of lavender polish, bacon and fresh bread. Denise led her straight through to the kitchen. "I've made soup." The kitchen was a pleasant mix of chaos and control. The Aga radiated heat. A collection of pottery pigs and cats, Devon Wames ware, lined the dresser shelves between framed family photos and cookery books. A vase of daffodils drooped on the scrubbed pine table. Barbara Pavlenko sat at the far end, nursing a mug of tea. She wore Lululemon yoga leggings and a full zip hoodie, blonde hair pulled back into a high, tight ponytail. Harmony stopped in the doorway. "I hope you don't mind." Denise ladled soup into bowls. "Barb's aunt is a friend of mine. We've known each other for years." Barbara gave a small smile. "Denise mentioned you might be coming. I wanted to see how you were. After yesterday." Harmony sat down across from her. The soup was a homemade tomato and lentil soup, flavoured with oregano and basil. Denise placed a basket of bread between them and poured tea from a pot shaped like a cottage. "Yesterday was ridiculous." Denise dropped into the chair at the head of the table. "Everyone knows you didn't steal those plans." "Not everyone," Harmony said, smiling. "Well, everyone who matters." Denise tore off a piece of bread. "Nia's obsessed with heritage compliance, makes her paranoid, and Andrew's very concerned about his reputation." Barbara stirred her tea. "He is under a lot of pressure. The restoration is costing more than he expected, and Tamsin is not well. They are a couple who want everything perfect. I keep telling her everything can't be perfect. She won't listen." "That must be difficult," Harmony said. Barbara's spoon clinked against her mug. "Perfection is a dangerous goal." Denise leaned forward. "You've noticed things, Barb, haven't you?" Barbara looked at Harmony. "Arthur, the plumber. He stands in the shadows watching us all. It's as if he wants something from us." Harmony buttered her bread. "One of the gaff-rigged boys?" "That's the one. My aunt remembers him from years ago." Barbara glanced at Denise. Denise picked up the thread. "He stayed here once, long ago, must have been 15 years back. He was working on the original restoration at Mossington, by the previous owners. He seemed nice and quiet." Harmony dipped bread in her soup. "And you think he might have any reason to harm Pete?" Barbara shook her head. "They didn't get on. But also, I saw them talking once, very close. Arthur kept asking for something." "Did you hear what he was asking for?" Harmony said. "Not then. But Arthur asks questions all the time, about the restoration, about the house," Barbara said. "He told me once there was a diary, and if he could find it, it would change everything. I think he's crazy." "That's interesting." Harmony stopped eating. All the hair on the back of her neck stood up. A diary. Was he talking about the diary at Morning Cove Cottage? "I don't know." Denise poured more tea. Classic FM played softly from the radio on the windowsill. Outside, someone walked past with a barking dog. Barbara took a gulp of tea. "And you know, Arthur was at Mossington the night Pete died. I saw his van. It was there when I arrived at 7 to check on Tamsin, and still there when I left at 9, parked around the back. He often leaves it overnight and walks back to his house by the sea, gets a lift to the coast road from Andrew. But I think I saw him walking up the hill towards Morning Cove." "Did you tell the police?" "I wasn't sure, so I said nothing," Barbara said simply. Harmony finished her soup. Denise cleared the bowls. "Cake?" "Not today," Harmony said. Barbara refused as well. "I must go. Tamsin has an hour of breath work at 3. Harmony said goodbye and walked down the high street. The church bell chimed 2. A few shoppers marched tenaciously up the steep hill with bags of shopping. She passed the Cream First Cafe without going in. Nicky would want to talk, and Harmony didn't have answers yet. Back at Morning Cove Cottage, Carruthers waited by the door. She fed him, changed into dry clothes, and sat at the kitchen table with her notebook. 3 columns. Evidence, suspects, questions. Under evidence, she wrote, the filed scaffolding pin, the stone sealant delivery. Arthur knows about the diary? Barbara saw his van that night. Brandon's missing digital logs. Note hidden behind the portrait. She sat back and stared out of the window towards Mossington. Pete had done something, or discovered something that made him a target. She was sure of it. He owed money. He was cheating on at least one woman. Her phone buzzed. It was a text from Samuel. "Just talked to someone in Plymouth, an ex-colleague. He'll give us a heads up on the autopsy. Might take a few days. Meet you on the coast path above Morning Cove tomorrow at 9 a.m. She typed back. Got some new info. We'll share tomorrow. Outside, the tide was coming in. She could hear it from here, the hiss and pull of water on stone. The light was failing again. Another day gone. Carruthers jumped onto her lap. She stroked his head and stared at her notes. Before bed, she checked all the windows and double-locked the front and back doors. Chapter 16. The Runaway. The next morning, the wind off the water cut through Harmony's jacket as she picked her way down the coastal path. Morning Cove spread below, a horseshoe of grey pebbles and black rocks, smoothed by millions of years of moving water. The tide was low, exposing bundles of seaweed shimmering in the thin sunlight. Samuel stood near the cave mouth, hands in his pockets. A second figure hunched on a boulder beside him. Thin, swallowed by layers of charity shop fleece. Harmony's trainers crunched across the stones. On her way over to them, she glimpsed a half-smoked cigarette butt, ready rolled, left in the sand just above the tide line. Absent-mindedly, she picked it up and pocketed it. Always leave the beach cleaner than you found it. The boy's head snapped up as she approached. "Hi, I'm Harmony," she said. She kept her tone low, steady. The boy was the one she saw at the cafe, the one Nicky fed every day. 17, maybe 18. Pale face, chapped hands, eyes that didn't quite meet hers. Harmony, that's an unusual name. His voice only just carried over the hiss of retreating waves. "Both my parents were musicians," she said. He grinned. "Makes sense." Samuel pushed off the rock. "Carl's been sleeping here sometimes, in the cave." "It's nice, the sound of the sea. I used to go out on my dad's crabbing boat before he died." Carl's shoulders dipped. Harmony glanced at the small dark cave opening, almost hidden behind the boulders. A wooden box sat on one boulder. Harmony picked it up. Inlaid strips of different coloured wood made a neat pattern across the lid. "This is lovely," she said. "I made it," Carl said. He turned away, ears reddening. "Tell Harmony what you told me," Samuel said. "I saw something that night when Pete got done in." Carl pulled his sleeves over his knuckles. His jaw set. He stared at the water rather than at her. "Pete was a friend of my dad." Harmony waited. "I was over there, tucked right in the corner." He jerked his chin at the cave. "Something woke me up. I thought it was the storm, but it felt more like something brushed past me. I checked my phone. It was 2:05. Someone came down to the water, right here." He pointed at a spot where the shingle met the surf. "What were they doing?" "Washing something, their boots. They were all crouched down, scrubbing their boots in the water, back and forth, like they couldn't get them clean enough." "Do you know who it was?" He shook his head. "It was too dark and raining. But if I had to guess, with the height, the build. He reminded me a bit of the plumber up at Mossington. I didn't speak to him, just in case I was wrong. Like to keep my sleeping habits below the radar." Harmony pulled out her notebook. "Arthur?" "Yeah, him. But he won't have done anything bad. He's one of the good ones. Gave me work a few times, cash in hand." Carl looked thoughtful. "He's not in any trouble, is he?" It was hard to say. At such a late hour, Arthur might have had nothing to do with what happened at the manor that night. "How long was he down here?" 5 minutes, 10 at the most. Then he went back up the path toward Mossington Lane. She wrote it down. Samuel watched her hand move across the paper. "There's something else," Carl said, "at the back of the cave. There's a wall that doesn't sound right when you knock on it. Hollow, maybe." Harmony stopped writing. "The smuggler's tunnel?" "It's possible," Samuel said. "The entrance must have collapsed years ago." The wind gusted, flinging spray across the rocks. Harmony tucked her notebook back into her pocket. "Thanks, Carl. Are you going to be okay? If you like, you can come back with me and have a wash, some food." Carl looked at Samuel, who gave a small nod. "Nicky and her girlfriend let me stay when I need to. I'm going there tonight. They're good people." He turned and walked up the path, and Harmony made a note in her book about looking up local college courses in carpentry. Samuel brought out a flask of coffee. "Let's wait here." They sat in an easy silence, drinking coffee, staring out to sea. "I've arranged for someone else to have a quiet chat," Samuel said. Chapter 17. The Traffic Warden. 20 minutes later, work boot steps clattered on the path above. Harmony looked up. A man in a long grey rain jacket stumbled down the slope, clutching a tablet against his chest. Wire-rimmed glasses, hair combed flat, face creased with worry. "This is Ryan Potts," Samuel said. "I asked him to come and meet us. He's a parking officer and he's got some information for us." Ryan reached the shingle, waved and stopped, breathing hard. When he got to them, he shook Samuel's hand. "Thanks for coming," Samuel said. "Ryan is my sister's boy. He doesn't want anyone to know about this meeting, so we're all going to keep it quiet, right?" Harmony nodded. Samuel continued. You've got something you think is important? Ryan thrust the tablet at him. My dash cam. I review the footage every week. Parking violations. But look at this. He tapped the screen. A grainy black and white image filled the display. A car turning into a lane. Headlights washing out the details. The timestamp read 22:40:37. Harmony flipped to the back of her notebook and wrote, Night of the storm, 22:40:37, Ryan Dashcam. That's Mossington Lane, Ryan said. The night Pete died. Look at the plate. Harmony squinted. She could see 3 clear digits, even though the number was blurred, the rest smudged into shadows. She jotted the 3 clear digits into her notebook. Can you enhance it? Not without proper software, but it's something, isn't it? Someone was there when the police cams were covered with bunting after the May Queen procession went haywire, but it didn't affect the parking cams. Samuel crossed his arms. Could be anyone. Could be the killer, or a lost tourist. Ryan shook his head. His glasses slipped down his nose. I just want you to look into it. I need to know that Barbara's safe. She's a friend, a good friend, and she's brilliant too, but she's scared, I can tell. She's scared. Harmony took the tablet and studied the image. The picture was grainy, a faint outline of a car, maybe a saloon, and not much else. Ryan's intensity prickled at her, but the worry in his voice sounded real. Can you send me this? I can email a copy. That's great. Samuel moved toward the water's edge, scanning the cliff path. Gulls wheeled overhead. Harmony turned back to Ryan. Tell me about Barbara. She's amazing. We've known each other for years, and she was so glad to get this job working for the Lilies, but they don't appreciate her. She's got loads of qualifications and a degree in sports science, but they call her a wellness coach. Actually, she's more like a babysitter for Tamsin. Helps her cope with stress, goes for bike rides with her, and gives her breathing exercises, meditation, all that. She's with her every day. I'm worried about her, though, spending so much time up at Mossington. And you think she's in danger, Harmony said. There's something weird about that place. It's haunted, the manor. Everyone knows it. And then Pete. He didn't finish. Harmony handed the tablet to Samuel. He glanced at it and handed it back to Ryan. We appreciate the info. I'll keep an eye on Barbara, he said. And for the record, ghosts aren't real. Ryan straightened up as if a great pressure had stopped pushing him down. Ghosts might be real. Depends on how open-minded you are. But thanks anyway for looking out for Barb. He climbed back up the path, coat flapping. Samuel waited until he disappeared over the ridge. A figure in a bright running top appeared on the path above, pounding along the cliff edge. P.C. Sean lifted a hand as he jogged past, earbuds in, and carried on towards the mouth of the estuary. Harmony watched him go, aware again of how exposed the cove was from the path. Ryan must be in love. He doesn't usually make a fuss about anything, Samuel said. Harmony tapped her notebook. Is Barbara in danger? I don't know, but I'll keep an open mind. The tide was on the turn, creeping higher up the beach, lapping at the rocks a few feet away. Harmony opened her notebook again. The fuzzy license plate doesn't help much if we can't trace it. I'll see what I can find out. They started back up the path. Halfway to the top, Harmony stopped and looked back at the cove. She hated the thought that Carl might be in there again soon, wrapped in a sleeping bag, listening to the tide. At the brow of the hill, outside Morning Cove Cottage, Mossington Manor sat low in the valley's bowl, windows dull in the light. A movement caught Harmony's eye. A figure stood at the edge of Mossington's grounds, binoculars raised, too far to make out details, but the lenses flashed in the sun. Samuel. He followed her gaze. The figure lowered the binoculars and stepped back into the trees. Harmony's breath snagged. Someone was watching us. Could be a bird watcher. At Mossington. He didn't answer. They climbed the rest of the path in silence. At the top, Harmony glanced back one more time. The trees where the figure had stood swayed in the wind. She pulled her jacket tighter and followed Samuel toward the lane. Chapter 18. Tides and Trust. The quayside smelled of marine diesel and wet rope. Harmony picked her way along the pontoon, her trainers finding their grip on a surface slick with morning damp. After the binoculars on the hill yesterday, the boat felt safer than any kitchen table. Boats rocked in their moorings, hulls creaking, halyards tapping metal masts in the breeze. The water was flat, silver-green under high clouds. Samuel stood on the deck of his boat coiling a rope. He wore the same thick jumper from yesterday, darned at the elbows, and navy slip-on deck shoes that had seen years of salt. His hands moved with the economy of someone who'd done this work 1,000 times. He looked up as her footsteps echoed on the pontoon. "Good to see you." "So this is the boat." She touched the paint on the bow, the ebb tide. She stepped aboard. The deck shifted under her weight, and Samuel reached out, catching her elbow. She ducked through the doorway, one hand on the frame as the boat moved. In the cabin, the space was small but ordered. A narrow galley with a 2-ring hob, a sink, a fridge humming in the corner. Rods lined up along one wall, a chart table with an iPad in a waterproof case. Samuel gestured to the bench seat at the back. "Take a seat, I'm making coffee." He filled a kettle from a plastic water container, setting it on the electric hob. A flock of gulls appeared and wheeled overhead, their cries piercing the soft slap of water against the hull. Harmony sat, hands on her knees, following the estuary's curve to the low hills beyond. "Lady Cecily sent me something," Samuel said. "Oh." He picked up the iPad, tapped the screen and handed it to her. Pete's research files, everything he'd gathered on Mossington Manor. Harmony took the device, her pulse kicking up a gear. A list of folders filled the screen. Architectural history, archaeological survey, medieval records, site photos, personal notes. How did she get these? Pete gave her access. She funded some of his work, and he was obsessive about details. She told me she wanted documentation in case Andrew tried anything she didn't approve of with the restoration. Harmony opened the medieval records folder, and scanned documents filled the screen. Parish registers, land deeds, a map dated 1547, showing a manor house where Mossington now stood. Pete had annotated everything in neat digital notes. She scrolled through images of hand-drawn floor plans, photographs of ivy-covered ruins in the woods behind the Victorian rebuild. Pete had photographed every stone, every carved detail, still visible in the old walls. "This looks like the original manor." Samuel nodded. "Late 15th century, apparently. There's a story that the kennel master kept his hounds hungry before a hunt. One night, forgetting his thick coat, he went to check on them and they ate him. Gruesome. Apparently his ghost haunts the manor." "Anything's possible," she said, all she could see so far matched up with the Victorian diary. Most of it burned to the ground in the early 19th century, and many of the stones left of the original building ended up as part of local homes and farms. The Victorians built their Gothic vision on the foundations. She flicked past the archaeological survey, a site map with a note about a possible Neolithic settlement in grounds, of no archaeological interest. "Do you know what that means?" she said. "I couldn't find anything significant." "What about this?" A grainy photograph showed the edge of a mosaic, partially exposed beneath flagstones. "Looks like the Roman god Dionysus, wreathed in vines. Look at these fragments of grape clusters and the head of a panther." She looked up, excited. They believed he rode a panther as part of a ritual of wine and madness. "Sounds fun." The kettle whistled. Samuel poured water over instant coffee and handed her a mug. "There's more," he said. "The chapel." She found the folder. Secret Chapel, St. Rumen. Inside, photographs of a small underground chamber, stone walls carved with crosses, a niche that might have held candles. A hand-drawn sketch showed a tunnel running from Mossington down to Morning Cove. This is it, the hidden chapel, a place where the family could carry on their Catholic worship during the Reformation persecutions. Samuel leaned in. If it's real, it would end the pool and spa plan for good. Harmony sat back. Pete thought he'd found something. But from what I can see, these are just sketches and lots of notes about stonework. It doesn't prove anything. We need to search the property because if we can find the chapel... Later, first we eat. Samuel opened the fridge and pulled out 2 fillets of bass wrapped in paper, a bag of salad leaves and a lemon. Harmony watched him work. Oil in the pan, a knob of butter, the fish laid skin side down. He didn't measure anything. Salt from his palm, a crack of pepper, lemon juice squeezed over the top. The smell filled the cabin. "You can cook," she noted. "Fishermen cook fish, sea to table." He flipped the fillets, the skin crisped golden. He plated them with the salad, dressed with oil and vinegar, and set one plate in front of her. "I think Pete died in the kitchen at Mossington," she said. "There was a stain on the floor. Someone moved him, covered it up with a fake accident at work scene, a set piece." "Why would they move him?" "Scaffolding, pile it on top of him, make it look like Brandon's fault." "You don't know that for sure, though." Harmony shook her head. "I saw an unusual red stain on the newly refurbished kitchen floor. It could have been wine, but it was near the back door, which is odd. Underneath that stain, what looked like recently sealed flagstones." "Unless," Samuel said, "someone spilled wine on a freshly sealed floor on the way out of the back door, and Pete died in the conservatory because he leaned on the wrong bit of scaffolding, and Brandon made a stupid mistake in the building work. Brandon doesn't seem like the type. A lot of killers don't." The fish was perfect, flaking under her fork, the skin salty and crisp. Through the window, the estuary stretched flat and still on a slack tide. She watched the brief pause between the flow and the ebb. "I mustn't forget," she said, and pulled 2 small plastic bags. One held the cigarette butt she found above the tide at Morning Cove, and the other one was from the back gate at the cottage. "I think they're the same tobacco. Can you do any checks?" Samuel took the bags, placed them on the side. He put his plate in the sink and leaned against the counter, arms crossed. "If we're doing this together, this investigating thing, I need to know you're not going to do anything stupid." "Such as?" "Breaking into Mossington, confronting anyone without backup, getting yourself arrested, or worse." She put her fork down. "I'm not an idiot." She stood. The boat rocked and she grabbed the table edge. "A man died and we both know it wasn't an accident. If that means bending a few rules, then I will." "Number?" His voice didn't rise. It didn't have to. "No breaking the law. I mean it. No dragging my name into police politics. No getting hurt. Those are the terms." "You sound like a teacher." "This isn't a game," he said. The firmness in his voice scraped and steadied her at the same time. A silence stretched. Outside, a gull landed on the cabin roof, claws scratching. Harmony sat back down. "Why do you care?" Samuel looked at her, then turned to the window. His hands gripped the counter edge. "Because I've seen what happens when people dig into things that powerful people want buried." "Is that what happened to you? In Plymouth?" He stared out the window at the water. "There was a case. A family with money and connections. Their son was involved in something, drugs. Probably people trafficking too. It was bad. The evidence pointed straight at him. Then it got, shall we say, redirected. Witnesses changed their stories. Files went missing. The DCI told me to let it go. And you didn't. I pushed. It didn't go well. What happened? The case collapsed. I got reassigned, then reassigned again, then offered early retirement with a pension if I went quietly. He turned back to her. I picked a side, lost a few things, job, rank, friends. I'm not saying don't investigate. I'm saying be smart about it. Follow the money, land, reputations, lawyers. That's a lot to go up against. Harmony's hands felt suddenly cold. I'm sorry that they did that to you. I'm not. I sleep better than them. A phone buzzed on the chart table, and Samuel picked it up, frowned, and swiped the screen. Music started playing. Guitar, drums, a rough-edged voice singing about empty rooms and locked doors. The voice was familiar. He jabbed at the screen. Sorry, Spotify. It just comes on sometimes. Is that your voice? He froze. What? You were singing. Maybe. What about the song? Did you write it? His jaw tightened. I mess around sometimes. It's nothing. I liked it. She could see him weighing whether to lie. The guitar continued, chords cycling through a bridge, and the singer's voice, Samuel's voice, cracked slightly on a high note. He shut off the phone. I told you I mess around. You're good. I'm retired. I spend my time fishing, and I have an interest in music. Right. He shoved the phone in his pocket and busied himself washing the plates. His shoulders were rigid, hands moving too fast, water splashing. Harmony carried her plate over to him. Thanks for trusting me, with the files, and with... She gestured vaguely. Everything. He rinsed a plate and set it on the side. If we're doing this, we do it right. No heroes, no martyrs. Just two people who think Pete deserved better than a staged accident and a convenient scapegoat. Agreed. And if it gets too dangerous, we stop. We won't. He looked at her. You're stubborn. I'm careful, she said, most of the time. His hands stilled in the water. And you need to be. It's okay. I'll be smart about it. Outside, the water had started to move. The tide was turning, the current pulling south-west toward the sea. The boat shifted slightly, straining against the lines. Samuel dried his hands on a towel. Pete's files, take them. Go through everything and look for connections, timelines, anything that looks like we can see there's been a cover-up or altered plans. And I'll talk to people. Gary Honiton. For all he's crazy, I think he knows something. Harmony picked up the iPad. The weight of Pete's obsessive documentation felt too heavy in her hands. What if this is pointing in the wrong direction? We won't know unless we look into it. Samuel pulled on a jacket, old waxed cotton patched at the shoulders. He climbed up to the deck. Harmony followed, stepping carefully as the boat rocked. The quay was busier now. Fishermen with rods, a woman hosing down her deck, a child throwing bread to gulls. Harmony tightened her grip on the iPad. Samuel untied the stern line and coiled it. One more thing. She turned. If we're partners, I need one thing. No shutting me out when it turns ugly. No running off alone. No keeping secrets to protect me. Same goes for you. He held out his hand. Deal. She shook it. His palm was rough, warm, and he held on a second longer than necessary before letting go. Warmth lingered across her fingers as she stepped away. Now get off my boat, he said, smiling. I've got mackerel to catch. And I'm going to see Gary. She climbed onto the pontoon, iPad tucked under her arm. The planks were steadier now, or maybe she'd just learned to move with the shift. Tomorrow she'd tell him about the diary and the key. Samuel cast off the bowline, started the engine. It coughed, caught, settled into a low rumble. He raised a hand as the boat pulled away, heading out toward deeper water. Harmony watched until he rounded the point and disappeared. Then she walked back up the quay, past the fishing gear and the salt-stained buildings. The iPad dragged in her bag, heavier with each step. Pete must have spent months on those files. She walked faster. Somewhere in those papers were the answers she was looking for. She was sure of it. Chapter 19. Morgan Le Fay's grave. The field gate hung open, the wire twisted where someone had forced it years ago and never repaired it. Harmony turned her car through the gap, wheels bouncing over ruts. Mud spattered the undercarriage. Gandalf's yurt squatted in the far corner, pale canvas stretched over a wooden frame, solar panels propped at angles against the walls. 20 feet away, a generator hummed beside a stack of wooden pallets. Hawthorn trees in blossom grew along the hedge running behind the yurt, providing some protection from the wind. Bamboo chimes dangled from every available branch, their notes clashing in the wind. She pulled up beside a rusted van and killed the engine. Rain threatened overhead from low clouds, but patches of blue sky promised a break in the weather. The field sloped down to a stream lined with birch, their slender white trunks stark against a huddle of shadowy woods beyond. Harmony tucked Samuel's iPad under her coat and stepped up onto the platform. Deep house music pulsed from behind the glazed oak door. So he was in. She knocked lightly at first, taking in the collection of metal rods leaning against a canvas camping chair next to the door. Crystals dangled from strings tied to wooden poles surrounding the tent, spinning in the wind. A hand-painted sign read, "Sacred Site Protection Zone. Trespassers will be prosecuted." She knocked again, harder. A shuffling sound, and the music stopped, followed by footsteps, and the sound of something scraping. The door cracked open. Gary's face appeared, white hair hanging loose. Eyes narrowed. "What do you want?" "Hi, Mr. Honiton. I'm Harmony Stone from Morning Cove Cottage. Could we talk for a moment?" "About what?" "Pete Greenslade." His jaw tightened. "Police already questioned me." "I'm not the police." "Then why are you here?" He started to close the door. Harmony wedged her boot against the frame and tapped the iPad. "I've got Pete's research files. The ones about Mossington Manor. I thought you might be interested." The door stopped moving. "He kept files?" She pulled the iPad from under her coat, held it where he could see the screen. Pete's name was on the folder list. He collected everything he could, medieval records, Roman images of an ancient god, and it seems someone tampered with an archaeological survey. There's a missing document. Gary stared at it. His fingers twitched. "Where'd you get that?" "I have connections," she said in a voice she hoped sounded intriguing. "Can we talk?" "I don't know what any of this has to do with me." "I'm trying to work out whether—" She paused, watching the spark of interest growing in his expression. This was a man, she reminded herself, who believed in ley lines. Harmony had spent most of that morning trawling the far edges of the internet, scrolling through clunky pages about energy grids and stone circles until her eyes hurt. She was sure she had the basic concepts and was ready to discuss them. "Look," she lowered her voice. Pete didn't understand the importance of the Earth's energy grid, but I think he uncovered something else, something that might point to an early sacred site, just like you said. Gary opened the door further. "What did I say?" "At the festival, you were trying to explain to Pete about the power he was messing with." She was floundering a bit, but was sure that if she was vague enough, she'd get inside and be able to really have a chat. Up close, the creases at the corners of his eyes deepened when he frowned. "Pete was doomed," Gary said. "I felt sorry for him. I mean, half of Kingscombe wanted him dead. If he'd done the right thing and got it all closed down in time, he'd still be alive." "You think his death wasn't an accident?" He snorted. "Everyone knows that." The wind picked up, chimes jangling. Gary's bare feet shifted on the pallet floor just inside the door. His sage-green hemp trousers flapped around his thin legs, and he pulled his patchwork cardigan tight around him and tied it with a silk scarf. "Okay," he said, "you can come in, but don't touch anything unless I say you can." The yurt's interior smelled of garlic and electronics. 3 monitors sat on a makeshift desk of thick planks, balanced on top of storage crates. Cables snaked across the floor, taped down with duct tape. White lines of code on a black background flickered across the screen of an open laptop on another low table. The generator hummed. Solar batteries stacked in the corner, their lights blinking. Gary closed the door and moved to his desk. He didn't offer her a seat, although there was a pile of cushions and sheepskins arranged around the fire pit in the centre of the round. Books were piled everywhere, and a ton of papers were in boxes. Next to the fire pit were some pans stacked neatly, black with soot. A large kettle sat on a griddle, and a collection of cups, plates and bowls lay heaped around it. Harmony stayed near the door, scanning the setup. It was not what she had expected at all. The computer equipment looked professional, and certainly not cheap. What seemed to be live feeds of footage from Mossington Lane, the Manor's Drive, Kingscombe Square, and the key played out in real time across the screens. "You're watching everything," she said. "Someone has to." He plumped down into a large ergonomic office chair, fingers flying across one of the many keyboards. "They're destroying the energy lines, and much, much more. It's not just the sacred geometry of the land. There are records of the old places of worship. Someone has to know what's going on." Harmony sank down onto a sheepskin rug beside the fire pit, looking up through the smoke hole in the roof. The kettles and pans, the bucket by the door, all spoke of cold nights and long walks across the field. She liked radiators and tiled bathrooms too much to envy him. Glancing back at Gary, she took in the dense notes pinned to a corkboard next to the desk, the hand-drawn maps, the cables labelled in tiny block capitals. He could be one of her gifted students, grown up and gone slightly feral. A tug of protectiveness tightened in her chest. "Who do you think is behind it?" she said, leaning forward. "Developers, council, heritage officers who take bribes and look the other way, all the contractors, Pete included. They're making so much money out of this restoration, Andrew and Tamsin Lily and their vanity." "You think the restoration caused Pete's death?" "It's a desecration." He pulled up a folder on the main monitor. Photographs filled the screen, weathered monoliths, granite stones, one upright, a few toppled and scattered half buried in the undergrowth, a wooded valley that might have been at the back of Mossington, a few clearings and close-ups of a stone carved with symbols, triangles, circles, and what looked like labyrinths. She made a mental note to look them up. Mossington used to have 17 standing stones in the grounds. We're talking about the late Neolithic and early Bronze Age. "Around 3,000 years old," Harmony said. "I'm a historian." He gave her a look. "Well, you'll know then that these stones must have been marking a ley line running down from Dartmoor to the sea. Now there are only 6 stones left. The rest were removed. They sold them as garden ornaments." He shook his head so hard it looked like he might cause a spinal injury. "It's sick." "Who did that?" "Pete. He was up to his armpits in debt. He'd do anything to make a bit extra, including spitting on his ancestors' graves." Harmony moved closer, studying the images. The stones looked real enough. She wasn't an expert in Neolithic structures, but she'd been to Avebury and Stonehenge. The granite was weathered and covered in lichen. "You're saying Pete stole them?" "Sold them as decorative monoliths, garden features for rich people who don't know what they're buying. There's a market for it. Landscapers pay thousands." He scrolled through more photos. A flatbed truck loaded with stones. Pete in high-vis, directing the crane. Dates in the corners showed it had been going on ever since he came back from rehab this time last year. Just because he's clean doesn't make him a nice person. Oh no. No wonder Gary was so angry with Pete that day in the square. "Did you report this?" "No one listens to me," he said. His shoulders dropped. "I know what they all think of me. I reported it to the Heritage Trust, the police, and the council. They did nothing. Said there was no evidence of theft, just old stones being cleared for safety." What did Pete say? He made excuses, saying the land needed clearing so more trees could grow, and that he was doing the landowner a favour. Gary's voice had risen, hands clenched. He took a breath, unclenched them. "But it's not just the stones. There's a well in West Mossington Woods, a sacred well, and the spring is right under Mossington Manor, filled in when the Victorians rebuilt. But you've got to understand, this is sacred land in so many ways. Morgan Le Fay is buried there." Harmony kept her face neutral. Morgan Le Fay? "King Arthur's half-sister. She's buried there, deep under the foundations, near the underground spring." Harmony nodded. Somewhere in storage she had a book on the Celtic tribes of ancient Britain. They worshipped springs and trees. And since the Romans had a habit of absorbing local gods into their own religion, it would make sense to build a small temple to one of their deities. For example, the wild god Bacchus. And when the Christians came, they did the same. The fact that a chapel had been built on top of that was no surprise. Morgan Le Fay, however, was a mythical figure, which wasn't a point she was about to argue. "I see," was all she could manage. Gary reached behind his desk and pulled out a spiral-bound book. The pages were water-damaged as he turned them, with hand-drawn maps, photocopied medieval text taped in. The cover read, "The Morgan Mysteries, A Sacred Geography by G. Honiton." He thrust it at her. 3 years of research, ancient archaeology, local legends, dowsing maps and historical records. It's all there. Harmony took it. The pages were dense with diagrams, citations and photographs. Some of the history looked accurate. Place names, dates, references to medieval texts. Other parts veered into speculation, crystal alignments, energy signatures, astral coordinates. This is a lot of work. Mainstream archaeology ignores anything that doesn't fit their narrative, but the land remembers, the stones remember. That's why Pete had to die. She looked up sharply. Had to die? "I know it sounds a bit severe, but the land needs blood to regenerate." Harmony shivered and stood up. Gary turned back to the monitors, pulling up a new folder, video files organised by date. "I don't watch only Mossington. I see everywhere. Doorbell cameras, traffic cams, shop security. Most people never change their default passwords. It's pathetic." He tapped a key, eyes flicking over a list of IP addresses. "They never bother to patch anything." "You're a hacker?" "A white hat. That means I do it for the good. I don't blackmail anyone, although I know more than most people about what's going on in Kingscombe and the surrounding villages. You might think it's wrong, but so is destroying sacred sites. So is murder." "I agree," she said. He opened a video file dated 3 weeks ago. The footage was grainy, night vision, shot from a high angle, on a residential street in Totnes. It focused on the car parked under a streetlight. The timestamp read 23:47. 2 figures in the front seats. Harmony leaned in. Tamsin Lily and Pete Greenslade. They were kissing. Harmony's stomach dropped, and she tightened her grip on the edge of the table. Gary let it play. 30 seconds. A minute. Tamsin pulled back, said something, and Pete's hand stroked her face. "This was March," Gary said. He closed that file and opened another. Same angle, different date. April, the same car, same street. But this time Tamsin was shouting, hands flying. Pete grabbed her wrist. She yanked free and shoved him. He said something that made her slap him. Then she got out, slammed the door and walked away. Pete sat alone in the driver's seat, head back against the rest. The timestamp read 0:23. Tamsin and Pete. Proof. When did it end? Mid-April, a few weeks ago. After that fight, as far as I can tell, she stopped meeting him. Gary closed the video and pulled up another folder. More CCTV, this time at the bottom end of Mossington Lane, nearest to the square at Kingscombe. The bunting was visible across the frame, creating shadows. The timestamp read 22:15, the night of the storm. A sleek saloon turned into the lane. It slowed near Mossington's drive, then sped up out of frame. That's Andrew's second car, the one he doesn't parade around. It went in 20 minutes before Pete was supposed to be checking the site. Harmony stared at the screen. Can you send me these files? Number. Why not? Because they're evidence. And you're not the police, most of whom are useless. I've already sent copies to the people who can use them. Who? Gary smiled, humourless. People who care about the truth. I'm in an online group that studies this sort of thing. What if I told you I care about the truth too? Convince me. She spread her hands. Most of history is stories, good stories, but more like legend than reality. I've always searched for original sources, real reports, diaries, forensic archaeology. Dead bodies. And as it turns out, some of those stories, folk tales, fairy stories and so on, were based on true events. They tie in with real-time reporting and the marks on skeletons, so we know that a kind of truth was hidden in them. He nodded slowly. Exactly, like the legend of King Arthur. Arthur Pendragon. Dragons, exactly. They had to be real, right? Winged serpents breathing fire. Harmony blinked. Right. Gary stood, crossed to a box near the wall and pulled out a folder. Inside were printouts and still frames from the videos with dates and locations marked. He handed them to Harmony. Take these, but if anyone asks where you got them, I'll deny everything. I'm already a suspect because of the things I said to Pete. Predictions, not threats. I knew he'd die, that was all. Tell me, really, how did you know he was going to die? A tarot reading. I see. Harmony took the folder. Thanks for this. He sat back down, pulled the keyboard closer. No need to say where you got them. Of course not. Harmony looked at the monitors again. Live feeds, scrolling through angles. Kingscombe going about its day. But his evidence was real. It backed up what she knew about the affair, the standing stones, and some of the timeline. Harmony walked to the door, the folder and iPad tucked under her arm. She paused with her hand on the latch. One more thing, the standing stones, where did they end up? Gardens, driveways. One went to a hotel in Dartmouth, another to a private estate near Salcombe. I've got a list if you want it. I'll steal them all back one day. I'd be interested to see that list. She couldn't help agreeing with his plan to take them all back. He pulled up another file on one of the screens and printed 3 pages. The printer whirred, slow and loud in the small space. He handed her the sheets without comment. Outside, the wind had picked up. Rain started as she crossed the field, fat drops hitting her face. She got in the car, tossed the folder onto the passenger seat, and sat there with the engine off. She started the engine and reversed out of the field. In the mirror, Gary stood at his door, watching her leave. Rain dripped from the wind chimes, turning their music into something almost melodic, but strange. Chapter 20. Stone Sealant. Half an hour later, Harmony pulled in at the Kingscombe Industrial Estate and parked outside the Builder's Merchant, a giant warehouse with a yard full of pallets. Inside, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, and the smell of sawdust and cement dust hit the back of her throat. A forklift beeped somewhere in the back. A man sat at a desk behind a counter, typing with 2 fingers. His polo shirt had a company logo on the chest, Walter's Supplies. It wasn't Walter, but Kevin, who looked up at her according to the name tag. "Can I help you?" "I hope so. I'm helping a friend with a restoration project, so it's just advice I need. We've been talking about whether they need some kind of stone sealant. They've found original stone flooring, and we weren't sure how to clean it after we ripped up the old carpet." Kevin brightened. "Old flagstones?" "Exactly." He swiveled his chair to face the computer, squinting at the screen. "We stock a few types. Depends on the porosity of the stone. You want breathable or waterproof?" "Waterproof?" His fingers moved over the keys, slowly and deliberately. "Right. We've got 2 in stock. One's a penetrating sealer, the other sits on the surface. The penetrating one's better for historic buildings, preserves the sheen." "Sounds good." He clicked through screens, humming under his breath. "Funny you should ask. We had someone in for that exact product last week. Big order, too." Harmony eased her shoulders. "Really?" "Yeah, stone sealant and a rotary floor machine with diamond pads. Specialist kit. That's the thing your friend needs. Not cheap, though." "What's the machine for?" "Resurfacing. You use it to grind down the top layer of stone, get rid of stains or damage, and then seal it. Makes old floors look new." "Can it clean up stains?" "Definitely." "When was it last ordered?" Kevin swiveled closer to the screen, scrolling and clicking. "May Day weekend. We were open. Lots of people like doing DIY over the bank holiday. Good business. It's expensive for a rush delivery, but I remember it was a young woman who signed for it." Her grip tightened on her bag. "What did she look like?" "Slim, young. She was wearing a hoodie. The hall was dark. I wanted to get home." Kevin looked up, cheerful. "If your friend wants to put in an order, drop me a line and we'll see if we can work out a discount." She thanked him and walked out into the drizzle. The forklift beeped again, reversing somewhere in the gloom. Chapter 21. The Moon Illusion. On the way back to the cottage, she pulled in at the farmhouse. Gemma's kitchen smelled of butter and golden syrup. Flapjacks cooled on a wire rack, and Amy sat at the table, her camera spread out in pieces. "Cleaning day," Gemma said, bustling Harmony inside, waving a tea towel. "She treats that thing like a baby." Amy didn't look up, fingers working a cloth over the lens. "It's a Canon AE one, 40 years old. If I don't take care of it, it'll die." Harmony sat down across from her. "Got any interesting photos?" Amy's head snapped up. "I've been trying some moon photography. You have to adjust the shutter speed to get it to look good. Have you heard of the moon illusion?" "Our brains don't process the size of the moon," Harmony said. "We always see it as bigger than it actually is. What kind of project are you working on?" Amy's eyes narrowed, but her mouth twitched. "It's a competition, youth category. I'm submitting 5. What's the theme?" "Architecture in moonlight." She pulled a folder from her bag, sliding it across the table with a shy shrug. "They're not that good." "Oh, yes, they are. They're amazing pictures," Gemma said, spooning cream onto a flapjack and handing Harmony a plate. Calories that tasted delicious. How could she say no? The prints were glossy, black and white. Mossington Manor's roofline was a black silhouette against a full moon, clouds scudding across the sky, and the shadows of scaffolding angled like ribs, a close-up of a stone chimney, a gargoyle below it with the face of a monkey, lichen glowing silver in its carved eye sockets. Harmony let each one rest in her hands. "These are stunning." Amy's cheeks flushed. "Mum thinks I'm just hanging out with my boyfriend, but it's not that. We're both into photography." Gemma set down a mug of tea. "Well, I still worry about you being out all hours. Your dad and I like him, but it's hard, seeing you grow up so fast." "It's for art, you know that." Harmony paused on the last image, a wide shot of Mossington Lane, with the manor in the background. Trees framed the left side. The moon loomed overhead. A car, headlights shining in the darkness, turned into the drive. "When did you take this one?" Amy leaned over, squinted. The night of the storm. I was up on the hill using the long lens, but the clouds kept rolling in. Harmony's finger hovered over the car. What time? Late, maybe 10:30, 11. Does your camera timestamp the negatives? Amy laughed. It's analog. There's a date stamp function, but the battery died ages ago. I never replaced it. Harmony pulled out her phone, held it next to the photo. Can you estimate? Amy frowned, picking up the print. I shot this roll over 2 nights. The storm was the second night. I started around 10, so... She trailed off. Around 10:45? I'm not sure. Gemma hovered behind them, peering over Harmony's shoulder. That looks like Andrew's car. Harmony didn't answer. She needed to check with Samuel, but she was sure Andrew was supposed to be at home with Tamsin that evening. But here was his car, or one like it, headlights piercing the darkness, turning into Mossington Lane. Amy, do you still have the negatives? Yeah. Can I borrow them, just to check something? Amy's face closed. What for? Gemma touched her daughter's shoulder. She'll give them back in time for the competition. Harmony met her eyes. It's for a good cause. Amy looked at her mum, then back at Harmony. Fine, but I want them back by Friday. The drive home took 20 minutes. Rain turned the windscreen into a blur between wiper strokes. Harmony's hands gripped the wheel. Stone sealant. Ordered and delivered around the time of Pete's death. A rotary floor machine to resurface stone. And then there was Amy's photograph. A car at 10:40, maybe later. Arthur coming out of Mossington in the early hours, through the smuggler's tunnel. Gary's hacked footage showing Tamsin and Pete kissing in March and fighting in April. The pieces didn't fit yet, but they were starting to line up. It was becoming clear that someone had cleaned the kitchen floor and resurfaced some of the stone after Pete died. Someone who wanted to hide what had happened? She turned onto the coast road, mist rolling in from the sea. Back at the cottage, Carruthers sat on the windowsill, eyes tracking her approach. She parked and sat in the silence for a moment. Her phone buzzed. Samuel, found something. Meet me at the quay. She typed back a thumbs up, then stared at the rain running down the windscreen. A pattern was forming. Not clear yet, but no longer random. More than one person wanted Pete out of the way. Harmony grabbed her bag, locked the car, and ran for the cottage door. Inside, Carruthers jumped down from the sill, winding himself around her legs. She crouched and scratched behind his ears. We're getting somewhere. He purred, sceptical as always. Chapter 22. Anomaly. Down at the waterside, Harmony and Samuel walked along the quay to the end, where the trees overhung the water, and everything was dark and quiet. The tide was low, and the clouds were thinning at last. I've got a friend at the coroner's office, Samuel said. He gives me information I'm not supposed to know. They sat on the bench, watching the boats sink into the mud, hulls leaning, ropes slack on the posts. He tells me the autopsy report comes out on Friday, Samuel said. Let me guess, it isn't quite what we expected. True, there's an anomaly. It's a small one, and it might be nothing. Harmony's fingers tightened on the cold wood of the bench. Something came up, she said. He shook his head. We don't know everything yet, but there's something wrong with the timing. Looks like he was already dead when the scaffolding fell on top of him. Chapter 23. Let me in. On the way back to the car, Harmony's phone rang. It was Brandon. They questioned me today. His voice was rough. It didn't look good. They're saying I might be responsible for what happened to Pete. I think I can help, she said, but I need to check something at the manor first. I know it's difficult, but can you let me in? He paused. Into the manor. I won't be long. He made an odd noise in his throat, a cross between a cough and a swallow. OK, Andrew and Tamsin are at their place in Kingscombe today. Nia's day off. Arthur keeps coming and going, but he's not a problem. Come to the tradesman's entrance. I'll be gone by 8. Harmony checked her watch. 7:30. She checked the key in her pocket, feeling its weight. Earlier, she'd removed it from the fireplace, leaving the diary where it was, covering the plate with a coat of dust. Her notebook was in the rucksack, which was slung over her shoulder, before driving down the lane to Mossington as the light softened. The manor looked deserted in the last light of day, trees casting shadows over intricate stonework and arched windows. Brandon's truck sat alone in the drive, no sign of either of the Lily's cars. The tradesman's entrance door stood open, and Harmony slipped inside, Carruthers darting between her feet. "What are you doing here?" But before she had time to stop him, he darted away. "Brandon," she called softly. He appeared at the end of the narrow hallway that must lead to the kitchens. "I'll be in the conservatory if you need me." "Won't be a minute. There's something in the study I need to check." In the study, preparations for painting and restoration work had begun, uncovering gnarled oak floorboards where they had unrolled the carpets. Evening light slanted through the tall windows. She moved to the desk, which was now placed between the windows, and on it, an Art Deco lamp with a nymph on it now sat. She switched the lamp on and pulled out the key. A tingling ran up the back of her neck as she fitted it into the lock. The mechanism clicked. She slid open the drawer with a smile. Inside lay a bundle of correspondence tied with a ribbon that felt rough with dust at her touch. The papers were thick as parchment and browning at the edges. She lifted the first set of documents onto the desk, unfolding them to find a handful of letters beneath the lamp, edges soft under her thumbs. 12th March 1856. Dear Mr. Everleigh Holt, I write on behalf of the Devon Archaeological Society to urge most strenuously that you reconsider the proposed alterations to Mossington's foundations. Our survey has confirmed a significant Romano-British mosaic beneath the study floor, as well as structural elements dating to the 16th century chapel, known locally as St. Rumon's Chapel. Harmony held her breath. St. Rumon's secret chapel, the same chapel mentioned in the Victorian diary. She took a photo of the letter with her phone. The next letter, dated April 1856, had an impatient tone. Sir, your silence compels me to repeat our warnings. The St. Rumon Chapel is not merely decorative, it contains a pillar that supports the eastern wall. Its removal would compromise the entire structure. Further to this, the mosaic represents one of the finest examples of Dionysian imagery in the West Country, if not in the whole of England. We urge you to reconsider your plans for a conservatory, however delightful, and to allow the Society to conduct a full survey. Yours, Mr. Elias Penwerdon, Estate Clerk, and Edmund Shaftesbury, Royal Archaeological Society. A brief reply followed this. Dear Sirs of the Royal Society, we regret to inform you that your information regarding the foundations of Mossington is simply erroneous. No sites of any interest, archaeological or otherwise, lie beneath the quadrangle of the original house. I suggest you take your ruminations, fantasies and suppositions elsewhere. Yours truly, Bartholomew Everleigh Holt. Harmony nodded to herself. Flagstones would be in a quadrangle, the same flagstones that now form the conservatory floor where they found Pete. Outside, the sound of a car approaching up the driveway towards the house. She had to hurry. The final document in the bundle was a folded architectural sketch. She opened it out with trembling fingers. It was a floor plan of Mossington, far older than the blueprints on display during the restoration talk. Someone had marked the room and pillar in red ink, with arrows pointing to load-bearing walls. A handwritten note in the margin read, Keep the retaining pillar. Also, the remains of archaeological interest below must not be destroyed. She held the sketch next to her phone, where she'd saved a photo of the modern pool plan from her tour. No sign of the pillar in the new plans. The connection was clear. One or more people had altered the plans to hide the chapel, just as someone in Lady Cecily's family had tried, and failed, to hide it well over a century ago. The letters proved the chapel's existence, its architectural importance, and the Bacchus mosaic, and no doubt its legal protection under heritage law. She frowned. Had Lady Cecily known? Her family had owned Mossington until recently, and were complicit in covering up the chapel and the mosaic. Harmony photographed everything, arranging the letters in chronological order beneath the lamp. The Royal Archaeological Society's stamp, the Everleigh Holt family crest on the letterhead of the curt reply, and the sketch with its warning in red ink. Carruthers jumped onto the desk, scattering her arrangement. "What are you up to?" she whispered. He ignored her, tail lashing. He walked to the edge of the desk and jumped down, landing on a section of floorboard that gave a hollow thunk. Then he sat, tail wrapped around his paws, and stared at her. It was the same look he'd given her at the cottage when he'd found the loose fire-brick. Harmony knelt beside him. The floorboards here were older than the rest, a darker oak that didn't match. She ran her fingers along the seams until she found a notch recessed into the wood. She worked her finger into the notch and pulled. The hatch lifted with a groan of hinges, revealing darkness below and a ladder descending into cool air that smelled of earth and stone. Harmony turned on her phone's torch and aimed it downward. The light caught the edge of something patterned. Tiles, not Victorian encaustic, but older, smaller, set in mortar that had crumbled to powder. She went down the ladder gingerly and found herself in a tunnel etched into granite. If the conservatory was next door, on the outside of the building, she had to walk north to find it. At the end of the tunnel was a low wooden door, medieval by the look of it. She turned the handle, found it locked, and turned away in disappointment, only to find there was a fork in the tunnel, sloping downwards into the darkness. Smuggler's tunnel? Her mind sparked. She had to see where it went. As she moved on, the smell of old, musty air increased as she went deeper under the foundations. Damp stone, old earth, a hint of metal. The tunnel stopped abruptly, and in the torchlight spread at her feet something glinted. Mosaic tiles, partially exposed in a place where the earth had been cleared away. A face gazed up at her, an ancient god, crowned with vine leaves, eyes made of amber glass, mouth curved in a smile that was both benevolent and unsettling. Bacchus, god of wine and chaos. Each tiny tessera sat tight against the next, fine lines picked out around the eyes and mouth. She took photographs from every angle, documenting the size, the condition, and the placement beneath the study floor. This was what the letters had been trying to save. This was what the new pool and spa complex would finally destroy. Carruthers meowed from above, sharp and insistent. Harmony climbed back up, her heart hammering. Mosaic and chapel, stacked under the manor like layers in a dig. If historic England ever saw her photos, they'd halt construction immediately. Plenty of people would go to any lengths to stop that from happening. Back in the study, she refolded the papers and retied the surrounding ribbon with fumbling fingers. Everything went back into the desk exactly as she'd found it. She locked the drawer, pocketed the key, and called Carruthers. The cat followed her out of the study, through the hall where the portrait of the lady was, and toward the conservatory where Brandon was packing up tools. Then she heard it, running water, frantic scrubbing coming from the kitchen, and a faint, desperate wailing sound. Against her better judgment, she went back along the narrow corridor towards the sound, and hesitated at the doorway. Carruthers pressed against her shins. Tamsin knelt on the flagstone floor in a pool of dark red liquid. Her white dress was stained, hair falling loose from its clip, bare feet smeared with crimson. She scrubbed at the stone with a brush, overlapping strokes that spread the stain wider. A bucket of soapy water sat beside her, rags piled in a sodden heap. The air was rank with the sharp tang of vinegar. Barbara stood against the wall, arms folded, leggings and loose cardigans splashed with damp, watching. 2 open bottles of wine, and 1 glass sat on the counter to her left. 1 bottle was empty, and a third lay shattered on the floor. "Tamsin," Harmony said. Tamsin didn't look up. Her face was blotchy with crying, eyes red-rimmed. "It won't come out." The words tumbled over each other, her breath hitching. Harmony couldn't help thinking of Lady Macbeth. "Are you all right?" Barbara pushed off the wall, positioning herself between them. Her voice was calm, level. "It's only red wine. Tamsin has had a tough afternoon." Harmony looked at the stain again. Now that Barbara had named it, she could see the difference. Not the thick pooling of blood she thought she saw the other day, but something thinner, more watery. "I dropped a bottle," Tamsin said. She scrubbed harder, the brush rasping against stone. Her shoulders shook, quiet at first, then breaking into sobs. She kept pressing her forehead to the wet floor. Barbara crouched beside her, one hand on Tamsin's shoulder. "It's just a stain. We'll get it out." "He hates waste." Tamsin's voice was muffled against the stone. "It doesn't matter. You're tired," Barbara said. She looked up at Harmony, and for a moment the ditzy wellness coach mask dropped. The eyes that met Harmony's were sharp, assessing, weighing whether to trust her. No one will tell him, will they? Harmony's throat tightened. The kitchen felt colder. "Is there anything I can do?" Barbara shook her head. "I'll get her home. We shouldn't be here. We should never have come. It's been a difficult time for all of us. You won't say anything, will you?" "I should go," Harmony said. "Let you finish cleaning up." She backed toward the door. Carruthers followed, tail high. As she reached the door, she heard Tamsin whisper, "What if she tells Andrew?" "She won't," Barbara said. At the cottage, Harmony uploaded the photographs to her laptop and made notes in her journal about the findings of the day. At the bottom of the page, she wrote, "Does Lady Cecily know anything?" Chapter 24, Bell Toy. By mid-morning, the light over Kingscombe felt softer. Birds worked the hedges along the car park by the war memorial. Buds of leaves just opening on the sycamores. Harmony picked up some supplies from town and popped into the estate agent to see if there was any movement on the house she wanted to buy. There wasn't. She thought she saw Arthur in the supermarket, ducking down behind the aisle, which was odd because someone had said he'd left town the day before. When she got back to the car with 2 canvas bags, the car park near the war memorial was half empty. She shifted the bags to one hand to fish the keys from her pocket. When she opened the door, the floor on the passenger side was empty. Her stomach dropped. Her old walking rucksack, worn at the corners, was gone. She'd left it right there, tucked against the door. Her notes were gone. The cat journal, the one doubling up as an investigation notebook, was gone. She checked the back seat. Nothing. The boot. Nothing. The doors were unlocked. She'd locked them herself, tested the handle before walking to the shops. Someone had opened her car and taken what they wanted. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble. She closed her eyes. At least the antique key and the diary were back in the fireplace. A gull screamed overhead. Voices from the walkway along the quayside. The church clock chimed the half-hour. After putting the food bags in the boot, Harmony got into the driver's seat. Her hands shook a little on the wheel as she drove back to Morning Cove with the windows down, cold air against her face. The journal contained most of her research about Pete and the mystery of his death at Mossington Manor. She'd photographed the letters, the mosaic, but those images lived on her phone, so they didn't have everything. Still, someone would have a good idea of what she'd found so far. The cottage looked the same from the lane. Stone walls with a slate roof, the windows reflecting patches of blue sky. She parked and carried the bags inside, calling for Carruthers as she pushed through the door. He wasn't in the kitchen. She set the bags on the hallway floor and listened. The house creaked. Wind rattled through the cat flap. She moved to the sitting room, scanning for anything out of place. The window by the bookcase was open. Not fully, just enough to get a couple of fingers inside. The latch hung loose, the old brass catch that should have held it down, twisted at an angle. Harmony crossed to the window and ran her fingers down the paintwork, feeling rough patches. Someone had forced it open. She looked down at the sill, noticing a sprinkling of paint dust. Whoever had opened it had taken their time, reaching through to unlatch it from inside, after sliding it up from outside. She pulled the window shut and tested the latch. It held when she pressed it, but the twisted metal didn't sit right. Carruthers appeared in the doorway, tail lashing. "There you are," she said. He stared at her with troubled eyes, then turned and walked back toward the kitchen, and she followed him. On the kitchen table sat his bell toy, the one he kept by the back door, the little cloth mouse with the brass bell sewn inside. He never left it anywhere else. She'd stepped over it that morning, with the usual faint jingle. Now it sat dead centre on the table. Harmony picked it up. The bell rang softly in her palm. "Was someone here?" she said. Carruthers jumped onto the counter, fur bristling along his spine. He paced from sink to kettle and back, agitated in a way she'd never seen before. She checked the other rooms, moving through the bedroom, bathroom, and the small box room. Drawers were closed, cupboards shut. Nothing out of place. Nothing was gone that she could see. Whoever had come in had moved one thing, the cat toy. This wasn't a burglary, it was a message. Back in the narrow hallway, an envelope lay on the mat by the door. She hadn't seen it when she'd come in. The brass letterbox flap still shifted. Plain white, no postmark, with her name written in block capitals on the front. She opened it with a butter knife. Inside, a single sheet of paper typed, "Leave." The skin on the back of her neck tingled. A warning. There was no signature. Sans serif font on plain printer paper, the kind sold in every supermarket. She turned it over, blank. Harmony set it on the table next to the bell toy, pulled out her phone, and took a photo of both things, checked the fireplace hiding place with trembling hands. The diary and key were still there. She let out a breath. "I bet they were looking for you," she said, as she put them back, securing the plate. After finding them safe, she needed a cup of tea. By the time it was made, Carruthers had stopped pacing and sat on the windowsill, staring out at the small back garden. The wooden access gate, which was the only gap in the beech hedge, stood slightly open. She unlocked the back door and went over to the gate to close it. On the ground, partly buried in the mud, she noticed a cigarette butt, hand rolled. Back inside, she put the butt end into a freezer bag and stared at it. "They're worried. It means we're getting close," she said. Carruthers flicked an ear but didn't turn. The phone buzzed with a text from Gemma. "Have you seen the paper?" Harmony sighed and typed back. "What paper?" "Kingscombe Gazette. There's a piece about you. Nicky is spitting mad. Get to the Café 6. Chapter 25. News. Back in town, she made her way to the cafe. A cloud of steam greeted her as she stepped inside. Almost every table was taken, and the air buzzed with the murmur of conversation. Working the coffee machine and the till, Nicky was alone behind the counter. On it, next to the pasties, lay a folded, coffee-stained copy of the Kingscombe Gazette. "My waitress is off sick," she said. "I've had to haul in my next-door neighbour, Jacob. Between you and me, I'm not sure he'll make the entire shift." Harmony noticed an elderly man trudging with great effort out of the kitchen, carrying plates of toast on a tray. Nicky slid the paper toward her. The headline ran across the inside page. Concerns raised over amateur interference in local death investigation. She scanned the text. Anonymous sources. Suggestions that a local house sitter had been overstepping professional boundaries. A quote from an unnamed police officer expressing frustration with members of the public, creating unnecessary drama at a sensitive time. Her name wasn't printed. It didn't need to be. Harmony pushed the paper back. Around the cafe, a few heads turned away too quickly. 2 women by the window whispered behind their hands. Harmony sat at the corner table by the bookshelf. Nicky brought over a toasted cheese sandwich and sat down across from her. "I don't understand," Harmony said. "The editor, Elaine, she's my friend. I'm writing an article for her on the history of Mossington Manor. Why would she print this?" Nicky wiped her hands on a cloth. "Perhaps she doesn't know it's about you. Not everyone listens to local gossip." "But that's exactly what she does. It's her job. She's a local journalist." "Ask her," Nicky said simply. "I will. And there's something else," Harmony said. "My notebook's gone. Someone took it from my car while I was shopping, and there was a note pushed through the front door at Morning Cove, unsigned." Nicky's jaw tightened. "A note?" A bit dramatic. It just said leave." "Charming." "I'll let Sean know." Harmony took a bite of her sandwich. They also came into the cottage and moved Carruthers' toy. Nicky's expression shifted from anger to something colder. "They did what?" "Moved it from the back door to the kitchen table. They wanted me to know they'd been inside. It's a warning." Nicky glanced toward the window, then back. "You need better locks." The door opened. Samuel came in, damp from the rain, weaved his way over to the table, and stood close enough to speak in a low voice. "Heard you had a morning," he said. "Word travels. This is Kingscombe." He pulled out a chair and sat, leaning his elbows on the table, voice dropping. "My contact at the coroner's office called. The autopsy report came out this morning. Estimated time of death between 10 and 4 in the morning." Harmony put her sandwich down and wiped the crumbs off her fingers with a napkin. "Estimated time. That's a gigantic window. Anything a bit more useful?" "He says it looks like an accident." Nicky shook her head. "So Pete fell under the scaffolding and it hit his head?" "Looks more like an overdose followed by a fall." Samuel's face was unreadable. Toxicology came back. High levels of opioids in his system, pharmaceutical grade, not a contaminated supply. He must have relapsed. "No way," Nicky said. Harmony said quietly, "Maybe someone spiked him." They both looked at her. Samuel's eyes narrowed. "That's a reach." "Something's going on," she said, and told him about the stolen notebook, the break-in, the note. His voice was low, controlled. "That's not good. Whoever did this is watching your movements. They know where you park, where you shop, when you're home." Harmony stared out at the harbour, the boats, the town she hoped to settle in for good, the steam rising into the cafe's warm air. "How can we find out where those opioids came from?" "You probably need a proper team for that. For us, it might be impossible. Also, Harmony, is it a good idea to carry on with this? You've become a target," Nicky said. At that moment, Gemma rushed in, hair escaping from its clip. She saw them and made a beeline for the table and hugged Harmony so tight it was hard to breathe. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harmony said, disentangling herself. "Don't forget I spent decades dealing with teenagers. I can take a lot." "But the paper, everyone knows, and they're talking about you." Harmony shrugged. "Let them." Gemma bit her lip. "Fine. But if anyone says anything at the school gates, I'm not holding back." She left after extracting a promise from Harmony to call if anything else happened. The cafe settled back into its afternoon lull, the hiss of the espresso machine and the huddle of voices. Harmony finished her sandwich. Samuel drained his coffee and stood. "Walk you to your car?" Outside, the sky had darkened. Clouds massed over the estuary, turning the water slate grey. Harmony pulled up her hood and walked beside Samuel down the high street toward the car park. "Sure you're okay?" he said. "We can let this go." She stopped walking and turned to face him. The rain started, light drops that spotted the pavement. "I know they're watching," she said, "but if I walk away now, they get what they want, and a killer goes free." Samuel studied her face, his eyes softened by something she couldn't quite read. "You sound like a copper." "I sound like a teacher. We don't leave a problem unsolved because it's difficult. Teachers don't usually get threatened." She snorted. "You'd be surprised." He almost smiled. "All right, but we do this right, and we do this together. No more solo trips to Mossington. And set the house alarm." "There is no alarm." "Get one," he said. They walked the rest of the way in silence, rain falling harder now, drumming on car roofs and shop awnings. At her car, Harmony unlocked the doors and glanced at the empty passenger footwell before getting in. Samuel stood by the driver's window, rain darkening his jumper. "If anything else happens, call me first," he said. "Then the police." "I will." "I mean it, Harmony. I can get to your place faster." "I know." He stepped back, and she drove out of the car park, watching him in the mirror as he walked back toward the harbour, hands in his pockets, head down against the weather. Chapter 26. Cheska. Harmony kept the car in third along the coast road, searching for the turn-off Cheska had described. She almost missed the green lane. It was no more than a gap between gorse bushes, and only wide enough for a single car. She drove about a mile down and pulled into the hidden lay-by, spotting the Consort motorhome tucked under low-hanging branches of a large oak. Positioned for a perfect view of Lost Cove below, the van's chrome window casings caught the morning sunshine. The door opened before she knocked, revealing Cheska, one hand braced on the frame, black hair pulled into a high ponytail, tendrils of curls framing her face, tight beige cargo pants pristine despite the muddy track. Cheska glanced up and down the lane. "You came alone? Good." She stepped back, gesturing inside. Stepping into the kitchen area from the steps, Harmony took off her shoes and looked around. Everything gleamed. The air smelled of woody aromatherapy oil infusers and cleaning products. At the back, a wide seating area with soft covers, a sofa that must turn into a bed at night, arranged in a horseshoe. Cream and brown cushions arranged just so, a gold Uplay plaque visible on the narrow shelf. A laptop lay open on the built-in table, screen paused on grainy footage. Harmony settled onto the banquette seating. Through the spotless window, waves crashed against rocks in the distance. "Thanks for asking me over," Harmony said. "I've been hoping we could have a chat." "I wasn't going to show anyone this." Cheska's manicured nails tapped the laptop edge. "My brand is about fun things, not whatever this is. I don't like negative energy." "Understood." Cheska hit play. The video showed Mossington Manor at night, shot from a distance with a telephoto lens. The timestamp read 0:23 on the night of the storm. 2 weeks ago, the night Pete died. A figure stumbled through the lit doorway, arms windmilling for balance. "I'm sure that's Pete," Cheska said. Harmony leaned in. "It's very blurry." "Whatever. I was filming bats for my followers. The moon was perfect, and my video, Smuggler's Country, Bats Against the Moon, went viral, but I cut this bit out. He could be in the party mood, but I don't think so." It could be Pete. The figure had the same athletic, muscled build as whoever it was lurched out of the main door at Mossington, as if he was heading toward the gravel drive. But before he reached the steps, a hand reached from inside, grabbed his shoulder and pulled him backwards. Pete's arms flailed. His mouth opened, maybe laughing, maybe protesting. The hand yanked harder, and the man disappeared inside with the door closing shut behind him. Harmony's pen stilled against her notebook. Play it again. The second viewing revealed more details. The figure's unsteady gait, knees buckling, his body folding, like a man whose mind had gone offline. He didn't want to go back inside. Harmony rewound the footage herself, freeze framing on the grabbing hand. Just a pale blur, could be anyone's. The body language is the only thing that's obvious. He looks high. Cheska pulled her knees up, making herself smaller. Nicky says Pete was clean for an entire year, but that doesn't mean he didn't slip. Yeah, maybe. The van rocked slightly in the wind. Seabirds squawked outside. Harmony watched the footage once more. The hand pulling the man inside wore long sleeves, dark fabric. No rings visible. The angle made it impossible to judge height or build. Can I have a copy of this? Cheska slammed the laptop shut. Sorry, I can't. I showed it to you because Nicky said you're trying to find the truth, and I felt guilty sitting on this, but I'm staying out of it. The police should see it, don't you think? I heard they think it was an accident. They're happy. The town's happy. Everyone can go back to pretending Kingscombe's perfect. She stood, a clear dismissal. Pete's dead. The poor guy had a relapse. Showing this video won't bring him back. Harmony rose, tucking her notebook away. At the door, Cheska caught her arm gently. Don't go too deep in this. If someone drugged Pete to get to him, you should stay away. Chapter 27. The Wrong Question. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Rob Hurrell and the gaff-rigged boys were already in their corner. Brandon waited for Harmony by the window, still in his high-vis vest from the morning's site inspection. Thanks for coming. Brandon waved from a corner booth, his back to the wall. Harmony waved a greeting to the boys, ordered a lime soda, and sat next to Brandon. Something's been bothering me, he said, about that night, the break-in. What break-in? About a week before Pete died. Someone got into Mossington and disturbed some flagstones in the conservatory flooring. Nothing was taken. It was only interference. His calloused hands were in fists on the table. Andrew told me to put that slab aside and buff the surface, reseal it. Gave me the sealant himself, special order. It turned up the day after we found Pete. I had to do it as soon as the police left. Odd, Harmony said. The pub noise washed around them. Music, talk, laughter. Someone arguing about fishing rights. Brandon bent his head towards her. I sealed it like Andrew asked, but I took photos first. Always document damage. The army taught me that. He pulled out his phone, swiped to an image. Look at the edges. Harmony studied the screen. The stone appeared chipped, with pry marks visible where someone had used a tool to lift it. Doesn't look like a classic break-in. Brandon pocketed the phone. Exactly. Someone was searching for something. The door swung open and Samuel stepped into the pub, yellow light catching the damp on his jumper. He spotted them and approached with the careful walk of someone avoiding attention. Brandon stood. I should go. Site inspection at 4. He hurried off like a hunted man. Samuel slid into his vacant seat. You've got that look again. She told him what she'd found out from Cheska, Amy and Brandon. You've been busy. I'm impressed. He waited while a group of men passed, voices loud with afternoon drinking. This is bigger than I thought. Harmony sipped her drink. Right now, I'm thinking the whole town wants to hide the truth about what happened that night. Through the window, the quay stretched grey and wet. Boats rocked on the rising tide. You could be right. And I'm wondering who didn't want him dead, Harmony said. If the police won't get involved, we could be stuck. I think we're still asking the wrong question, Harmony said. What's the wrong question? Why would anyone want Pete out of the way? He raised an eyebrow. And the right one? How many people were really there at Mossington that night? Samuel's pause stretched long enough for her to hear Rob Hurrell's cane tapping against his chair leg in the corner. On the quay, a light rain pattered on the water. She thought about the man stumbling in Cheska's video and the hands that pulled him back into Mossington's shadows. About heartbroken women, rich investors, and a stone floor hastily resealed. About 200-year-old relics wrapped in oilcloth, protected through generations. Carruthers needs feeding. I must go, she said. She gathered her jacket and bag and stepped out into the rain. The town rose before her, steep, narrow streets climbing from the harbour, windows lit as twilight crept in, secrets mortared into every stone. Rain tapped on her hood, and she headed toward the car, already turning over the next question. Chapter 28. Quit or Dig. Church bells echoed down Kingscombe's steep high street. Harmony pressed the doorbell at Lady Cecily's door and waited. The grand Georgian facade loomed over her, paint peeling at the window frames, moss creeping across the Portland stone steps. The door opened on silent hinges. Lady Cecily stood in a tweed skirt and cashmere twinset, pearls at her throat, hands still. Ah, Mrs. Harmony Stone, I wondered when you'd come for a visit. She turned without waiting for a response, leading Harmony through a hallway lined with portraits of stern-faced ancestors and gloomy landscapes. The house smelled of beeswax and damp plaster, the scent of old money slowly declining. They emerged into a wide, high-ceilinged lounge overlooking formal gardens, rose beds laid out in geometric lines, early blooms already heavy with water. Lady Cecily picked up her secateurs from a side table. I need to deadhead before the rain gets worse. You can ask your questions while I work. They stepped outside under an enormous umbrella, Harmony ending up holding it. The roses filled the air with perfume, almost cloying in the humid morning. Lady Cecily moved between the bushes with practised efficiency, snipping spent blooms into a blue plastic bucket. You want to know about that night, not a question. The secateurs clicked through a stem. The night that unfortunate man died. You were at home. Where else would I be? At my age, one doesn't gallivant after dark. Not unless it's important church business, of course. Another snip. Though I noticed Nia's bonfire. Some blaze it was, despite the storm. She must have used an accelerant. Harmony's pen stilled against her notebook. Nia's bonfire. Next door. Lady Cecily gestured with the secateurs toward the boundary hedge. Modern development, it's horrible, and really spoils the view. She was burning something in her garden. The smoke drifted right across my bedroom window, most inconsiderate. What time was this? Oh, around 11, perhaps past. Snip. She's usually such a careful girl. All that heritage preservation chatter. Not sure if she knows what she's talking about, of course. But that night. The secateurs paused. Well, she seemed very agitated. Harmony wrote quickly, rain spotting the pages, umbrella angled under her arm. Did you see what she was burning? Papers. Boxes of something. Lady Cecily moved to another rose bush, graceful as a woman half her age, examining the blooms with critical eyes. One doesn't spy on one's neighbours, but when smoke is billowing through one's window. She selected a stem, positioned the blades. If you're thinking Nia might have done something to that man, you should simply ask her. In my opinion, she's not strong enough for murder, and yet one never knows. You can't judge a book by its cover. Murder? Harmony said. Whatever the police say. We're women of the world, and I think we can both agree it's murder. Harmony nodded. Did you like Pete? I neither liked nor disliked him. My feelings were neutral. He was polite up to a point, and I formed my opinions about people like him based on their ability to complete work satisfactorily, and he was an exceptional stonemason, I'll give him that. She dropped another dead bloom into the bucket. Though he was becoming rather above himself recently, it was tiresome. Tiresome in what way? Lady Cecily's laugh came out dry yet warm. Money, mostly. He was obviously desperate and seemed to think everyone in Kingscombe had deep pockets. She straightened, fixing Harmony with pale blue eyes. I told him plainly that my family had survived the Reformation, the Civil War, and various governments of many persuasions. I would not be bullied by him or anyone into giving handouts. The rain intensified, pattering against the umbrella. Lady Cecily headed back toward the conservatory. You really should speak to Nia about that bonfire, and perhaps ask her about her relationship with Mr. Greenslade. They were quite close, I believe. At that, Harmony found herself ushered out through the house to the door. Oh, and do be careful, Mrs. Stone. This town has kept its secrets for centuries. No point in digging up old bones, as they say. It's time to decide what you're going to do. Quit or dig. You might not like what you find. Chapter 29. Fire Pit. Harmony walked the short distance to Nia's house through the rain, her mind churning. The modern terrace squatted behind Lady Cecily's fading Georgian grandeur, all glass and pale brick, trying too hard to fit in. With the grass grown long and the flower beds choked with weeds, the front garden had gone wild. It looked like no one had had the heart to tend it for a long time. She knocked, waited, knocked again. Finally the door jerked open, and Nia stood there in sweatpants and an oversized cardigan, hair unwashed, face bare of makeup. She looked smaller somehow, diminished. What do you want? Can we talk? About Pete, about how everyone thinks it was an accident. Her voice cracked between anger and tears. As if. He was meticulous about his work. He never made mistakes. I want to understand what happened to him. For the record, I don't think it was an accident either. Lady Cecily asked me to drop in, see if you were all right. I heard you had a bit of a bonfire recently. Nia stared for a long moment, then stepped back. The house inside was chaotic, with papers scattered across surfaces, empty wine bottles by the sink, dishes unwashed. Nothing like the controlled heritage officer who gave precise presentations about preservation orders. They went through to the back patio, where a metal fire pit sat in the centre of the paving stones. Grey ash filled it, wet from the rain, which had stopped for now. Is this what you're after? Nia kicked the fire pit, ash puffing up. Yes, I burned things. Yes, it was that night. It's not a crime. Looks like you had a lot to burn. Nia's face crumpled. She sank onto a damp garden chair, pulling her cardigan tighter. I did. Poems, journals, letters, stupid awful stuff I wrote about Pete. Love letters I never sent. Every pathetic word I put on paper thinking he felt the same way. She grabbed a poker, stirring the wet ash viciously. We were together, you know, a couple, or I thought we were. He said he wanted to marry me. Then I found out about Tamsin, that he was still sleeping with her while telling me I was the only one. I'm so sorry. Are you? Nia looked up, eyes red-rimmed. Or do you think I did something to him? The bitter ex-girlfriend with access to the site? There are whispers that someone rigged the scaffolding to fall on him. I could have done that. And what about the headache pills? Harmony sat down on a garden chair, damp seeping through her jeans. I'm sorry it's been so hard for you. Headache pills? Everyone told me he was bad news. Nia dropped the poker. But I loved him. I really did. Yes, I gave him some pills for a headache. We had a terrible argument, and he said he had a migraine coming on. Barbara told me where they kept the tablets. Nia, do you think he might have taken an overdose the night he died? The question hung between them. Nia wiped her face with her sleeve. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. He loved life. Where were you the night he died? I was there, she whispered, but when I left, he was fine. Harmony wanted to believe her. The timing of the bonfire still bothered her, but the certainty in Nia's voice left little room for doubt. Nia stood abruptly. I need you to leave. I've got things to do. Harmony rose, but Nia caught her arm at the back door. Was he drugged? I don't know, but there were drugs in his system. Then find who did this. Not for me, Nia said, her voice catching. For Pete. He was a pain in the neck and sometimes cruel, but he didn't deserve to die. Chapter 30. On the Water. The rain had started again by the time Harmony reached the quay. Samuel's boat bobbed at its mooring. He was standing on deck, checking his phone, glancing up as she approached. You look like someone who needs to get out on the water. She climbed aboard without answering. The boat rocked under her weight, then settled. Samuel cast off, started the engine, and guided them out into the estuary. Neither spoke until they were clear of the harbour, surrounded by grey water and grey sky. Nia's a mess. Lady Cecily's hiding something. I don't trust either of them. Samuel adjusted their heading slightly. What are you thinking? Harmony gripped the rail, watching the shoreline slide past. Nia's certain Pete was clean, so if someone gave him something, they had to get hold of it somehow. I know, prescription-level opioids aren't exactly overflowing in Kingscombe. Samuel cut the engine, letting them drift. There's someone you should meet. His name is Dr. Grant. He restarted the motor, angling toward the eastern shore, where larger houses sat back from the water, each with its own pier. They tied up at a wooden jetty below a 1940s house, all clean lines, low gables and large windows. Dr. Grant answered the door. He was grey-haired, wearing corduroys and a checked shirt. Samuel, great to see you. And this must be the teacher-turned-detective. His smile held warmth but also wariness. Come in. Bookshelves lined the walls, medical journals mixed with local histories. Every surface groaned with framed family photographs, houseplants in pots, glass bowls of shells and pebbles. Through the French windows the estuary stretched, silver and still. Dr. Grant led them to a study overlooking the water. He poured tea from a pot that was already waiting, each movement precise, ritualistic. Samuel says you're looking into Mr. Greenslade's death. Trying to understand it, Harmony said. He studied the tea in his cup. We're built to last a lot longer than we manage, he said. Death can come as a surprise, but I might be able to help here. I retired 5 years ago, but I know people and I hear things. There's a pharmacist in town who has, shall we say, flexible ethics. Harmony set down her cup, the saucer clinking against the table. They're selling prescriptions. Could Pete have got hold of opioids here? Not selling, trading, favours for prescriptions. It's been going on for about 18 months quietly. He cleaned his glasses with methodical attention. Opioids, benzodiazepines sometimes. Small amounts spread across different patients. Who's getting hold of them? Dr. Grant replaced his glasses. I can't tell you that. Medical ethics don't end with retirement, but I can tell you that someone in Mr. Greenslade's extended circle has been acquiring oxycodone, enough to build a supply. The room seemed to tighten, shelves and rain-speckled glass pressed in. Enough to poison a man. Dr. Grant steepled his fingers, taking his time over the words. If someone wanted to make Pete vulnerable, confused and compliant, a dose of oxycodone popped into a drink would do it. He'd been clean long enough that his tolerance would be gone. He wouldn't be ready for the effect at all. Samuel had been silent throughout, but now he shifted. Could someone force him to take it? Force, no, but slip it into a drink, easily. It's almost tasteless in something strong. Tea, coffee. Dr. Grant ran his fingers through his thinning hair. The question is, who had access both to the drugs and to Pete that night? The question sat between them, heavy as the rain-blurred glass. They left soon after, motoring back across the almost empty water. Harmony watched the houses slide past, each with its pier and private beach, its walls holding who knew what secrets. "You're building a case." Samuel's voice carried over the engine noise. "I think so." "Against whom?" "Not sure," she said. "I need to know who was collecting pills." Samuel brought them into the harbour with the same quiet competence he did everything. Harmony climbed onto the quay, legs unsteady from the boat's motion. When she turned to say goodbye, Samuel looked at her with an expression she couldn't read, worry mixed with something else. Below the quay, harbour water lapped against the stone, hiding whatever lay on the bottom. In Harmony's mind, the same pattern held steady. Someone had drugged Pete, made him helpless, then buried him under a pile of steel and wood. And she was going to carry on digging until she found out who. Chapter 31. A Different Way. In the flat grey light of early morning, Harmony sat at the kitchen table, papers spread across the worn pine surface. The Victorian diary lay open beside her new notebook, its pages yellowed and fragile. She traced connections with her finger, following the logic one more time. A page headed Oxycodone Trail in her notebook was already half filled. Today she needed the piece that turned the notes into proof. Lady Cecily's family connections formed a 1,000-year-old spider web, strung between Mossington and Kingscombe. Starting out as feudal lords, the Everleigh Holts had been a powerful, sometimes ruthless clan over the centuries. Yet there was something about Lady C, a gentleness of spirit visible beneath the spiky exterior. Was she capable of ordering a hit? As Samuel would say, though, we're all capable of terrible things. Harmony closed her notebook. Time to find proof. She called Gary. He sounded happy to hear from her, and she suspected that some of his happiness might have been down to more than a natural high. "Can I come and check your CCTV records for something?" she said. "The more the merrier," he said. "I'll be there around lunchtime." "Bring a sandwich, I'm fasting." She pulled on her waterproof jacket, checking the pocket for her phone. Empty. When had she last seen it? Yesterday at Lady Cecily's, perhaps. Come to think of it, she hadn't seen it since then, but was sure she still had it during the rose garden conversation. It was the perfect excuse for a return visit. Kingscombe was busy with Monday morning mothers, shopping on the way back from the school run. Harmony wove up through the crowded high street to the Georgian house, and stood outside for a long moment. The doorbell echoed somewhere deep in the house, and after a few moments, footsteps approached, measured and unhurried. Cecily stood in the doorway, her hair swept up into something resembling whipped cream. She had perfect posture. Harmony automatically pulled herself up straight, noticing the older woman wore the same tweed skirt as yesterday and a different cashmere cardigan, sky blue this time. "Mrs. Stone, twice in 2 days. What have I done to deserve this?" An eyebrow lifted, as if Harmony were a cat who'd brought in a leaf instead of a dead mouse. "I'm so sorry to bother you. I think I dropped my phone yesterday, possibly in your bathroom." She had no idea where she'd left the phone, and that scrap of truth helped steady her voice. Lady C did not look like a woman who missed much. Cecily paused, then moved aside to let Harmony in. "Do come in, you know your way." Harmony climbed the stairs, her trainers sinking into the plush red carpeting. The bathroom door stood ajar, revealing black and white tiles, a clawfoot tub, scrubbed clean with perfect white towels on a heated rail. Her phone wasn't on the windowsill or beside the sink, but the medicine cabinet hung ajar. She pushed it wider, bottles lined the shelves. Most of it was everyday medications that reminded her of her late mother's collection. Blood pressure, thyroid pills, vitamins, and there, pushed toward the back, 3 boxes of oxycodone. Far more than one elderly lady in robust health should ever need. Harmony eased the cabinet shut, slowly enough not to rattle the glass. Her phone was still missing, but she'd found something far more interesting. Downstairs, Lady Cecily waited in the entrance hall. "Any luck?" "I must have left it somewhere else." "Not at all." After saying their goodbyes, Harmony strode back to her car, her heart beating faster than the walk required. Discovering the oxy was disconcerting, and so was losing her phone. Luckily, there was one way to check Cecily's moves that Saturday night: Gary Honiton's hacked CCTV feeds. Chapter 32. Hacker. The drive to Totnes took 25 minutes along winding lanes, the car bouncing over potholes that seemed to grow bigger with every journey. Harmony parked at the edge of the muddy field, pulled her boots out of the back, and squelched through waterlogged grass toward the damp, sagging yurt. She knocked on the wooden door. "It's open." Gary sounded even more cheerful than earlier. It was a big change from his usual angry, sullen self, and she wondered for a moment if he too might be visiting Martin Lee at the pharmacy for a special prescription. It seemed unlikely, though, since Gary had explained in detail to her that his mood swings were related to his close association with nature. He was linked, according to his birth chart, with the ocean's currents, the moon's cycles, and seasonal changes in the Earth's magnetic field. It was because he was a Pisces, rising with a Virgo moon. She ducked inside to find Gary sitting at a folding table, his white beard braided, wearing fingerless gloves. He turned to her and back to his monitors, grinning as he worked a keyboard. He wasn't alone. The cramped space held 2 other people as well. That might explain his good mood more than anything else. One figure was standing, a tall, lank-limbed, familiar person. He turned to look at her. "Sean," Harmony said with a start. P.C. Sean Weathers stood amid the mayhem of computer screens, crystals, and prayer flags in civilian clothes, jeans, and a rugby shirt. And beside him, sitting hunched over another keyboard next to Gary, was a man in his 20s, with dark, floppy hair and black-rimmed glasses. He reminded her of a young Jake Gyllenhaal. "Harmony," Sean straightened. "Gary said you might come by." "I've lost my phone," she said, which explained nothing. "Sorry to hear that," Sean said, "and it's not here, but I can help you locate it." Gary muttered. "The digital ley lines reveal all truths, or, as Leo here would say, the data streams converge at temporal nodes." The young man looked up, adjusting his glasses. "Leo Ashby. Sam's my uncle." "Samuel's nephew. He's told me about you." Harmony held out a hand. "You're studying digital forensics at Exeter?" Leo grinned. "Correct. And this is like heaven. I mean, it's nice to work on something real." "You're helping the police?" Harmony gave Sean a questioning glance. Sean shifted his weight and bit his lip. Unofficially, Gary's been assisting with some technical analysis. Nothing that would be admissible in court, but it's all legit. Harmony doubted any of this would pass an audit, let alone a judge. She smiled her best "we're so in this together" smile. "Good." She pulled out her notebook. "I need to see if there's any CCTV from the night Pete died, around 10:30. Can you show Lady Cecily's movements?" Gary's fingers paused. Leo and Sean exchanged glances. "That's what we've been working on all morning." Leo turned his monitor toward her. One window showed the pharmacy doorway. Cecily's tweed coat dipped in and out of frame over weeks. "Sam mentioned the oxycodone rumours," he said. "So we started with the dispensary and local cameras. From there it was easy to map her trips, CCTV, cell tower hits, GPS from her phone." Looks like half the population might be swapping organic veg for prescriptions in Kingscombe, Gary said. Harmony pulled up a chair. Organic veg? Sean turned to look at her. Nothing surprises me in this town. One screen showed multiple windows, with timestamps running along the bottom. She leaned closer, notebook forgotten in her hand. So, here's the church in Totnes. Leo pointed to one feed. 7:28 p.m. The grainy footage showed Cecily's unmistakable figure, tweed coat, pearl necklace catching the doorway light, court shoes. She entered the building through the church door. It's a committee meeting. Sean pulled out a tablet. Local church's fundraising, monthly gathering. Did she leave early? Harmony said. Watch. Leo clicked to another window. Interior church footage, surprisingly clear. Cecily sat at a long table with 6 other people, papers spread between them. The timestamp read 8:15 p.m. Another click. Same room, same people. 9:47 p.m. Another. 10:23 p.m. Cecily sat near the end of the table, speaking to the woman beside her. The meeting ran late. Sean scrolled through his tablet. The vicar confirmed it. They were discussing restoration funding for the bell tower, ended at 11:45. And we tracked her phone. Leo pulled up another screen. Again, not strictly legal, but none of this information shall be passed on to third parties, Sean said, looking at a spot over her shoulder. GPS tracking shows her continuous presence at the church from 7:30 until 11:47. Then movement along the A385 back toward Kingscombe. She arrived home at 12:23 a.m. Leo smiled triumphantly and clicked through more footage. The church entrance camera showed Cecily leaving with 2 other women, all checking watches, pulling coats tighter against the rain. 11:46 p.m. The vicar. Gary pulled up another file, without looking away from his screen. Reverend Morrison. Here's his statement to me. Well, it was more of a conversation than an actual statement. Sean was chatting to him after yoga class. You go to yoga with a vicar? Harmony dropped her notebook, retrieved it. It's good for my back, and the vicar has a history of shoulder pain. Sean sounded irritated. Anyways, Lady C was particularly vocal about the bell tower at Kingscombe Church that night. She went on for 20 minutes about proper restoration techniques. No one could have missed her. Then she went straight home, parked her car outside the house, and presumably went to sleep. She couldn't have poisoned Pete. Harmony stared at the screens. Multiple cameras, GPS data, human witnesses. Cecily, anchored in that chilly church hall, while back at Mossington, scaffolding crashed down on a stonemason. Yet Naya's bonfire had flared around 11, if Cecily's bedroom window story was right. The timings refused to sit neatly together. So, Cecily couldn't have killed Pete herself. She was 15 miles away, surrounded by people, documented from every angle. But that doesn't mean she didn't pay someone else to do it. Or gave them the oxycodone, Gary said. None of this suggests she wasn't involved. There's one thing, though. Harmony, Sean and Leo stared at Gary. One thing? I feel in my bones that she's guilty of something, Gary said, and my intuition is very accurate. Everyone ignored him. Leo minimised windows and pulled up a new document. Thing is, you might be right. Apparently, she's got some kind of painful spinal condition, so the drugs could be for her own use, and other people may have had access to her supply. Harmony sank onto a cushion beside the table. The yurt's canvas walls breathed with the wind, shadows moving over the monitors. 3 years ago, she'd been marking essays in a staff room. Now she sat in a field yurt, watching church CCTV for murder clues. She used to be an ordinary woman, with a husband and a job that left her wrung out. This version of herself still felt new. Who visits her regularly? Sean asked, thinking aloud. There's a cleaning lady who always comes on Thursdays. Gary pulled up another file. Then there's grocery delivery on Friday. Bridge club she goes out to someone else's, but on Tuesdays the Kingscombe book club meets. Last Tuesday of every month, Leo typed rapidly, at her house. Who are the regulars? Harmony said. It varies, but there's a core group. Gary squinted at his screen. Tamsin Lily's been going for about 3 months. Barbara Pavlenko sometimes. That heritage woman, Nia. Arthur the plumber. Apparently, he's an avid reader of romance. Gemma Pelstone, Denise, Ruth from the post office, Violet Ashby. There are a few others from the village who come every now and again. Tamsin, Barbara, Nia, Gemma, Violet, Denise, Arthur, Ruth. People with regular access to Cecily's house, to her bathroom, to her medicine cabinet. Harmony. Sean's voice pulled her back. I'm pretty sure the drugs came from Cecily's supply, but we can't know for sure. Harmony stood with her notebook clutched against her chest. The monitor's glow hurt her eyes suddenly. Her circle could just be self-medicating, in exchange for quality vegetables. It's just groundwork, Sean said. Ask Samuel. We're looking for ways to find evidence. I have to go. Harmony thanked them all. Gary Honiton hugged her goodbye. That shocked her more than the CCTV. You're like me, he said. An outsider. By the way, your phone is at Gemma's. Good to know you always know where I am, Harmony said, and she meant it one way. In another, she definitely did not. Back at the car, the windows were fogged with moisture. Through the rain-blurred windshield, the yurt, the field, the woods beyond. All of it seemed unreal around the edges. Her new notebook lay open on the passenger seat. Cecily's name circled 3 times, arrows pointing to motive and means. Opportunity. She hated scribbling over her own work, but the neat chain had frayed. The box of pills might be nothing more than pain relief for an old spine, or the pleasant act Lady Cecily wore for the town could hide something darker. Or maybe Harmony just couldn't bear to cross a theory out. She knew the arrows in her notebook could point elsewhere. Someone at the book club. Someone who smiled at Cecily while stealing from her medicine cabinet. Harmony started the engine. The drive back to Kingscombe stretched ahead through a welcome sky of bright spring sunshine. She might have been wrong about Cecily, but she was right about one thing. The opioid trail had to be followed wherever it led. Chapter 33. Graffiti. The next morning, after feeding Carruthers his breakfast, Harmony jogged down the lane to Mossington Manor just after 8:30. Her trainers slapped the wet tarmac, cold air biting at her teeth. The hoarding came up fast. She broke stride, shoe scuffing grit, breath snagging. Red paint ran down the weathered boards in thick, glossy trails, pooling in the seams. Someone had used a roller working fast, the letters crude but unmistakable. Next to the words, Mossington Manor Development Committee, someone had daubed, "The land remembers." But who killed Pete? Under it, an infinity sign, laid on its side. A small crowd had gathered to chat and smoke beside the hoarding. Brandon Johnson stood closest, his high-vis jacket bright against the grey morning, his face pale as moonlight, mouth tight. 6 building workers clustered behind him, and a couple of dog walkers drawn by the spectacle. Harmony walked over to Brandon, who nodded a lacklustre greeting. The paint was fresh enough that she could smell the chemical tang. Crows circled overhead, their calls deep and insistent. "When did this happen?" she said. He turned. "Must have been sometime between midnight and 6. I got here just after 6 and there was no one around." "Do you think it was Gary?" "Has to be." Brandon's hands shook slightly as he gestured at the dripping letters. "Who else?" "Have you called the police?" "Sean's on his way." Harmony studied the hoarding more closely. The roller marks showed someone tall enough to stretch up and reach the top of the boards without a ladder. That would make the getaway easier, and it was Gary's height. Brandon's phone rang. He pulled it from his pocket, glanced at the screen, and his jaw tightened. Third time this morning, unknown number. Just rings twice, then hangs up. He scrolled through recent calls, his hands shaking. It started yesterday afternoon, same pattern. What do you think it means? Someone wants to get to you, don't let them. The crowd murmured, phones raised to photograph the graffiti. Brandon looked past her down the lane, scanning the hedgerows and empty road. I think I'm being followed. That's what they want you to think, Harmony said. A white van pulled up, engine loud in the quiet morning. Arthur Bullhead climbed out, face flushed, movements jerky. He walked to his toolkit on the ground beside the site entrance, picked it up and carried it back to the van. Harmony caught up with him. Arthur. He looked at her with wild eyes. I'm leaving, got a new job, Exeter, leaving now, I'm done here. He fumbled with the van's back doors. Tools clattered as he shoved the kit inside, not coming back. Did something happen? Just time to move on. He slammed the doors shut, wiped his hands on his overalls. His face was pale under the flush, sweat beading at his temples despite the cold morning. Arthur, did someone threaten you? Nothing I want to talk about. I'm just done with this place. Plenty of work elsewhere. He climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, gripping the wheel until his knuckles turned white. Harmony stepped back. The van pulled away fast, tyres spinning on the wet gravel. She watched it disappear around the bend toward Kingscombe, then turned back to find Brandon staring after it, with the expression of someone who would dearly love to do the same. Sean arrived in his patrol car, parked behind the hoarding, and walked over with his notebook already out. He took statements from Brandon and 2 locals who'd passed the site around midnight. There was nothing unusual then. The hoarding was clean. He photographed the graffiti from multiple angles, while the crowd pressed closer. Gary the Gandalf's got red paint on his hands, someone called out. Saw him over there just now. A ripple ran through the crowd. Heads turned. At the edge of it, Gary stepped out of the woods at the back of Mossington. He strode towards the group, stopped in front of Sean, stood with his hands in the air in mock surrender. Paint crusted at his knuckles, a red smear up one sleeve. Sean sighed. Gary Honiton? Gary lifted his chin. The land demanded a sacrifice, but a human killed Pete. You've got to find who did this. You're under arrest for criminal damage, Sean said. Gary smiled, pointing at his handiwork. A call for justice is what that is, and you can't lock that up. Right. Sean took his arm and steered him toward the patrol car. Phones rose higher. Gary kept talking until the door shut with a dull thump. Sean made notes. His radio crackled. We're taking it seriously, ma'am. Brandon's phone rang again. Twice, then silence. He looked at the screen, his jaw working. By 9:30, Sean had left and Gary was in custody. The crowd dispersed slowly, reluctant to miss anything but drawn back to their morning routines. Harmony stayed beside the hoarding as Brandon locked the site office, checked the equipment, and climbed into his truck. You should go home, she said. Take a break for a couple of hours. I've got a crew to manage. He started the engine, and supplies to pick up. We're behind with the restoration. The investors are nervous. If you need to talk, she said, talking won't help. He reversed out and drove away. The truck's brake lights flared red at the turn-off, then he was gone. Harmony stood alone, looking up at the words. The paint had stopped dripping, but the letters still looked wet and fresh. A dozen or more crows settled on the scaffolding above, watching her with dark, patient eyes. Someone fired up a chainsaw in the distance. Her phone tinged with a text. It was Gemma. Coffee's on. Harmony drove to Littledown Farm, grateful for the chance of some warmth, good coffee and company. They sat at the kitchen table while cats prowled the floor. Arrested for graffiti. Gemma stroked the cat that had climbed into her lap. He went too far. It's being seen as criminal damage, and also offensive, or something like that. He's an idiot doing something like that right now. It makes him look deranged. Maybe he's losing control, Harmony said. Gemma nodded. It's interesting how it's perfect timing to distract from your oxycodone trail, don't you think? Almost like he's doing it on purpose. Harmony's phone rang. Samuel's name flashed on the screen. Harmony answered. Morning? Have you heard? Gary, criminal damage. They're throwing the book at him. Samuel's voice was dry. He's claiming it was prophetic truth-telling. They're seeing it as a possible threat of violence, or a roundabout sort of confession. Maybe it was. Samuel paused. There's a community meeting tonight at the church hall, 7 o'clock. Andrew Lilly called it. Says it's time to discuss the restoration project's future and move forward as a community. Can't say I blame him. There's a lot of talk about the project being cancelled, and no one came to the last one except me and Lady Cecily. Samuel's voice softened slightly. You going? I'll be there. Chapter 34. Work resumes. This time everyone came. By 6:30, people had already packed the tiny church hall near the quay. Folding chairs in tight rows, fluorescent lights harsh overhead, voices amplified under the low ceiling. A poster on the wall encouraged people to love one another. Andrew stood near the front beside a projection screen showing architectural plans. He wore a grey cashmere sweater and pressed chinos, his hair perfectly styled, his face open and warm. Tamsin sat in the front row, pale and silent in flowing layers, hands twisted in her lap. Barbara Pavlenko stood near the back wall, phone in hand. Harmony found a seat 3 rows from the back. Samuel slid in beside her without speaking. Gemma sat on her other side, arms crossed. Denise slid in beside her. Nicky waved from the doorway. She'd brought thermoses of tea, setting them on a side table with stacks of paper cups. The room filled quickly. Nia Mendes arrived in a neat navy suit. Cecily swept in wearing a look of aristocratic detachment. Brandon sat alone near the front, checking his phone every few minutes. Ryan Potts positioned himself by the door with a clipboard, as if taking attendance might somehow establish order. Andrew waited until the murmuring settled, then smiled. Thank you all so much for coming. I know these past weeks have been difficult for everyone. His voice carried warmth, concern, and just the right touch of weariness. He made eye contact around the room, landing briefly on faces, nodding acknowledgement. Pete Greenslade's death was a tragedy, a workplace accident compounded by personal struggles we perhaps didn't fully understand. He paused with a deeply furrowed brow. The vandalism this morning, the graffiti, the threats to my staff, yet Mossington stands, as it always has, in graceful silence. Well said, Cecily said in a voice so loud several people jumped. Someone near the front nodded vigorously. Others shifted in their seats, willing to be comforted. The bottom line is this: we can't let fear or anger rule us. Andrew gestured at the projection screen. The manor is more than a house. It's a homage to the wild and wonderful Gothic imagination. Pete believed in our work here, and I know he would want it to continue. The room was silent now, everyone focused on him. Tamsin's hands tightened in her lap, and Barbara whispered something in her ear. Nia sat upright and perfectly still. I understand there are questions about site safety, Andrew continued. The scaffold collapse was a freak accident. We've implemented additional safety measures, and the entire project will resume at full steam ahead when everyone feels confident. Andrew spent the next 20 minutes outlining plans for the restoration's next phase. He used first names, made jokes that landed well, deferred to Nia on heritage concerns, thanked Brandon publicly for his dedication. He kept his voice low when he mentioned Pete, let a pause sit, then moved on with a small smile. When he finished, half the room applauded. Someone near the front said, "Thank God." The meeting broke up slowly. People queued for tea, discussing the plans. Andrew moved through the crowd like a politician at a town hall, touching shoulders, making eye contact, listening with his whole body. Tamsin stood abruptly and walked out. Barbara followed her, phone still in hand. Harmony caught Barbara's eye as she passed. Barbara paused and held the look. Then she was gone, trailing Tamsin into the rain. Chapter 35. No Foul Play. This time everyone came. By 6:30, people had already packed the tiny church hall near the quay. Folding chairs in tight rows, fluorescent lights harsh overhead, voices amplified under the low ceiling. A poster on the wall encouraged people to love one another. Andrew stood near the front beside a projection screen, showing architectural plans. He wore a grey cashmere sweater and pressed chinos, his hair perfectly styled, his face open and warm. Tamsin sat in the front row, pale and silent in flowing layers, hands twisted in her lap. Barbara Pavlenko stood near the back wall, phone in hand. Harmony found a seat 3 rows from the back. Samuel slid in beside her without speaking. Gemma sat on her other side, arms crossed. Denise slid in beside her. Nicky waved from the doorway. She'd brought thermoses of tea, setting them on a side table with stacks of paper cups. The room filled quickly. Nia Mendez arrived in a neat navy suit. Cecily swept in, wearing a look of aristocratic detachment. Brandon sat alone near the front, checking his phone every few minutes. Ryan Potts positioned himself by the door with a clipboard, as if taking attendance might somehow establish order. Andrew waited until the murmuring settled, then smiled. "Thank you all so much for coming. I know these past weeks have been difficult for everyone." His voice carried warmth, concern, and just the right touch of weariness. He made eye contact around the room, landing briefly on faces, nodding acknowledgement. Pete Greenslade's death was a tragedy, a workplace accident compounded by personal struggles we perhaps didn't fully understand. He paused with a deeply furrowed brow. The vandalism this morning, the graffiti, the threats to my staff. Yet Mossington stands, as it always has, in graceful silence. "Well said," Cecily said in a voice so loud several people jumped. Someone near the front nodded vigorously. Others shifted in their seats, willing to be comforted. "The bottom line is this: we can't let fear or anger rule us." Andrew gestured at the projection screen. "The manor is more than a house. It's a homage to the wild and wonderful Gothic imagination. Pete believed in our work here, and I know he would want it to continue." The room was silent now, everyone focused on him. Tamsin's hands tightened in her lap, and Barbara whispered something in her ear. Nia sat upright and perfectly still. "I understand there are questions about site safety," Andrew continued. "The scaffold collapse was a freak accident. We've implemented additional safety measures, and the entire project will resume at full steam ahead when everyone feels confident." Andrew spent the next 20 minutes outlining plans for the restoration's next phase. He used first names, made jokes that landed well, deferred to Nia on heritage concerns, thanked Brandon publicly for his dedication. He kept his voice low when he mentioned Pete, let a pause sit, then moved on with a small smile. When he finished, half the room applauded. Someone near the front said, "Thank God." The meeting broke up slowly. People queued for tea, discussing the plans. Andrew moved through the crowd like a politician at a town hall, touching shoulders, making eye contact, listening with his whole body. Tamsin stood abruptly and walked out. Barbara followed her, phone still in hand. Harmony caught Barbara's eye as she passed. Barbara paused and held the look. Then she was gone, trailing Tamsin into the rain. Chapter 36. Stick to Scones. In the cafe, a few coats hung heavy on chair backs, rain-damp hems leaving small puddles by table legs. Nicky slid a mug across the counter without asking. "Strong, 2 sugars, no charge." Harmony curled her fingers around it, and the heat moved into her hands. On the radio, a presenter chirped about a traffic incident near Kingscombe. Avoid the major route if possible. Nicky leaned in, her apron creased, and her hair caught up with a pencil. "They're going to stop calling it the murder now." "It makes the paperwork neat," Harmony said with a shrug. Nicky's mouth hardened. "One of my regulars told me to stick to scones and leave policing to the police." She wiped the counter in quick, small circles. "Business has dipped. People think I'm stirring up trouble." "I'm sorry to hear that." The doorbell chimed as Gemma squeezed through with raincoats and bags of shopping. She slid off her hood, water droplets spattering the floor. "Have you heard the good news?" Her brightness was brittle at the edges. "Mossington's back in full restoration mode. Brandon's relieved. Amy's school's moving on to exams, not gossip. The whole town gets to breathe again." Harmony sipped. "I heard." Gemma rested her forearms on the counter. "Good news. We got a bit carried away, that's all." Nicky thumped down a plate with a scone the size of a fist. "We did what we could," she said. Harmony cut the scone, handed half to Gemma, and pushed the jar of cream over. "But could we do more?" Nicky's eyes softened. "Yeah, but let's lie low for now. It's for the best." Samuel came in with a gust of wet air, sea in his sweater, salt dried in white lines on the wool. He spotted Harmony, stopped for a moment as if weighing some difficult thoughts in his mind, and came to the counter. "You caught the press conference," he said. Harmony looked at him. "They've wrapped it all up in a bow." He leaned an elbow on the wood. "I rang a mate at the coroner's office. Toxicology locks their line. He took an overdose, lost his balance." "Clumsy doesn't file a scaffold pin." "Don't say that here." He flicked a glance at the nearest table. Harmony nodded. She knew she was making enemies. "When I first moved here, I expected to retire quietly, look after cats, and learn how to crochet." Nicky looked shocked. "Crochet? You?" "It's very relaxing, so I heard." Samuel was staring up at the tide timetable pinned on the wall behind the till. "There's a difference between being right in your head and being able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt." Crochet sounds more and more tempting, but it seems there are more important things to attend to," Harmony said, "like finding actual proof." He kept his voice level. "But we have nothing. Not yet. Right now, their story works." "For now," Harmony said. Nicky tapped the counter. "Exactly, for now." Samuel straightened. "I'm not your keeper, Harmony Stone, but this might be more than you can handle." "Understood." He paid Nicky for the coffee he didn't drink and walked out into the wet. Gemma watched him go. "He's worried." "So am I." "You're trying to help, we all are, but we have to know when to put it to bed." She exchanged knowing looks with Nicky. "You're allowed to sit still for a while and just wait." Harmony took another sip of tea, her mouth dry. The cafe's noise swelled and fell. 2 builders argued over a hire van. Denise Weathers told a B&B story with hands flying. Violet Ashby peered through the glass, as if the town were a parish register, and every page could be put straight by staring. The door chimed, and Andrew leaned in to shake hands with a table of plasterers. "Good to see you, boys. Everyone back on site tomorrow. We'll do right by Pete's memory by finishing well." A plasterer murmured, "Good man." Heads nodded. Barbara stood behind him in the doorway, rain jewel bright in her hair, phone half raised. Tamsin waited outside, pale, arms folded tight. Harmony stood. "Think I'll go home." "Good," Nicky said. "Go sit with Carruthers. Knit a jumper." Harmony smiled. "Crochet. I'll get a hook on the way home." "That sounds like a plan." Gemma said, finishing the scone. By late afternoon, the drizzle had thinned to fog. Red campion flowers dotted the hedges on the lane to Morning Cove Cottage, and a rook called once from the woods behind Mossington, then fell quiet. Harmony let herself in. The air smelled of wood smoke with a faint whiff of cat food. She hung her coat, towed off shoes by the mat, and stood in the narrow hall, listening to the little cottage breathe. Carruthers slipped out from under the table, stretched, and sat 3 feet away like a magistrate. She crouched, palm held out. He sniffed her fingers, rejected the offer, and padded into the kitchen, tail high, as if delivering a verdict. "Looks like you don't approve," she said to the empty room. She fed him in the kitchen and watched his ears twitch at distant gull calls. The bell toy lay where it always lay by the rear door, string loop frayed at one end, little tin dome dull with age. She moved through the rooms. In the living room, the folded blanket on the sofa, the cushion with a cat-shaped dent, the smell of wood smoke woven into the upholstery. Upstairs on the bed, her suitcase was half packed. On the chair, a pile of folded running gear and a stack of books she'd promised herself she'd read when life quietened. In the bathroom, on the radiator, was the towel that never dried fully in this weather. She returned to the kitchen and put on some water to boil. The kettle hummed. The bell sat by the door, mute. She imagined the line Eve had read, repeated, hardened by the press room. No evidence of foul play. She imagined Pete lying on the limestone floor. Her hand closed harder on the mug handle than she meant, and she eased it before it cracked. Her notebook was open in a pool of light on the table, and she sat down, capped the pen, uncapped it, and wrote, "What is a reasonable doubt?" The clock on the dresser clicked over to 5. With the case closed, the house drew in its ribs, avoiding questions. A car drove by on the lane above the cove, its tyres making a wet hiss, which sounded like an answer to an unasked question. She carried the mug to the sink, rinsed it, and left it to drain. Carruthers finished and jumped to the sill, posting himself to watch the lane in that sphinx way he had, and Harmony followed his line of sight and saw nothing but hedge and fog. Sitting at the table, she opened the notebook to a clean page. The words at the station sat like grit in the shoe. Relief in the town had hummed. The laughter in the cafe ran on too long, then stopped when she looked over. She placed her palm on the paper, pressed until the skin blanched, and took it away before writing in large letters across the page. Find proof or definitely join the crochet club. Is there a crochet club? She underlined the word proof so hard it grooved the paper and snapped the notebook shut. Chapter 37, Nomad. The next morning, Harmony folded a sweater and pressed it flat. Outside, mist billowed against the cottage windows. She put the sweater in the suitcase, took it out again, and placed it on the chair. 3 weeks were almost done. The agency's calendar said leave by Monday, find a new house and cat to look after, maybe even a new town, or stop moving altogether. Downstairs, she pulled the new notebook from the stack of books on the kitchen table. The pen pressure from last night had grooved the word proof into the page. She closed the cover and fetched the Victorian diary and key, tested the weight of the key in her palm, then put it down on the tabletop harder than necessary. A car hissed past on the lane. Gulls worked the grey air in slow arcs, and a knock on the door echoed through the cottage, quick and precise. 3 taps near the latch. She lifted the bolt. Samuel filled the doorway in his fisherman's jumper. "I'm packing," she said. He didn't move. "Where are you going?" "I haven't decided yet. The house sale is in limbo. I think it'll fall through." "The house in Kingscombe?" "That's right." He rubbed a thumb into the seam of his sleeve. "I'm done. No more calls to old mates. No more pulling you out when you're drowning." "That's fine." He glanced beyond her to the back of the house, toward Mossington. The case is closed. Leave it. She tried a smile and missed. I was going to ask you to dinner. We could talk about crochet. A line moved near his mouth. It's just another word for knotting. I do knots. You don't crochet. I plan to learn. He tapped on the door with his knuckles. Lock this. He went. She eased the chain back into place with a soft metal sigh and stood for a moment with her forehead against the door. The cat threaded the hallway, tail high, pausing just out of reach to give her backward look of disdain, and moved on. The second knock surprised her, a fast rattle, and a voice through the wood. It's me, don't make me shout, it's raining. Gemma came in breathing hard, cardigan damp, 2 cloth bags thumping on the table. A baseball cap with Love is All embroidered across the front in lurid green thread was on her head, and beneath that, her cheeks flushed an alarming red from walking up the hill. Where are you going next? I'm thinking of becoming a nomad, Harmony said. You can't. She caught herself, softened her tone. You can, of course you can, but... She tugged off the cap, twisted its peak in both hands. Amy's in a state. Harmony followed her through to the kitchen. Some kids at school got hold of the night photo thing. They think she's the reason you keep poking. Gemma searched Harmony's face. I'm sorry, Harmony said. Gemma waved the apology away. I told her to ignore it because it's not about her. She says it's because you keep asking for the camera, and Leo keeps talking about clocks. And she's 16, and she wanted to win a photo prize. And now there's talk every time she walks down the corridor. Harmony eased the notebook farther from Gemma's bags. I'll stop asking. You will? I will. No more cameras, no more questions. Thank goodness, she rubbed her forearm. Samuel passed me on his way down your road. He didn't even wave hello. He came to say he's out of any more investigations into Pete's death. Of course he did. She reached for the kettle. He's sensible. Tea? I'll make it. Harmony sat at the table and put her head in her hands. That sounds good. Amy asked me whether the truth always hurts people. Try answering that before school. Harmony wanted to talk about it all, to list the gaps in Eve's tidy story. But Gemma's face stopped her. I won't make it any worse, I promise. I didn't say you would. You didn't need to. Gemma looked up, eyes bright at the corners now. I brought you some eggs. She opened a bag and brought out a carton of 6 brown eggs, and the cat biscuits you like because they don't smell like a fish factory, and Carruthers loves them. She placed both on the table. Truth is, I don't want you to go. It's hard at the moment, but things will change. Harmony touched the carton lid with one finger. A damp ring had soaked into the cardboard. Okay. Okay, as in, okay, I'll stay? Okay, as in, I don't want to go, but if I do stay, I'll keep looking. I have to. Gemma swallowed. The kettle began its small hum. They stood with the sound of water and the clock. You'll stay for a cup, Harmony said. I can't. I've got animal feed in the car and a cat about to go into labour. A half laugh ran out of breath. She put her cap on, then took it off, then rolled it in her hands. We love you. I feel bad about everything. I'm sorry. She tapped the bell by the door with her toe, an idle scuff that set off a surprisingly loud tinkling sound. I'll try. Gemma started for the door, stopped, turned. And really, crochet is great. It is, and I can take it on the road. Gemma left in a rush of damp air and a jangle of the outer gate. The cottage went quiet. Harmony took the kettle off before it boiled and poured water over a tea bag anyway, watching the steam curl and sink. Carruthers vaulted onto the sill and posted himself toward the lane. His whiskers twitched at some distant, invisible decision. She picked up the key, wrapped the diary and key tight, and wrote on a slip of paper, "Return to owners." If she left it in the fireplace, it might get damaged. A box sat open on the counter. She slid the note inside the freezer bag with the items and slid it inside a box addressed to the tailors. Outside, the sea rolled over the rocks below the cove. She'd missed that sound. Her phone buzzed on the table. The agency sent a message about future placements and availability next month in Dorset. She deleted it and opened a new one to Nikki, typing, "I'm taking a break." It wasn't true, so she didn't send it. Instead, she erased it and wrote, "Crochet hook, best size for beginners." She snorted, then sent that one, reaching for the notebook, and wrote, in small letters this time, "Sensible idea. Step away. Pack. Jog, if the weather permits. Visit a craft shop." Capping the pen, she placed it crosswise on the cover. Evening came slowly. A smear of light lingered above the hedge, turning a soft orange. Pinned on the wall, the tide chart showed black numerals in clean rows, spring tides marked with a tiny star. She turned the page of a book about local smugglers and stared, not reading. Her phone buzzed again. No name, a local number. She let it go and waited for voicemail, but whoever it was didn't leave one, and she walked to the rear door, checked the latch, tension in the fingers longer than useful. The bell sat quiet on its string. Cat biscuits clinked against the bowl when she filled it. Carruthers hopped down, nosed the rim, and ate with the concentration of a creature who understood practically everything when he bothered to think about it. Harmony leaned on the counter and watched him. When he finished, he licked a paw and wiped his face like a mechanic's rag through knuckles. "You've been fun," she said. He flicked an ear at absolutely nothing, and Harmony picked up the phone to write a message to Samuel. "I'm sorry, deleted that one. I hope I haven't caused too much trouble." That got deleted too. The cottage breathed again, a tiny draught through the sash, the faintest tap as the kitchen window shifted in its frame. Carruthers, 3 steps from the door, lifted one paw. The bell toy moved a fraction under the string. The tin dome tipped against the floorboard and gave a single bright ring in the hush. He gave her a frustrated glare. The sound hung in the small kitchen, high and unmistakable, and stopped. Chapter 38. Caving with Year 8. The harbour lights cast long amber streaks across the water. Harmony pulled her jacket tighter against the salt wind coming off the estuary. Nikki's cafe was dark except for a single lamp glowing behind the blinds. A closed sign hung in the window. Harmony's phone had buzzed 20 minutes ago. Nikki's text. "Need you here. Now. Cafe. Rear door." She'd driven down from the cottage through the dusk, turned left along the empty quay, where boats knocked against the pontoon with the pull of water. The tide was low, exposing reddish-brown banks of mud. Long-legged seabirds worked the shiny surface, stabbing for worms. Harmony parked on the quay and walked through the narrow alley between Nikki's cafe and the fudge shop next door, finding the rear entrance propped open with a milk crate. Inside, warmth hit her face. The kitchen gleamed under strip lighting, all steel, cleaning fluid and hot water. Nikki stood at the counter, filling a large teapot, her white shirt rolled to the elbows. She greeted Harmony and nodded towards a door behind her. "Through there." The seating at the back was dim except for the pendant lights, over 3 tables pushed together in the centre. Gemma sat nearest the window, peering into a large bag on her lap. Violet Ashby occupied the far end, spine straight, faux leather folder open in front of her, reading glasses on the end of her nose. Leo hunched over a laptop, energy drink at his elbow, tapping the keyboard as if it might bolt. Cheska sprawled on the sofa under the window, camera bag at her feet, mic case open on her knee as she checked a lead. They all lifted their heads when Harmony came in. Nikki carried the teapot through and put it on a tray in the middle of the tables. "We're here, let's get on with it." Harmony understood. She took the empty chair next to Gemma. The clock on the wall read 7:38, and outside, footsteps passed on the quay, fading toward the pub. Nicky poured tea into mismatched mugs. We've all agreed. The story about what happened to Pete doesn't pass the smell test. No one argued. The police closed it, and most people want to move on. Everyone's happy to let it sit as an accident and a relapse. We aren't. She set the pot down. Gemma shifted in her seat. What do you think any of us can do, Nicky? Keep going, on the quiet. Nicky pulled out a chair and sat. Think about it. We let a murderer go free. That's worse for the town in the long run, right? Heads nodded. Harmony slid her notebook onto the table, noticing that she'd scuffed the cover already, shoving into bags and pulling it out again. Leo turned the laptop so they could all see a photo of Mossington at night with a timer in the corner. Amy's photo, Gemma said, and didn't say Amy's name again after that. Her eyes stayed on the mug. Carl, Harmony said, boots, water, 2 a.m. Violet opened her folder and laid parish maps across the table, edges weighted with her hand, and the parish record references estate papers and correspondence of a retrospective study of works on the manor written in 1860. Mr. Elias Penwarden, the estate steward, expresses some concern about preserving foundational pillars at Mossington. These papers have been buried under documents at the back of the storage room at the library for decades. I found an old diary at the cottage, Harmony said, glad to share this knowledge at last. It mentions a secret chapel, a tunnel, and a key. I opened the desk at Mossington with it and found some unusual plans that don't match the current ones. Everyone stared at her. Nicky whistled through her teeth. You snuck into Mossington and rifled through their paperwork. No wonder Samuel's annoyed with you. Harmony smiled. No one noticed. I didn't take anything, but I've got pictures of it all. Leo pulled up a scan of the renovation plans they'd seen before. And these, the new drawings don't match the older set. Complete sections changed. Rooms vanished. But the older set is only drawings by Pete, and Harmony's got some photos that could be a mock-up. We've got nothing concrete. Nicky sat back. So what do we need? Harmony stared at her 2-column page. Steam curled off the tea and she pushed her mug away. Something physical, she said. Something to connect Pete with all this. It'll show there was a motive. Leo nodded, quick. Anything. Otherwise it's all a theory. Harmony's voice steadied. I think Pete found something, and perhaps tried to blackmail the wrong person. Violet adjusted her glasses. I agree he must have known something dangerous. Whether he tried to blackmail anyone is moot. If the records are wrong and someone altered the plans, then something must have been hidden. The smuggler's tunnel, Leo said. He leaned in, excitement sharpening his words. From Morning Cove, think about it. Pete was a stonemason. He'd have checked every inch. He wouldn't have missed a void. It definitely exists, Harmony said. Whether it's accessible or even safe, we don't know. Cheska sat up, a small smile tugging at one corner of her mouth. If there's a tunnel, can we go there? The footage would be amazing. There's also mention of a cellar chamber beneath the conservatory, Violet said. She traced a line on her map. In the oldest records, it's absent in the recent plans. That absence matters. I've been there, Harmony said. You really are a dark horse, Nicky said, shaking her head. Sneaking around under the house, too. I'm impressed. Cheska leaned over the map and ran a nail along Violet's line. So we go in through the cave and come up under the house. That's a story my audience will love. She stopped herself, glanced at Nicky. More to the point, it's a route nobody's watching. You'll need to get in and out while the tide is out, Nicky said. Gemma's mouth tightened. It sounds dodgy, not to mention dangerous. Everything about this is dodgy, Harmony said. She kept her hand flat on her notebook, as if holding herself in place. Violet tapped her fingers on her file. If you get caught sneaking in through an underground tunnel, the police would call it breaking and entering. You could get arrested. Then I get arrested, Harmony said. I'm willing to take that risk. Besides, I once took Year 8 on a caving trip. I've got experience underground. Everyone turned to look at her. Outside, rigging clinked against masts in a steady rhythm. Leo pulled up a new screen. If we go, we must document everything. 2 cameras. 1 continuous take where we can. If we find anything, we don't touch it without filming it in place first. Cheska said, Count me in. I climbed Mount Snowdon in winter, and I've got a headcam with a built-in light. Leo's ears went red. He kept his eyes on the laptop. I used to go spelunking with my dad at Cheddar Gorge. Tight squeezes, mud, the lot. He glanced at Harmony, quick, then away. 3 is safer than 1. Harmony protested, but Nicky waved a hand. 3 is safer than 1. Violet spread another map on the coffee table, this one hand-drawn in neat ink on parchment paper that looked over 100 years old. If the tunnel entrance is here, it's right below Morning Cove Cottage. She drew a line with her finger from Morning Cove to Mossington Manor. If it runs to the older part of the house, it'll probably come up somewhere under what is now the conservatory. We'll need tide times, Gemma said, eyes flicking to the poster of tide times at the rear of the counter. That one is out of date. Tomorrow, Nicky said, tapping her phone. Saturday. Low tide at 4:18. You've got 90 minutes, give or take, before it turns. That's tight, Violet said. It's at least a mile, and we don't know what the ground is like inside. It's what we have. Leo began typing again. Gear list, waterproof activity cam, head torches, spare batteries, gloves, knee pads, phone in a dry bag, offline maps. Cover story if we're seen, Cheska said, eyes on Violet's map. I'm filming local legends. Harmony's helping as a guide. Leo's my sound guy. Violet gave a small nod. Plausible. And your videos are thorough, Cheska. You do your homework. Harmony wondered briefly what Violet had done in her working life before parish clerkdom, and why she sounded like she was used to organising military operations. Gemma reached across and touched Harmony's wrist. Promise me you won't take stupid risks. Harmony shook her head. Not stupid ones. And if you find something, Nicky said. Cheska and Leo film it, Harmony said. We're not going there to steal. We're there to find the secret chapel and the Roman tiles, to show there's more to Mossington Manor than anyone is admitting. If we can prove there was a motive, they'll have to open up the case again. Leo lifted his chin. No heroics. Saturday afternoon, Nicky said. Mossington should be quiet. They filed out through the rear door one by one, spacing themselves so they wouldn't leave as a pack. Leo said it mattered. Gemma hugged Harmony with 2 quick pats, cardigan smelling of scones and cats. Text me when you're home tomorrow, Gemma said. Safe. Leo adjusted his backpack. I'll meet you at the cottage at 3. We can gear up at yours. Cheska swung her camera bag onto one shoulder. This is a brand pivot, but it's also a killer. Harmony tried to answer, but she wasn't sure she knew enough branding for vloggers to make a sensible comment. She managed a nod. The cafe emptied until only Nicky remained, wiping down tables in steady sweeps. Harmony helped stack chairs. You don't have to do this, Nicky said, and kept her eyes on the cloth. I pushed, but you can say no. I'm not saying no. Nicky paused mid-wipe. Fair enough. They finished in silence. The only sounds were the cloth against wood and distant gulls, calling and settling for the night. Nicky went to lock up. Harmony followed and stopped at the front door. A scrap of paper, pushed in from the quayside, was wedged under it. The edge fluttered with the draught. Harmony pulled it free. Tide times written in a neat column. 4:18 p.m. low, 5:47 p.m. rising, 7:15 p.m. high. Under that, Entry 4 to 5:30. Be careful. No name. Harmony smiled and handed the note to Nicky. She'd seen Samuel's handwriting on notes pinned to the board in his boat. Nicky watched her face change. Is this from Samuel? Harmony folded the paper and slid it into her pocket. Pretty sure it is. I told him he was a coward, and we were doing this anyway. Looks like he's waking up. Outside, the harbour water was black now, breaking the streetlights into thin, trembling lines. Rigging ticked and chimed against masts. Harmony stood for a moment, the note about tide times in her hand, and listened to the town settle. Tomorrow she'd go under the cliff and into Stone, searching for something Pete had hidden. Chapter 39. Rum and Ritual. At 4 o'clock the next afternoon, Harmony stood at the mouth of Morning Cove Cave, Samuel's tide times sitting folded in her pocket. Cold air hit her teeth, leaving salt on her tongue. The sea pulled back with a soft hiss over rock. Low water exposed pools mirroring the sky in broken pieces. The cave mouth yawned dark, damp, stony and silent. She checked her watch. 4:01. Leo crouched by the equipment pile, sorting carabiners by size. His head torch beam swept across wet rock. Cheska paced the shoreline, camera bag converted to backpack, in a fitted teal jacket with her red and gold logo, Cheska Trips. Boots scraped over stones behind them, and Samuel came down from the coastal path, carrying a canvas duffel bag, which he dropped at Harmony's feet without a word. Unzipping the opening at the top and shaking out harnesses, waterproof LED torches, an emergency whistle on a lanyard, and 3 helmets with mounted lights. With a nod, he pressed a helmet into Harmony's hands and tugged the chin strap. Click. His fingers were steady. His eyes stayed on the buckle. Harmony swallowed. I'm glad you came. He looked past her, out to sea. Sure you aren't claustrophobic? Yes. The word left her before her breath caught up. No, I'm not sure. Samuel moved to Leo, tightened buckles, checked the fit. Then Cheska. Same quick hands, no fuss. Leo stood, brushing sand from his knees. 4:09. We've got maybe 90 minutes before the water rises enough to block the path up the cliff. So if we don't want most of the night on the beach, we go. 87 minutes, Samuel said. Spring tide peaks early. Cheska filmed the cave entrance with her phone, whispering to the camera. Morning Cove, Smuggler's Cave. If you're watching this, it means we made it back in one piece. At the rear of the cave, they found the tunnel's entrance, a dark oval half hidden by a crumbling wall. Harmony set down her bag and pulled out the crowbar Nicky had pressed into her hand early that morning during a swift visit. The smooth metal felt cold through her glove. Ready? Leo nodded. Cheska lifted a thumb. We're going in. Samuel stepped beside Harmony at the sealed entrance. She wedged the crowbar into a mortar line. Old brick, sealed centuries ago, although the lower section looked scuffed and disturbed. She leaned her weight on the bar at that point. Brick dust puffed a gritty breath. Samuel added his strength. The first brick came free with a scrape that rang around the cave. Another one shifted. Water threaded through the widening gap at ground level, cold and steady. Harmony glanced at Samuel. He didn't comment. He just kept working. 10 minutes and the opening gave in to a shove. It left a hole large enough for a grown man to crawl through. Carruthers padded out of darkness of the cave, as if he'd been waiting. He sat in the gap, tail wrapped around white paws, eyes catching torchlight. He looked at Harmony once, then slipped through into the passage. Cheska's mouth opened, then she shut it, filming Carruthers disappear into the gloom. A cat goes first. This must be a good omen. Harmony went in behind him. The narrow passage forced her sideways as soon as she stood, cold stone scraping both shoulders. Water climbed to the top of her boots. She drew a breath through her nose, stale air. The ceiling dropped. Rock grazed her helmet. Heat surged up her chest. Her throat tightened, but she kept moving anyway. Behind her, Leo's beam jittered over the walls. His breathing came fast. "Count your breaths," Samuel said. 4 in, hold, 4 out. Leo's breathing calmed, and the passage widened by inches. Harmony straightened, and her boots slid on slick stones. The tunnel climbed. She could feel the pull in her calves. Water ran down the walls and along a groove underfoot. Carruthers waited 20 metres ahead, a small silhouette in her torchlight. When she reached him, he moved on. The tunnel branched. The walls to the left and the right comprised the same rough-looking stone, with algae at the waterline, and the LED beams turned the surface into an oily flicker. Carruthers took the right-hand passage without a pause. "Cat's right, we go southeast here," Leo said. They followed in single file. Harmony checked her watch. 4:23. 19 minutes since entry. Her fingers numbed inside gloves. Her breath made a pale cloud in the beam. "Can't be much further," Leo said, and his voice split on the last word. "It's 800 metres, isn't it?" Harmony said. She kept her shoulder against the wall when the floor dipped. Cheska whispered to her camera, "Quieter now. Walls are closing in on us. Everything echoes down here, and it feels like I'm surrounded by ghosts. Who knows how many men in centuries past trod this path of fortune and fate." "Halfway," Samuel said. "Keep moving." The ceiling sank. They crouched and then dropped to their hands and knees. Harmony's palms skated through the water. Stone rasped against her sleeves. At one point the roof pressed close enough that her back brushed it through the jacket. Her head torch showed 2 metres of tunnel, then black. A thin sound came from behind her, Leo trying to keep it in. Samuel's voice carried along the rock. "On Harmony's light, stay on her light." "I'm right behind you," Cheska said. Leo grunted a thanks and the sound stopped. The passage turned hard left and opened into a small chamber. Harmony stood and rolled her shoulders, rubbed her lower back, which was cramped, releasing the muscle tension in a sharp ache. Water dripped from somewhere above, and the sound multiplied in the space until it was hard to place. Carruthers sat on a dry ledge, grooming a back leg, as if this was his kitchen step. "Let's take a break," Leo said. "Check direction." Harmony pulled off her gloves and shook, feeling back into her fingers. "Tea?" They passed around a thermos of hot, sugary tea. Nicky's. Carruthers jumped down and headed through the chamber's far exit. It was wide enough to walk, more natural now, with curved walls worn smooth by water over millennia. "That way," Leo said. "I know it sounds weird, but follow the cat." 4:38, 58 minutes since entry. The tunnel levelled, then sloped down. "We're under the manor," Samuel said. He ran his hand along the wall as if reading it. Cheska kept her voice down. "If you're still watching, we're right under the house. This is unreal." They went deeper, low enough that Harmony imagined foundations above her head. She kept one hand on the wall for balance on the uneven ground. Carruthers picked his way over streams in the beam, finding the dry edges without hesitation. When the tunnel rose steeply, Harmony climbed, using handholds worn smooth. The air shifted as she climbed and grew less wet, more dusty, with a dry tang that didn't belong near sea rock. The passage ended at a stone wall. Carruthers pawed at it, claws ticking against mortar. He paused and looked back at Harmony, then pawed again, hard. Leo aimed his torch. "Is that a seam?" Harmony moved close. The wall looked uniform, but low down there was a line. She ran her fingers along it. Mortar crumbled under her glove, soft, new. Samuel pressed his palm flat against the stone. "Recent?" They worked at the loose section, fingers finding edges, levering bricks out. The gap widened until it took a shoulder, then a body sideways. Leo wiped his camera lens. Again and again. 4:49, 67 minutes. Harmony slipped through first. Her torchlight swept a small chamber, roughly 3 meters by 4, vaulted ceiling just high enough to stand. The air here sat still, dry, old wood and stone dust. Marks cut into the walls, crosses, a symbol like a split pea. Her throat tightened, not out of fear this time. "Marion Marks," she said, "for protection." A worn wooden stool stood before a small altar niche. The wood looked too intact to be real, yet it was real, simple, used. Cheska's camera light flooded the space. "Rum and ritual," she said. "Do the crime, then make amends." Leo photographed everything. Left angle, right angle, close up, wide lens. His shutter clicked in a hard rhythm. "There's something here." He reached into the niche and pulled out a plan tube wrapped in a plastic shopping bag, and a second bundle tied with string inside another plastic bag. He handed them to Harmony. Her hands shook as she untied the string. Inside she found papers, yellowed, curled at the edges, but dry. She put them on the stool one by one. They were handwritten in slanted script, titled "The Mossington Estate Papers." She read the first paragraph. "Prepared for the executors and family trustees of the Mossington Estate. By Mr. Elias Penwooden, Estate Steward and Acting Clerk of Works. Dated October 14th, 1860. Retrospective summary of works completed 1854 to 1858. She looked up. "This is the survey of the house, the one Violet mentioned." Other papers contained measurements and notes in a blunt, modern hand. Then she opened the tube to find 2 large sheets inside, sepia, covered on both sides with what looked like architectural drawings in crisp ink. "These must be original plans," Leo said. He leaned close, holding the torch steady. Cheska angled her light to the cover page, reading in fragments as her camera hovered. "Estate papers of 1860? She swallowed. They knew there was something important here. It says that this place must be left undisturbed in perpetuity for future generations, and those with better tools for preservation to uncover. That means us. And everyone who is watching. We've got to take care of stuff like this, or we'll forget who we are." Leo zoomed in on another line, and this is hard to read, but I see Roman mosaic floor, Bacchus. That's... Something crunched under Harmony's foot. She bent, picked up a pen-shaped object with a small metal hook on the end, put it in her pocket for later. "These papers must be what Pete found," she said. Samuel took photos of each page with his phone, one after another, no hesitation. "And this?" He lifted the waxed bundle. "This is him, his notes, measurements, comparisons." Harmony flicked through the modern printouts mixed in with the older pages. There were current blueprints with sections missing, lines rerouted, rooms erased. Her mind went to the limestone floor and the scaffolding with Pete beneath it. Samuel's phone camera clicked again. "Bag it!" Harmony pictured Sean Weathers's face if he found out where they'd been, trespassing onto private property, stealing documents. She pictured the case file stamped closed. She pushed the thought aside and slid the papers back into the plastic bag, then into Leo's waterproof bag. "We're taking them," she said. One by one they squeezed back through the gap into the tunnel. They moved faster on the return, down the natural passage, back to the chamber where they'd drunk tea. Time check, 5:04 p.m. The tight crawl section waited ahead. Harmony got down on her hands and knees and went in. Stone pressed close above her helmet. She kept her breath on Samuel's count. 4 in, hold, 4 out. Behind her, Leo's breathing rose again, rasping into a tight whine. Samuel's voice was firm in the shadows, anchoring. "Keep looking at her light," he said. "Nothing else." They reached a branching passage. Left turn, 5:13. Carruthers waited ahead, a small silhouette. When Harmony reached him, he moved toward the cave mouth, toward air. "Stop!" Cheska's voice snapped. "My jacket!" Harmony turned. The beam swung across Cheska's face, her eyes bright with panic in the strange light. "What?" "I left it, in the chapel, on the stool." Her hand clamped Harmony's sleeve. "My logo's on it." Harmony's stomach dropped. If anyone found that jacket, it wasn't a ghost story. It was real people and danger. "We go back," Cheska said. Leo stared at his watch. "Time margin's gone." Samuel shut his eyes for a beat, opened them, checked his watch. "I'll get it. You go." Harmony's breath stuck. Pete alone, down in stone, came back to her in a hard flash. "No." She stepped closer. "I'm coming." Cheska shoved past and moved into the tunnel at once, already crawling. Leo followed, jaw tight. They retraced the route, quicker now because they knew it. The entrance to the chapel came into view. Cheska climbed through, grabbed the jacket, and turned back with it bunched under her arm. "Move," Samuel said. The return was water and stone and breath. Slip, crawl, stand, duck, crawl again. Harmony's knees screamed, her throat burned, her hands cramped around wet rock. At last, a smear of daylight ahead. They spilled out of the cave mouth. The water outside was higher now, waves breaking on the rocks just beyond the entrance. Foam hissed in and out. Samuel pressed a thermos into Harmony's hands. Hot tea. She drank, and the heat hit her chest like a slow unfurling. Her hands shook. Tea slopped against the lid. Leo checked his camera housing, fingers moving by habit. Photos are safe. Cheska hugged her jacket to her body as if it were a child. Harmony looked toward the beach and realized Carruthers wasn't with them. Then she saw him, faintly outlined, already on the cliff path, padding upwards. Samuel was already packing. He shoved the straps into the duffel, zipped it hard. Up the path, now. Harmony forced herself upright, legs heavy. She shouldered her bag. As she stepped out of the cave mouth, she looked up at the bluff. A figure stood at the top, just visible against a greying sky. Too far to name. Still enough to make the hair on her scalp tighten. The figure lifted one hand, not a wave, a mark. After that, whoever it was, turned and walked away and disappeared over the rise. Harmony's mouth dried. "Did you see who it was?" "Too far," Samuel said. He was already moving, water up to his knees as he chose a route between rocks. "Keep going." Cheska's voice dropped. "How long were they there?" Leo swallowed. "Long enough to see us." Chapter 40. Here 1 minute. At the top of the cliff, the coastal path stretched before them, wet grass catching the last of the light. Harmony kept seeing the figure on the bluff, one raised hand, not a wave. Salt dried on her lips, and her legs burned from the climb. The waterproof jacket stuck to her shoulders where stone had scraped her raw. Behind her, Leo's breathing went ragged, fast. Cheska had stopped filming 10 minutes ago. Samuel reached the top first, dropping his pack beside the weathered bench that marked the junction. He turned back, watching Harmony haul herself over the last rise. When she reached the top, she collapsed onto the bench. Leo appeared moments later, face pale, jaw set like he was holding it together by force. "We need to split up." Samuel pulled the wrapped documents from his pack. "Get these scanned tonight." "Right," Leo said. Samuel shifted the bundle in his hands. "Everything. Victorian plans, Pete's notes, altered blueprints, any pages you copied from the diary, screenshots of the bat footage, and that voice note." Leo nodded. "Got it. PDFs, untouched originals, multiple copies, different places, cloud storage, multiple servers." Harmony stared down at the dark half-moon of Morning Cove, the tide lifting and lifting. "Do it fast, we know they're watching." Her throat was tight. She rubbed her wet palms on her trousers and left a smear of grit. "We don't sit on them," Samuel said. "If they come for us, we make it useless. Copies are protection." "We can do it all at Gary's yurt," Leo said. "I'm staying there while he's in custody. Proper scanner, cloud backup. Learning more from him than at uni. I can have everything digitised in 2 hours." Harmony looked down at Morning Cove and back towards the cottage. It squatted dark against the twilight, a single light in the living room window, where she'd left the lamp on for Carruthers. The incoming tide, clawing even higher on the beach below. Cheska appeared, cheeks flushed, eyes bright. Someone was watching us. Her phone hung at her side, screen black. "We know, which is why we move fast." Samuel wrapped the documents with steady hands. Original documents like this can take a step closer to reopening the case. We'll make multiple copies and store them in different locations. Cheska swallowed. "I'm not going off on my own." She glanced back up the path, then at Harmony. "Can I come to the cottage with you? I need a minute." The group dispersed at the path junction. Samuel and Leo got into Samuel's car and took the road north towards Gary's yurt. Harmony and Cheska turned downhill, following the narrow track that switchbacked to Morning Cove Cottage. Carruthers met them at the door, meowing a sharp protest. Harmony stripped off her wet jacket in the hallway, leaving muddy prints on the stone floor. Her fingers fumbled with the laces. Cheska stood behind her, silent, water dripping from the hem of her branded jacket onto the flags. The sitting room felt smaller than usual. Harmony lit the fire, hands shaking as she struck the match. Flame caught on the kindling, spreading to larger pieces of wood with soft crackles. She sat back on her heels in front of the stove as heat pushed back the cold that had settled into her bones. She made toast and marmite, something filling and easy. Wet wool and smoke mixed in the air. Carruthers wound between her ankles, then jumped onto the windowsill. His tail twitched as he stared out towards the darkening sea. Cheska sat on the edge of the sofa, both hands wrapped around her phone, as if it might ring and save her. Harmony checked her phone. Only 2 bars. The signal wasn't always reliable out there. The fire needed another log. She added it, adjusting the position with the poker. Sparks drifted up the chimney. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the window frames. Carruthers left the window and positioned himself by the back door, ears flat. "It's just wind," Harmony said. He didn't move. She sat in the armchair and picked up the nearest thing on the side table. A book, The Sky on Loan. Stories from the South Hams. She read the first few pages, so engrossed she jumped when the phone rang. It was Leo's name on the screen. "They took them," his voice cracked. "Harmony, I'm sorry." Her stomach dropped. "Slow down, where are you?" 2 people, masks. He gulped air. They knew. They must have followed us. Broke in before we finished scanning. Samuel tried to stop them, but there were 2 of them, and they hit him. He swallowed hard. They took all the documents and smashed the equipment. Harmony's stomach dropped. She flipped the phone on speaker. "Is Samuel all right?" "He's fine. I mean, his lip is bleeding a little bit, but he'll live." Harmony gripped the phone until it hurt. "Is he conscious?" Yes. His breath skittered. "He's fine. It's just a scratch. He told me to call you." "Did you get anything saved?" A pause. "We'd already made the first set. Not everything, but most of it. Safe in the cloud. Encrypted. Didn't make any paper copies. They took what we had, but that's all." Cheska shook her head. "Oh, that's terrible. But as long as everyone is okay, it's not so bad." "Did they get Pete's notes?" Harmony said. "They did," Leo said. Harmony sat down hard on the arm of the chair. The fire crackled. Outside, waves hit rocks with distant thuds. If they had Pete's notes, in his handwriting, the copies might not be enough. But it was his handwriting. Didn't the police have specialists for that? "I'm coming over." "No, Samuel says stay there. We're regrouping. Stay inside. He'll be in touch later." The line went dead. Harmony stared at the phone, only one bar. She moved to the window, holding it open. Another bar appeared, disappeared, appeared. A text came through. "Sorry. Stay put. We'll explain later. S." She tried calling back. The call failed, so she tried again and failed again. Carruthers jumped down from his position by the door and pressed against her leg. She picked him up, feeling his heartbeat rapid against her palm. He purred, but his muscles stayed tense. The fire had burned down to embers. She added another log without thinking, watching flames catch on the new wood, a welcome heat on her face. She set Carruthers down and moved through the cottage, checking windows, front door locks and the back door, all secure. She pulled the curtains closed, shutting out the darkness and the sea beyond. Her hands were shaking again. The fire spat. This was different. Different from anonymous notes shoved through letterboxes. Different from stolen research notebooks or documents planted in her bag. This was physical. This was people breaking and entering, hitting Samuel, taking what they wanted by force. Someone out there would hurt people to keep secrets buried. Her phone buzzed. The signal had returned. 3 texts from Leo. Police called. Samuel told them nothing valuable taken. "We're okay," she typed back. "Documents?" The reply came fast. "Digital copies are safe, but in court might be called fake. Cloud backup has maybe 60%. 60% might not be enough, she knew. Besides, digital screenshots were pixels on a screen and a clerk raising an eyebrow, whereas Victorian paper, ink, age, weight in the hand, that was what would make people listen. Now it was all gone. Harmony walked to the window and pulled the curtain back an inch. The sea stretched dark under low storm clouds. No lights on the coastal path, no figure on the bluff. Nothing but wind and rain edging closer. Someone out there knew what they'd found, knew where they'd go, knew when to strike. She let the curtain fall. Carruthers sat by the fire, tongue rasping over his paw. Cheska hadn't moved. She stared at the door, as if it might open. The phone rang. Samuel this time. "You all right?" His voice sounded rough. "I'm fine, you?" "It's nothing." He paused. "They must have followed us from the cove." "Did you see anything? Anything that could identify them?" "Male. One was 5'10", the other 6 foot. Masks, gloves, dark clothes, athletic. If I had to guess, I'd say they had some kind of security experience." Harmony went still. Mossington has 2 security guards, ever since Gary's graffiti protest. "I remember." "We need to have a meeting." She kept her voice even. "All of us. Figure out what to do. Leo's pulling together everything he saved. He should have it organised by tomorrow, but Harmony." He stopped. "What?" "They've got what they need." His breathing sounded careful, controlled. "That means they think it's over." "Is it?" "I don't know. I've already tried to give up on this, but I can't." The fire had burned out again. She didn't add another log. "I'll come over there," Samuel said. "Tomorrow. Sure you're okay?" "I'm fine here. Door's locked. Cat's fierce." Carruthers yawned, showing small white teeth. "Harmony, stay together." "We will. Cheska's not going anywhere." She nodded at Cheska, pale, silent, holding her phone in both hands. "Tomorrow," Samuel said, "we'll figure out the next steps. For tonight, lock the doors. Don't open them for anyone." He ended the call. Harmony crossed the room and put her hand on the front door, turned the key, and listened as the lock clicked. Chapter 41. Wrong Time. The phone screen glowed in the grey light. Harmony sat on the edge of the bed, a duvet bunched at her waist. D.I. Eve wood filled the small rectangle. Studio light shone on her hair. She was impressively press-ready. Following the trespassing at Mossington Manor, I want to be clear. Eve's voice carried the flat authority of prepared notes. Unfounded speculation about the death of Mr. Greenslade creates distress for the bereaved family. The case stays closed. We will pursue charges against anyone unlawfully continuing to access private property or harass residents. Harmony flung the phone. It hit the wall under the window and skittered along the skirting. Rain stopped during the night, leaving salt streaks dried in pale runs on the glass. Through the window, the sea stretched flat and grey under low clouds, water meeting sky in a line her eyes kept slipping off. She dragged on her running kit. The cottage smelled of ash and damp wool. Downstairs, Cheska had already gone. She left a note. Thanks. Harmony opened the stove door and poked at cold charcoal and a stub of blackened kindling. The kettle boiled. She made coffee and left it cooling on the counter while she opened her laptop. 3 new messages in the Kingscombe community WhatsApp group. Thank goodness that's done. We can all move on now. Poor Tamsin. Imagine that Harmony woman interfering in your life. Nikki's cafe this morning? Need to talk about the summer fete. Harmony shut the laptop. Her phone buzzed. A text from Samuel. Busy this morning. See you later. Her thumb rested over the reply bar. She let it sit. The screen dimmed. The bags waited by the door in a neat row, books, laptop, suitcase. Zips shut. Straps tightened. The rest stayed in storage, waiting for a home that now belonged to someone else. In the bathroom, last-minute toiletries stood lined on the shelf like pupils at assembly. A new box of cat food sat by the back door. Carruthers appeared in the doorway, tail high. Morning. His ears flicked. He turned his head and presented his back. Harmony reached for him anyway. Her hand hung in the air, stupid and hopeful. He hopped down, left the room, claws ticking on stone. Right. The coffee had cooled. She drank it, standing at the sink, eyes on the sea. It was rough now, with waves breaking into foam far out. Her inbox pinged. An email from her solicitor. Sorry to say this, but the sellers withdrew. Someone else offered. Harmony took a deep inhale. It would be better to sell to someone who wasn't involved in that murder business. Breath jammed under her ribs. She didn't believe in signs, but she was finding it hard to believe she was welcome in Kingscombe. Her phone rang. Nikki's name on the screen. How are you? Nikki said. Fine. The hiss of the coffee machine in the background, cups clinking, voices she knew, a Sunday rhythm that didn't include her. I wanted to tell you, some of my regulars are making it clear they're not happy about me continuing with this amateur investigation, or whatever it is we're doing. Right? I'm not saying I agree. A pause filled with espresso shrieks and a muffled laugh. But business has been slow since Saturday. People are talking. They do that. What are you going to do? The word came out before she could tidy it. Dorset. Think I'll go to Dorset. Silence, then the cafe noise again, ordinary and busy. Look, I've got to go. Talk later. Harmony ended the call and stood with her hand on the sink edge until her knuckles went pale. Time to get moving. She pulled on her running shoes. They squelched as she tightened the laces. In the hall mirror she looked pale, hollow-eyed, a face that didn't fit the kit. Outside the air was cool and salt-sharp. The coastal path stretched empty in both directions. She turned west towards the headland and started a slow jog. The path climbed away from Morning Cove, mud sucking at her shoes where yesterday's rain collected in the ruts. Wind shoved at her jacket. Keep moving. The rhythm usually cleared her head. Breathe in, breathe out, legs move. Today her lungs burned, and her thoughts spun in circles, no grip and no cadence. She slowed to a walk. Pete was still dead, and his killer was free. It was over, and there was nothing she could do, and she was leaving. Tomorrow morning, early, before anyone asked questions. Before anyone offered sympathy she didn't want. She'd find a B&B and retreat there for a while. The path narrowed where it cut through gorse on both sides. Thorns snagged her sleeve. She yanked free and kept going, pushing through the burn in her calves, the stitch tightening under her ribs. She forked back, arriving at the bench at the top of the cliff. A lot had changed since yesterday. Standing there, hands on hips, breathing hard, her heart sank at the thought of leaving. The sea below was choppy, grey-green. She watched a couple of cormorants diving for fish by a jagged rock rising from the waves just off the cove. A lone sailboat tacked south. Taking a deep breath and pausing for a moment, she knew she'd picked the wrong time and the wrong place to let her curiosity off the leash. Crawling through tunnels and dragging strangers into a murder investigation was not the way to make new friends. Time to go. Chapter 42. Carruthers turns his back. Harmony stood on one leg, stretching out her quads, one hand on the bench overlooking Morning Cove. She stared out at the horizon until her eyes stopped stinging. Her phone buzzed with a text from Gemma. Amy's upset. People at school are saying things again. X. Harmony typed back with stiff thumbs. Understood. The reply came straight back. Not your fault. Dust will settle. She pocketed the phone and stood a moment longer before turning left along the coastal path, away from Kingscombe. Each step took effort and concentration. The easiest thing would be to sit down on the grass and let the day pass without her. After a couple of miles, she looped back, walked up the steepest hills until the cottage appeared round the bend. By then, it was late, and the cottage seemed smaller and darker than usual, with Mossington Manor crouched in the valley behind it. Inside, Carruthers sat by his bowl, body tucked tight, watching her without a blink. She filled the bowl. He ate, ears angled away, as if she were furniture. I tried, she told him. The Taylors are coming back tomorrow. You'll be pleased to see them. He kept eating, and she went upstairs to shower under water that never got properly hot, dressed in clean clothes, and ticked off last-minute jobs on her list. 3 weeks, that was it. 3 weeks of thinking she'd found something worth staying for. Downstairs, her laptop sat open on the table. She opened it again. 6 unsent messages waited in the outbox. Samuel, Gemma, Nikki, Sean. Subject lines like a row of bad essay titles. Thanks for everything. Sorry, I have to go. She read them all again, slowly this time, and heard her own teacher's voice in her head. It didn't feel right. She highlighted whole paragraphs and cut them, marked herself down, and ended up deleting the lot. What was there to say? Sorry for wasting your time, for making things worse, and for thinking I could solve a murder when I couldn't even sort out where to live. She shut the laptop. The Victorian diary. She took it out of the fireplace, brushed the dust off the freezer bag, and checked the antique key was in there too. They went into the inside pocket of her rucksack. She wrote a note and left it on the kitchen table. Found a diary and key in the fireplace whilst cleaning. They have some value as historical artefacts. They might be evidence in a case. Had to hand them in to the police. You should apply to get them back. Please look after them. On the way out of town, she'd drop off the diary and key to Sean, set the record straight before she left. After that, she made a smoothie with the last banana and chocolate protein powder, sat in the armchair, sipping it and watching the light drain from the window. Carruthers took the far windowsill, back turned, tail curled around his paws. I know who did it, she said to him. The words sounded flat in the room, but I can't prove it. His ear flicked once, that was all. He jumped down, padded to the kitchen, and sat by the back door. Harmony opened it, and he slipped out without a glance. Night came in, blue-grey turning to indigo. She sat in the unlit cottage and listened to the sea and the wind and the buildings settling. Tomorrow she'd drive to Dorset. The agency needed a house-sitter for a month at a cottage near Lyme Regis. A simple retreat with 3 cats and a view of the sea. After that, who knew? Another town, with a borrowed set of keys. There was no rush to buy. Fitting into another borrowed life, until she found whatever it was she was looking for, seemed like the most attractive option she had. She lifted the suitcase and bags one by one and put them in the car, shutting the boot with a clean last sound. Back inside, she opened her laptop one last time and searched for B&Bs on the Dorset coast, booked one for tomorrow night, paid, and closed the confirmation. Emailed Sean, "This is something you should look into. I'll drop the diary off tomorrow. Letting it go wasn't the same as giving up." Chapter 43. Hard truth. A thick sea mist billowed in over the sea. Harmony put her foot against a rung on the gatepost and stretched. This would be her last jog over the cliff at Morning Cove. Bags waited by the door inside. The car keys sat on the counter. Directions to Dorset on her phone. She turned northeast on the coast path, with the manor ahead to her right. Once she left the cove behind, she wasn't running towards anything she knew. Mud tugged at her soles where the track cut through gorse. She kept her eyes down, watching her feet, watching her breath. Puddles in the ruts, damp stones and roots. A gull banked over the lighthouse at Star Point. She passed the bench where she'd sat with Samuel 2 weeks ago. The wood was dark and damp. She didn't slow. The path curved by the hawthorn thicket. Someone stood there, hands in jacket pockets, waiting. Barbara Pavlenko, yoga pants, a teal jacket zipped high despite the mild air, hair loose as if she'd dragged her fingers through it and given up. Harmony slowed. "Harmony," Barbara's voice snagged. She glanced over her shoulder towards Mossington. "Don't stop. Walk with me, please. I was coming over to see you." Harmony walked and Barbara fell beside her, too close. Although the path was narrow and the drop to the rocks below was sheer. "I went to the cottage," Barbara said, "and just glanced through the window and I saw your bags. You're going." It wasn't a question. "My house sale collapsed," Harmony said, "and the house sit at Morning Cove is finished. I'm moving on." Barbara kept turning round, looking past Harmony, down the path, as if expecting someone to step out of the gorse. "I have to tell you," she said, "before you go, I can't—" She swallowed. "I won't talk to the police." Harmony kept her pace even. "What is it?" "It's Tamsin. She's getting worse," Barbara said. "I think she will break if she doesn't know who did this, and you're the only one who tried to find out." The mist thinned another inch. Sunlight slid through, weak and pale. Barbara's hands twisted together. Her knuckles were lime white. They were lovers, she and Pete. It was months ago that she tried to end it. It hurt her when he wouldn't let her go. Harmony's chest tightened, not with surprise, but with the way Barbara spoke Tamsin's name in desperation. She kept moving, but slowed a little, letting Barbara move ahead. It paid to be careful in the company of someone nervous on the high coastal path, with no handrails and certain death below. "When did it start?" Harmony asked. "February," Barbara said, "before the riding accident." Harmony waited, letting Barbara choose her next words. "She fell riding out on Dartmoor," Barbara said. "Hurt her back badly. The doctor wanted surgery. She refused." "Refused why?" Barbara's mouth worked. She flicked her gaze towards the manor again. "She won't go near hospitals," she said. "She says it started when she was 12. Waking up under bright lights. Strangers. No mother. She can't bear the idea of being put under. She panics, goes away into herself. Far away." The wind shifted to the north, bringing the smell of wet earth and the faint sweetness of gorse. So she lives with constant pain, Harmony said. Barbara nodded once, hard. She does yoga, breathing. She smiles through dinner and doesn't eat. Andrew watches her plate. Andrew watches everything. I think he has to, and I do my best to help her. How? Barbara's eyes darted to Harmony's face, as if checking she'd understand. Sometimes she takes too many painkillers. We check the bathroom cabinet, she whispered. Harmony let out a breath. It sounds like hard work. Love is work, isn't it? It needs cultivating, Harmony said. Like a garden. Something has to grow. Barbara kept talking, words rushing out of her, as if she'd hoarded them too long and needed to declutter. Lady Cecily runs her book club, she said. Last Tuesday of every month, Tamsin goes. She likes reading, drinking tea, and the old lady. Lady Everleigh is like a grandmother to her. Harmony felt her pulse quicken. Go on. Lady Cecily keeps pills in the upstairs bathroom, Barbara said. She talks about them, about how much they help her. She calls them the good ones. She thinks it's funny. Harmony didn't blink. Oxycodone. Barbara nodded. Tamsin steals them during the book club. Not many. She hides them, but I know where they are. She takes a few every time. They make her relax and sleep without bad dreams. The air went thin in Harmony's throat. Where does she hide them? Barbara's voice dropped again. In her supplements, a pot in the bathroom cabinet at home, evening primrose oil on the label. A humourless flicker crossed her face. It isn't evening primrose. These tablets have a mark on them, making them easy to look up, and often, on the terrible nights when she couldn't sleep at all, I found loose tablets on the bathroom floor. She's careless with everything. Harmony's mouth dried. The coroner's report. The story everyone wanted. Relapse, clumsiness, a fall. Barbara's eyes shone, frantic and steady at once. Andrew found them, she said. Weeks ago, late at night. I heard them talking about it. He asked how many she took. How long had she been taking them? Where did they come from? She told him everything and promised she would stop. Did she stop? Harmony asked. Barbara shook her head, small. No, I think she takes more now. The mist had almost gone. The sea showed its true colour, steel with a pale seam of light. Barbara's breath hitched. And Pete, she said. People say he relapsed, but I don't think that's true. Harmony kept walking and kept her face still. How do you know? I don't know. That's why I'm here, Barbara said. Tamsin is in a bad way, much worse since Pete died. Sometimes it's like she loses track of time. She wakes up in places. She walks through the house at night. Sometimes she stares at me like she doesn't know who I am. And sometimes I'm afraid of her. And you're not afraid of Andrew? Harmony asked. What about the security guards? Barbara shrugged. Sometimes I'm afraid of everyone at Mossington Manor. They reached a bend where hawthorn leaned over the path, making a little tunnel of shade. Barbara stopped. Harmony stopped with her. Barbara turned and looked at her. You're leaving today, Barbara said. Harmony's throat worked, the car keys and her bags, the pull of a quiet drive to Dorset, with her favourite music on full blast. I'm thinking about it. Barbara's hands shook at her sides. She looked so small in her jacket, as if the fabric was the only thing holding her together. Barbara stepped back, already turning to leave. I'm sorry to bother you. She walked away fast, almost running, back towards Mossington. At the curve, she glanced once over her shoulder, eyes wide, pleading, and disappeared. Harmony stood alone on the path with the sound of the sea below, and her own breath loud in her ears. She started moving again, legs carrying her without permission. Back at the cottage, Carruthers sat in the doorway, watching. He didn't come to her, but he didn't turn away either. That was something. Inside, her phone lay where she'd left it on the counter. A notification still sat in her inbox from the house-sitting agency. Thanks for all your work at Morning Cove. New assignment request in the Kingscombe area. Client asking for you specifically. Georgian townhouse, 1 kitten. References provided by Nikki Trent. Interested? We can always rearrange the Dorset house. Her thumb hovered. She glared at her bags stacked by the door. In her mind's eye she saw Barbara's pleading face. Harmony typed, "Yes, I'm interested. When can I start?" A reply came through a moment later. "Tomorrow, if possible. Keys available from the office." Harmony stared at the screen until the words stopped shifting. She set the phone down slowly, as if it might shatter. Outside, the sea kept moving. Inside, the bags waited. And for the first time in days, Harmony was certain, without a shadow of a doubt, that she wasn't going anywhere soon. Chapter 44. Quayside House. Harmony shifted her suitcase against her hip and climbed the steps to number 25 Quayside Mews. The house stood 3 stories high, a Georgian property with arched windows on the lower floor, catching the last light of day. It turned out, according to the agency, that Lady Cecily was the one responsible for it all. She made it happen, insisting that they offer Harmony Stone the house-sitting opportunity as a priority, organising it all through Nikki. Knowing Lady Cecily wanted her to stay and was prepared to pull some strings to make it happen, meant only one thing. She wanted Harmony to keep digging into the mystery of Mossington Manor. Wonders would never cease. Inside, the house was quiet and full of light. The hall and its walls, all the way up the wide staircase, were a disconcertingly bright blood red. A slim folder sat on the hall table, marked Everleigh Friar Rental Properties Limited. She picked it up. The tagline on the front cover of the brochure explained that Everleigh Friar were specialists in luxury homes for those who love to wander. This was a company specialising in long-term rentals for the very rich. A flash of orange shot past her ankle. "No, you don't." Dropping her case onto the Turkish rug and running over the white-painted floorboards, she caught the kitten in mid-leap towards the open door. Harmony held on as the kitten twisted, claws out, its warm, squirming fur almost impossible to hold on to. Eventually the animal relaxed and glared at her. "Layla, isn't it?" The kitten carried on staring at her with round yellow eyes, tail flicking with irritation. She carried Layla, a complete menace according to Orla at the agency, through to the kitchen at the back, placing her down near a bowl of dry food. Layla pretended to be interested, which was one of her many tricks as it later turned out, before making a break for freedom towards the back door, which was locked and bolted. "Vaccinations," Harmony said. "Another month, then you can terrorise the neighbourhood. Until then, you're stuck with me." The kitten mewed sulkily. After 4 trips up and down the long staircase, Harmony threw herself down onto the plush gold velvet sofa. The sofa was the only furniture in the front lounge, apart from a fiery rug covered in geometric designs and an empty fireplace. The house-sitting instructions said the kitten's owners liked to live a minimalist lifestyle. They had put most of their belongings into storage during their travels in Asia, and they hoped Harmony would enjoy the space. She did like the light feel of the place. In contrast with the cluttered patchwork interior of Morning Cove Cottage, this house would give her room to breathe. Orla had instructed Harmony to keep the place looking lived in, lights on, curtains open in the daytime, and water the garden, that sort of thing. Don't let the kitten escape. Layla has no sense of danger. Simple enough. She wandered over to the sash windows, tastefully bookended with pale beige damask curtains, and pulled aside one of the sheer Japanese cotton privacy curtains. The quay was bright in the fading light. Boats tied up, ropes creaking, gulls arguing over the day's scraps. Voices of people taking an evening walk along the waterside path echoed up the small bank to the row of 5 townhouses that made up Quayside Mews. A man laughing and someone calling good night made Harmony smile. Lights clicked on in upstairs rooms, in houses visible on the other side of the water. Her phone hummed on the counter. A text from Gemma. Found this. It's from that night after the farmer's market. Did I mention the escaped goats? There was so much else going on. Anyway, I recorded a message for you. It was all doom and gloom the next day because of what happened, and I never got to share this. So I thought you might want a laugh before you leave. A voice note attachment sat under the message. Out of habit, Harmony saved and downloaded it before pressing play. Gemma's voice filled the room, warm and breathless. Your phone must be off, or you're out. But I had to tell you. Charlie's prize goats knocked down a fence panel. They're running wild on Mossington Lane. It's mayhem out there. Be careful if you go for a late-night walk. Harmony nodded and smiled. That must have been the night she sat on Thurlestone Beach watching the storm come in. It already seemed so long ago. And Gary was still packing up his stall at the market, so he came over to help. Not sure if he did, though. He spent an hour and a half shoeing them with a broom in the dark. He's convinced the goats are messengers from the earth goddess or something, and he's also apologising to them while he's waving the broom. Gemma paused, probably in order to continue breathing. In the background, a distinctive sound threaded through. It was high and tinny. Ting, ting, ting. Harmony's hand stopped halfway to the cupboard. She replayed the last few seconds. There it was again. 3 quick notes, bright and unmistakable. It could be only one thing. Her grip tightened on the phone as a pulse kicked at her throat. She played it again. Carruthers's bell toy, the one that always sat by Morning Cove Cottage's back door, because that's where he waited to go outside. He rarely played with it at night, but liked it to always be in the same place. She frowned, went through to the kitchen, and sat down slowly at the table. Gemma recorded the message on the night of the storm, which was the same night Pete died. She checked the date again. It was definitely the night of the farmer's market, the night she found a spare key under an upturned pot in the back garden. Someone must have opened the back door of the cottage while she was out. Nothing had seemed out of place at the time. But what if they had been looking for something they never found? What if a careful intruder made a point of leaving no trace of their visit? Her breath came in gasps. She sat down hard on the folding chair, phone pressed to her ear, playing it again and again. And Charlie's out in the rain, livid, and he's threatening to report Gary to the police for livestock harassment. And I'm thinking, this is it. This is peak Kingscombe. Welcome to the South Hams. It's so good to have a sane person around. Harmony stopped hearing the words, only that jingle, sharp as a pin. She opened the cat notes and crime-solving notebook, flipping to the back pages. Her handwriting slanted to the right, tidy from years of writing on the whiteboard. The bell. She tapped her pen on the table. Was it connected to the person Carl saw later that night, the man seen washing his boots in the sea after coming through the smuggler's tunnel at the cove? She jotted a neat timeline of key times, then circled 1, 22:42. There was someone in the cottage the night Pete died. She stared at the page. The gaps were small now, minutes, not hours. A person could walk up the field from Mossington to the cottage in 9 minutes if they knew the route. Layla jumped onto the table, scattering her notes. Harmony moved the kitten aside and kept writing. From the moment she'd moved in, Morning Cove Cottage had been part of it, all of it, and she'd nearly walked away. As though walking away made any difference. She was right in this, right from the start. Her phone buzzed. Gemma again. Sorry, that probably wasn't funny at all. You're probably already in a new town. Safe travels, H. I miss you, X. Harmony typed back. I'm staying in Kingscombe. Changed my mind. Am at Quayside Mews. Can we talk tomorrow? The response came through at once. Wow, Quayside Mews. Very nice. Breakfast at the Cream. First 8 a.m, Harmony smiled. I'll be there. She stood, stretching cramped shoulders, and walked to the front window. The quay was quieter now, apart from the tapping noise of loose halyards slapping against masts. The gaff-rigged luggers' lights glowed warmly over the square at the end of the creek. A few people were still walking, heading home after dinner or drinks or whatever normal Tuesday evening activities they'd been doing. Her trainers and running kit were in a box by the door. She changed, laced her shoes, grabbed a light jacket, and left the kitten meowing protests from behind the closed kitchen door. Outside, the air was cool and salt-sharp. Harmony jogged down the steps and turned along the quayside path. It was past twilight, so the strings of light hanging through the trees lining the waterside made it easy to see the way, despite the darkness. Street lights, too, casting pools of orange every 20 metres, reflected in the rippling water. Running south, away from the town centre, toward where the quay ended, she hung a right, moving into the woods beside the leisure centre, its glass frontage shining warm shafts of light out in the darkness. Harmony knew who the killer was and how they did it and why. She ran harder, her feet slapping the path in a blunt, steady beat. Somewhere out there, a killer was sleeping, believing it was all over. It wasn't. She ran faster. Chapter 45. Cafe closed. The next morning, Harmony pushed through the back door of the cafe. Nicky had flipped the sign to closed and dragged the blinds down to halfway. Walking in through the kitchen, steam hissed from the hot water dispenser. Her fingers stayed curled on the strap of her rucksack, for support as much as anything. Gemma sat at the corner table, 2 cups of tea already steaming beside her. She stood when Harmony entered, crossed the room and pulled her into a fierce hug. "I'm so glad you stayed." "So am I. It's all been a bit weird since Pete died." "I know." Nicky came out of the kitchen with a plate of ginger biscuits still warm. She set them down and wiped her hands on her apron. "Everyone's coming. They've realised they made a mistake in backing off." Harmony pulled out a chair and sat. Her notebook landed on the table with a soft thud. She opened it to the page where she'd written the historical timeline of the murder. Gemma took a scone and buttered it thoughtfully. Dorothy L. Sayers said, actually Christie might have said it too, that the only sin is giving up when truth is within reach. You were right to stay. I was wrong to listen to gossip. Nicky looked at her. That's not Christie. She nudged the plate closer. Eat. We'll think after. Truth is definitely within reach, Harmony said. The door opened again. Leo ducked in, carrying a leather laptop bag, fringe flattened by the damp air outside, strap cutting into his shoulder. Samuel's nephew had his uncle's intelligent expression behind fashionable glasses, but where Samuel moved with economical precision, Leo was all quick hands and restless energy. "Right, Amy's camera," Leo said. He flipped open the laptop, fingers already moving across the keyboard, his dark fringe flopping over his eyes. The timestamp issue. "I've been up since 5 working on this." Harmony leaned forward. Her tea sat cooling as Leo pulled up files. First to show up on the screen were Amy's moonlit photographs of Mossington Manor, followed by metadata spreadsheets and comparison frames from Cheska's bat footage. Amy never synced the camera clock, Leo said. And the date was off by a day, so I needed something solid to lock it to. He opened 2 images side by side, Cheska's verified frame with clean timestamp data. Amy's shot, clearly showing the manor roofline from a slightly different angle, moon hanging in the same patch of sky. Cheska's footage is time true, the same night, same place, and the moon elevation matches between the frames. He tapped the screen with one finger. When I line those up and correct for Amy's wrong date, her camera time is running 6 minutes and 25 seconds fast. He hit a key, so her timestamp becomes 22:40:37 actual time. Harmony's pen stilled on the page. The Lilies said they left Mossington at 10:30. Why would they lie? Gemma said. And it's close enough. I don't always know the exact time I leave a place. All we know for certain, Harmony said, is that the car on Amy's footage shows someone leaving the house and leaving behind a man who was dying, without calling for an ambulance. Why would anyone do that? Right. But we don't know whether they realised he was ill by then, Nicky said. Samuel shifted. Think about Cheska's footage. If that was Pete, it was obvious he needed medical help, but no one called. Why? The door opened again. Ryan Potts entered, tablet computer clutched to his chest. He hovered a beat too long by the threshold, as if waiting to be waved in, then stepped forward and placed the tablet on the table with both hands. I've brought the full dashcam footage, every frame from Saturday night. Took me until 2 a.m. to get the files sorted. He swiped through folders, found what he wanted, and stabbed a finger at the screen. Here, the licence plate is visible here. At 9:42 p.m, there's a car approaching from the Totnes direction. And here again, at 10:25, the same vehicle turned into Mossington Lane from Kingscombe. The image was grainy but legible. Dark Audi, distinctive alloy wheels, rear plate catching streetlight. Samuel appeared in the doorway without knocking. He crossed to the table, glanced at Ryan's screen for 3 seconds, then spoke. That matches the vehicle registered to Tamsin. I looked up suspects' number plates on the DVLA website last night. I assume that wasn't the only car turning up the lane that night, Harmony said. His eyes met hers briefly, held, then dropped back to the tablet. Not at all, but I don't have records of them all. A knock at the door made Leo frown. It's okay, Nicky said, unhooking the latch, letting those outside slip in one by one, and then locking it again behind them. Violet arrived with her usual upright intensity. Cheska, perfect makeup and glossy hair in a high ponytail, phones and cables in a tote bag. She looked over at Leo, beamed and sat next to him. Sean Weathers came last, off duty, and dressed in shorts and a green t-shirt. Denise sends her apologies, he said. Carl was last, slipping in like a shadow. Nicky pulled the blinds fully closed. Okay, what have we got so far? Harmony drew a neat box on the page and wrote the newly verified timeline in big letters so everyone could see. 21:42, Ryan's dashcam catches the dark Audi approaching from the Totnes direction. 22:25, the same Audi, Tamsin's car, turns into Mossington Lane. 22:40:37, Amy's Manor roofline photo, time corrected. 22:42, Gemma's voice note captures Carruthers' bell toy by the cottage back door. 2 o'clock Sunday, Carl sees someone washing boots at the cove. There are a few gaps, she said, leaning back in her chair. Gaps that make sense. Leo glanced up at her. What do you mean? Well, we know there were 6 people at Mossington that night. Do we? Nicky said. We do. Pete, Andrew, Tamsin, Barbara and I believe 2 others, Harmony said. Nicky stared at her. That's very specific. Why do you think 2 other people were there? In the kitchen the next day, Harmony said. I counted 6 glasses already dry on the side of the sink, ready to be put away. The dishwasher light was on, meaning the breakfast wash was going. So those glasses must have been from the night before. We need to know who the other 2 people were, Gemma said. Carl, sitting in the corner with both hands around his mug, spoke without looking up. Yeah, because whoever was there in the cove, he said, came through the tunnel from the house. And it wasn't Pete, because he was dead by then, probably. And it wasn't Andrew, because he'd left by then, probably. Cheska set her own phone down. I bet someone knows more than they've told the police. Samuel pulled out his battered notebook, open to the tide tables he'd copied out in precise handwriting. Spring tide peaks tomorrow night at 11:47, low tide, 5:23 Thursday morning. The tunnel is accessible from around 4 a.m. to 7 a.m, weather dependent. Harmony looked up. Are we going back to Mossington? Her stomach tightened. It wouldn't be easy. I suggest we do, Samuel said. Then we can set up recording equipment. Legally, it's okay if it's visible and in public. Leo tapped his laptop, then left his hand there as if keeping it steady. I can set up visible recording equipment for the new heritage announcement. No hidden kit. Sean shifted his weight. As long as you inform everyone you're doing a public recording, it should be all right, he said. The new community heritage announcement, Violet said, as if she'd already drafted it in her head, which she probably had. You can't get more public than that. I can create one about the recent discovery of an archaeological find. Everyone's invited. We record what happens in the open, and we catch someone off guard, saying something incriminating, so be it. Nicky refilled mugs, nodding. Gemma finished one biscuit and reached for another. How about Saturday afternoon, 2 p.m? That gives everyone time to show up. Violet can bring the church lot. I'll make sure the crochet club turns out. They're the biggest influence around here apart from the sailing club. I've been looking into them for Harmony. It's short notice, Cheska said. Are you sure people will come? Violet looked over her glasses at the room. To hear something this juicy, they'll come. And when they're all there. Gemma looked at Harmony. Harmony said, We'll show them the archaeology, what we found and how we know it's what Pete found. Do you think that'll be enough for calls to reopen the inquiry? Nicky said. Might be. All we do is show the historical stuff on the screen, Sean said, and let them know this is new information only because someone tried to bury it. Let them figure out the rest. Violet made a note in her parrot notebook. I'll send the invitations by email. Heritage announcement, exciting news. Lady Cecily will love the drama. Saturday, 2 p.m. Nicky began clearing plates. I'll pop up a poster on the door and handle refreshments. Oh, by the way, I'm still not convinced Lady Cecily isn't up to her neck in this. Her family's history, the chapel, the money. You know, people do stupid things to keep their hands clean. Harmony looked around the table. That's a good point. She could have been there that night, but she also made sure I stayed in Kingscombe. Gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm not sure if a guilty person would do that. Carl tapped his forehead with a grubby finger. Could be mind games. Harmony nodded. You've got a point. At that moment, Harmony's phone rang. A pleading voice from the agency with an edge of panic. The neighbour at number 27 saw Layla escaping through an upstairs window about 20 minutes ago. She was last seen heading down the quay toward Creeks. Please find her. This is one of our best clients. Her stomach dropped. She hung up and grabbed her jacket. I have to go. The kitten's escaped. Samuel was already standing, his mouth twitching into a smile. I'll help. The end of the creek has drainage tunnels. She could get stuck. We'll sort out the details, Gemma said, when Leo sets up the recording kit on Saturday, and we'll go over the tide window again. Harmony paused at the door, looking back at the group assembled around it. One thing? I'm not certain yet. Not completely. There's something else I need to check. What? Sean asked. Harmony shook her head once. Not until I'm sure enough to say it out loud. Samuel held the door open. Outside, the air had a soft spring heat to it, salt and frying oil from somewhere along the quay. They hurried towards the water. Where would a kitten go? She asked. Follow the gulls, Samuel said. They go where there's food. Cats follow them. When they reached the walkway in front of Quayside Mews, they scanned doorways and peered down drain covers, and into the shadowy spaces along the pontoon. Layla was small, fast, and happy to squeeze into gaps under boards and behind bollards. After an hour, Harmony started wildly wondering if the police could arrest her for cat neglect. "There," Samuel said, pointing. A flash of orange disappeared around the corner at the side of the gaff-rigged lugger. Chapter 46. Organic Carrots. They caught Layla by the pub, much to the amusement of the gaff-rigged boys, who were drinking pints outside, sitting on the bench, faces towards the noontime sun. Layla had wedged herself under a bench and gone still, eyes like coins. Harmony slid her hand in, felt the kitten's ribs flutter, and lifted her out while Samuel kept watch on the gaps. Back at the house, Harmony went around the windows again, thumb on brass, click, click. Layla sat on the sofa arm, tail lashing, tracking her like a guard. "You're staying in." Harmony scattered the catnip mice across the rug, topped up the water bowl, and tipped treats into the puzzle feeders until they rattled. Layla hopped down to investigate nose working, already plotting. Harmony locked the front door and walked to the car. Gulls argued overhead. The tide had pulled out, leaving a slick shine on the flats. She texted Samuel, "Going to see Dr. Grant again. He's agreed to see me tomorrow." No reply came straight away, which was fine. She took the road out of Kingscombe and pulled in at a spot in the next village. Dr. Grant's house sat back from a quiet lane, stone walls softened by climbing roses. The brass knocker shone. Harmony lifted it twice. He opened the door in a pressed shirt and cardigan. "I wondered if you might call round again. You strike me as the kind of woman who doesn't give up easily." He led her through to his study, with a half-eaten lunch of fish and salad on the table by his computer. Harmony took a seat by the window. The estuary bent away towards the sea. "Tea?" He took the plate out with him. Harmony listened to the soft sounds from the kitchen, crockery, water, the faint tap of a spoon. The doctor returned with a tray. Bone china cups, silver spoons, shortbread in a neat arc. He poured with steady hands. "You're here to talk more about Martin Lee." "That's right." "I can't discuss patients, and there's not much more I can tell you about Lee." "I'm not asking about patients." Grant stirred his tea, tapped the spoon on the rim, and set it down with a small clink. "What are you asking?" "Whether he keeps duplicate records, notes he keeps for himself, if someone comes knocking later." Grant held his cup without drinking. His gaze stayed on the water outside. "Hypothetically speaking," he said, "a pharmacist operating outside proper channels might document transactions." Harmony waited, let the silence do its work. Grant set the cup down. "Martin Lee sometimes works afternoons at the Totnes Pharmacy and likes to walk his border collie on the Dartington path in the morning, afternoon and evening. Martin is also a man who enjoys fine dining and quality food." He looked at her over the rim of his glasses, "and he watches out for his own interests." He wrote on a scrap of paper and slid it across the desk. A number, a name. Harmony pocketed it. "That's very kind of you." "I hope you know what you're doing." "So do I." She left the tea half finished and drove to Totnes, parking near the pharmacy. A sign on the door read, "Closed, back at 2 p.m. She waited in the car, checking her phone, watching people drift past the window. Leo had texted overnight. Gear set up for Saturday. Tripod, time-stamped audio and video. Everything is out in the open. At 1:45, a man in his late 40s came round the corner with a border collie on a lead. Thinning hair, outdoor fleece, walking trousers. He unlocked the pharmacy door and slipped inside. Harmony gave him 10 minutes, then followed. The pharmacy was narrow and dim, shelves crowded with bottles and boxes. Lee looked up from behind the counter. The smile arrived on cue, then fell away. "You're the house-sitter, the one asking questions about Pete Greenslade. I've seen you in Kingscombe." "That's me. I can't help you." "Maybe not." Harmony kept her voice even. "But you might talk, somewhere not full of ears." His eyes flicked to the door. "About what?" "About your records." Lee's jaw tightened. "You don't know what you're asking." Harmony nodded once, as if he'd confirmed something. "There's a farm shop on the road, past Dartington. I'm buying lunch anyway. If you want it, come and eat it in the lay-by the old oak. 10 minutes from here. If you don't, I've got lots of information about you already." He stared at her, then checked his watch. "Give me 20 minutes. Another pharmacist is coming in." They met where he had said, in a small car park at the back of the farm shop, more of a gravel pull-off screened by a hawthorn hedge, hidden from the road. Lee's Land Rover sat angled for a quick exit. Harmony arrived first with a paper bag from the farm shop. Sandwiches, cheese, a jar of chutney, a box of strawberries, 2 costly bottles of organic wine, and a veg box that felt heavier than it looked. She set it on the picnic table and kept her keys in her palm. Lee came over, got into the passenger seat next to her. He smelled of sweat and expensive aftershave. He looked at the food she gave him. "This feels like a bribe." "It's lunch." Harmony peeled back the paper and put a sandwich on a napkin. "Eat or don't." Lee took the jar, turned it, reading the label. "Red onion chutney, handmade, organic." "You can leave it." Harmony met his eyes. "I'm not here to play friends. I'm here because someone died with oxycodone in his system, and everyone is supposed to shrug and call it a relapse. I don't believe it was. And you supplied the drugs." Lee's mouth worked, as if he wanted to argue on instinct. Harmony went on, quieter. "I'm sure you've kept notes." Lee glanced over his shoulder at the hedge, at the road beyond it. No one was there. His dog scratched at the inside of the Land Rover door. "If I tell you anything, it stays between us." "Agreed." Lee exhaled through his nose, reached into the glove box, and pulled out a battered document wallet. He opened it on the table. Photocopies, prescription slips, handwritten columns, dates. "Lady Cecily Everleigh Holt has a standing arrangement," he said. "Organic produce for stronger pain meds. The prescriptions exist. The way they're filled is adjustable." Harmony didn't interrupt. "She and Tamsin," Lee went on, "started 2 months ago. Tamsin collects on book club night, last Tuesday of the month." He tapped a line with one finger. Harmony leaned in, reading February, March, April. "Did Lady Cecily ever mention missing pills?" Harmony asked. Lee flipped a page, stopped, and jabbed at a note in the margin. "April 16th. Tamsin said she kept a supply in a bathroom cabinet at Mossington. 6 tablets gone, although she admits she might have miscounted." Harmony kept her face blank. "And after that?" "April 20th. Lee's finger moved down. "She called me, upset. 8 more gone. She said she needed more. I presumed she'd become tolerant and wanted more." Harmony took out her phone and photographed the pages one by one. Her hand stayed steady, but her thumb pressed too hard on the screen. "Did she say who she thought was taking her pills?" Harmony asked. Lee shrugged, the movement tight. "Andrew, Barbara, tradesmen in and out. She suspected everyone, even Arthur Bullhead, and that stonemason who died." "And she kept them in the same place?" "How would I know?" Harmony let that one go. "One more thing. March 15th. Did anyone come in asking how to administer tablets to someone who couldn't swallow?" Lee's face locked. He stared at the table as if the wood might answer for him. "Someone came in with questions," he said at last. "Crushing pills, dissolving, how it hits the body. I explained that you've got to take care with slow-release pills. If you crush them, They get into the blood really quickly, which can cause an overdose. I gave pamphlets. They paid cash and left. Do you remember who? Lee shook his head once. A woman. She was wearing a hoodie, hood up. We get all sorts in the Totner's shop. Harmony closed her phone and slid it back into her pocket. He was lying, of course. He knew exactly who the woman was, and so did she. Keep the wallet, she said. Keep everything. I've got what I need. You're not going to the police. Not with your name on it. They got out of the car. Harmony picked up the veg box and pushed it towards him. That's yours, thank you. Nothing tastes like organic carrots, he said, and hurried back to his car. Harmony drove back toward Kingscombe with the photocopies sitting in her mind like a weight. Hedgerows pressed close to the road. Rain threatened but didn't fall. Her phone rang. Leo. We're set for Saturday, he said. Tripods, timestamps, the lot. Cheska's got cameras too. Everything will be visible if people choose to look. Good. What did you get? Harmony kept her eyes on the road. A date, March 15th. Someone went looking for a way to drug a person who wouldn't swallow tablets, and pills went missing. Leo went quiet. That sounds like planning. An organised killer. So we've got them. We've got something, Harmony said. She took the turn toward Kingscombe, passing the lane that led to Mossington Manor. Saturday isn't a raid, she said. It's a stage. We announce the chapel and the rest. We show it's real and tell them about the raid on Gary's yurt. Building work stops. Everyone will know that whoever killed Pete did it for a reason. When that reason dies in front of them, they'll react. And we'll record it, Leo said, with luck. She pulled onto Quayside Mews and parked. Through the kitchen window, Layla's orange tail vanished off the worktop. Harmony unlocked the back door. Layla bounded over, ready to bolt. Harmony shut it fast. Not again. Layla head-butted her ankle, purring like she hadn't just tried to ruin her life. Harmony scooped her up and held her a moment. Tiny heartbeat, warm fur. Saturday, she said low. No more surprises. Layla yawned, needle teeth on display. Outside, gulls cried over the quay. Inside, the house held its breath. Saturday was close enough to touch. Chapter 47. The God of Wine and Madness. Early the next morning, Harmony sat at the kitchen table with her notebook open, pen in hand. Layla attacked the pen the moment it moved. Stop! The kitten swiped again, claws catching paper. Harmony put the pen down, flexed her fingers, and read Violet's message on her phone for the third time. I've sent you an email with addresses on. You'll draft the notice. Saturday, 2:00, Mossington. Keep it friendly. Harmony opened a design template and typed, deleted, typed again, until the words sounded bland enough to fool an entire town. Southam's Heritage Notice, Mossington Manor, Saturday 2 p.m. Tea, coffee, cake, wine, free. Layla pounced on the paper as it fed through the printer, smearing one corner with a paw. Harmony sighed, printed another, and held it up at arm's length. It looked harmless. It sounded harmless. That was the point. She printed 20 at the library, then wrote addresses on envelopes for the ones that never used email. She started with the people who were on her side and watched faces as she handed the slips over. Nia took hers with a nod. Her eyes dropped to the date and time. Heritage Notice, Nia said. Everything should come through me. It's a local view, so long as it's not official Heritage Committee business. Harmony replied in the negative and left. Lady Cecily's eyes lit up. What's this? News about Mossington, local history. Harmony kept her voice light. Cecily smiled, all teeth. Splendid. I knew it would be a good thing if you stayed around. Saturday it is then. Brandon read the notice twice. His shoulders sank a fraction at the words tea, coffee, cake, as if anything that resembled a normal event could stop the ground shifting under his feet. At the gaff-rigged lugger, Rob Hurrell squinted at the slip, and then at the sky through the window. "Rain's coming," he said. Harmony nodded. Dark clouds sat low over the trees to the west. Rob slid the paper into his pocket. "People will still turn up. They always do." "Will you?" He tipped his glass in her direction. "Free wine means you'll get a crowd." By noon, replies came in through texts and emails. Nicky wrote back first. "I'll close up early." Gemma sent 3 question marks, then, "Ready for this. See you later." Thursday afternoon, the cafe shut at 2. Nicky flipped the sign and locked the door. Chairs went up on tables. The smell of coffee grounds hung in the air. She waved Harmony into the corner booth. Samuel sat with tide charts spread across the table, pencil marks like scratches on skin. Leo arrived with a backpack of kit. Cheska came behind him, camera bag bumping her hip. Violet entered last. She smiled. It didn't reach her eyes. "Right," Harmony said. "Floor plan." Harmony unfolded Brandon's sketch of the conservatory and tapped the pencil crosses she'd drawn. Leo leaned in. "I'll set up a PA and a recorder. Tripod camera too." Cheska pointed to the windows on the plan. "I'll cover the lane. If anyone bolts, I'll catch them." Samuel traced one line on the tide table with his finger. "Spring tide peaks at 4:30. Tunnel use after that gets messy." Gemma pulled a face. "What if no one comes?" Nicky snorted. "Free wine, a manor, a rumour. The whole of Kingscombe will probably turn up." Violet started writing. "Seats, front row, church committee, back wall, gaff-rigged boys, Nia and Lady Cecily opposite sides, Gary next to the crochet club, away from the lilies." Harmony listened, letting them build the room in their minds. She would tell them everything when the time was right. Samuel glanced at her. "You're sure about this?" "No," she said, "but it's the best shot." Gemma frowned. "You said you got something from that pharmacist." Harmony took out her phone and showed the photograph of Lee's notes without handing it over. "March 15th, she said. "Someone asked how to get tablets into a person who won't swallow them, and some of Tamsin's pills went missing in April. That isn't panic. That's premeditation." Silence hung over the booth. Even Nicky stopped moving. Leo broke it first. "So Saturday puts them in a room with the truth." Harmony nodded. "Crowds make people careless." Cheska shook her head. "That's your big theory." "It's the only one that works." They left in 1s and 2s, spaced out. Samuel waited, then walked out with Harmony. "Boat. Dinner?" She shook her head. "Layla will wreck the kitchen. Tomorrow night, 7, make sure she's worn out." Her knuckles brushed his hand. She didn't repeat it. Back at the house, Layla sat on the counter with a pot plant on its side and soil spread across the tiles. "Good effort," Harmony said. "Try harder next time." The kitten licked one paw and stared at her. Harmony swept up soil, filled the bowl, and sat down with her notebook. She wrote the order of slides, where she'd pause, where she'd look at faces and say nothing. Her phone buzzed with a message from Leo. "Friday 9 a.m. Brandon meets us. Bring your notes." She typed back. "Fine." Layla jumped onto her lap, flopped heavy, and started purring. Harmony stroked her without thinking, eyes on the clock. Chapter 48. Loud enough? Friday arrived grey and damp. Wind worried at the tarps over the conservatory roof. Harmony drove up to Mossington early. Brandon's truck stood by the lane entrance. Leo and Cheska unloaded cases from a van. Brandon unlocked the conservatory and stepped aside. Leo set the tripod by the makeshift presentation area and tightened the clamps. The camera head clicked into place. He ran a cable to the recorder on the table and tested the microphone with a tap that thudded through the room. Loud enough? He asked. Harmony watched the levels on his laptop rise and fall. Cheska walked out to the lane, turned, checked her frame, moved 2 steps, checked again. Brandon hovered with his hands in his pockets. How long? A few hours, Leo said. Then we pack it all away till Saturday. The drill squealed once as Leo fixed a cable clip along a beam. The sound bounced off stone and glass. Dust fell in a thin line. By early afternoon, green indicators glowed on the screen. Leo shut the laptop and sat back. It's running, and on Saturday I'll hit record. Brandon looked at the kit on the table and the tripod in the corner. Anyone can see it. That's the idea, Leo said. Violet arrived at 3 with her tape measure and notebook. She walked the room and placed chairs in rows, moving one here, one there, listening after each scrape of wood on stone. 3rd row, centre, she said, marking the plan. Andrew, Barbara, Tamsin, Brandon. Far enough back to relax, near enough for the recorder. Harmony looked at the pencilled grid. And me? Here, back to the windows, light on your face, scaffolding behind you. Harmony nodded. Violet noticed everything. Friday evening, Samuel's boat rocked on the tide. The cabin smelled of varnish and frying onion. A pan hissed on the stove. Tide charts lay on the narrow table beside 2 plates. Samuel slid 1 plate towards her. Mackerel, asparagus, lemon. Talk me through what you'll say, he said. Harmony chewed, swallowed, and stared at the chart lines. Not now. He watched her for a moment, then let it go. After they ate, she stood to leave. Tomorrow, she said. Samuel's eyes stayed on her face. You ready? Not really. He opened the hatch for her. You will be. Chapter 49. Ready. Saturday morning dawned bright for 10 minutes. Red sky in the morning, and then the sky closed in. Harmony woke before dawn, checked her notes, checked the remote Leo had given her, then Layla, and checked every window and door. At 9, Nicky arrived with Gemma. They sat at the kitchen table, while Harmony ran through her talk, making further notes as she went along. After an hour and a half, she was confident about what to say and how to say it. Public speaking wasn't a problem for her. After all, what is teaching, if not that? They drove up at 12:30 behind a tractor. Cars already lined the gravel. Damp coats hung on elbows. Umbrellas knocked together as people squeezed past each other at the manor door. Violet stood by the chairs, directing with a fingertip and a look. Leo sat in Brandon's office with the laptop open. He caught Harmony's eye through the window and lifted his thumb. Cheska texted, "Cameras running, good angles on exits." Nicky set up her table by the door with thermoses and cups. Steam fogged her glasses when she poured. The first raindrops ticked on the tarps above the conservatory. A minute later, the sound turned steady. The room filled with wet wool, damp hair, and the soft knock of walking sticks on stone as the church committee sat together and murmured, hands on handbags. Rob and the gaff-rigged boys took the back wall, arms folded, eyes scanning. Crochet club tote bags, we crochet big, bumped knees as people shifted in their seats. Harmony discovered, much to her surprise, that there were only 3 members of the crochet club, 2 women and a man, who towered over everyone else in the room and had the look of a prize fighter. Having heard of their tremendous social currency in the Kingscombe community, she'd expected more members at the least, but one never knew what was below the surface. At 1:40, Andrew arrived with Barbara and Tamsin. He wore his benefactor smile. Barbara looked freshly showered, hair still damp at the edges. Tamsin moved as if she'd forgotten how to take up space. Violet guided them to the 3rd row, centre, with Brandon. Gary came in to claps and a few cheers, scowled at the lilies, and took a seat as far away as Violet allowed. Nia sat near him in her navy suit, lanyard straight. Lady Cecily entered last, paused so heads turned, then took the front row with the ease of someone taking her usual seat at the theatre. Rain thickened, tarps drummed, the conservatory lights hummed on. P.C. Sean stood at the back with his radio clipped to his belt, face blank. 5 minutes to 2. Harmony walked to the front, notes in hand, back to the windows as Violet had set it. Water ran down the glass behind her in thin lines. Leo's thumb rose again in the office window. The tarps hammered harder. Harmony took a deep breath and opened her mouth to speak. Chapter 50. The Saint. The tarps over the conservatory roof took the rain like a drum. Drops hit, paused, hit again, then turned into a steady rattle. Wet coats steamed in the close air. The room smelled of paint, coffee, and damp limestone. Harmony stood at the front with the clicker in her palm. The edge of her notes cut a line into her thumb. Behind her, the display board showed photographs of the chapel. Soot-dark stone, a rough cross, the cupboard niche where the Victorian plans had been tucked away. Her throat scraped when she swallowed. She scanned faces out of habit, a teacher's reflex, finding the fidgeters, making eye contact with one of them. "Thank you all for coming." Pearls flashed in the front row as Lady Cecily lifted her chin. Nicky stood by the thermoses, eyes sharp, hands busy, watching the room like it was her cafe on a Monday morning rush. Samuel stayed near the door, casual and alert. Andrew sat third row, centre. Tamsin beside him, pale, hands locked in her lap. Barbara sat on the other side, pretty and blank, a hand resting on Tamsin's shoulder. Harmony clicked on the first image. During a recent exploration of the coastal cave system at Morning Cove, Carruthers found an entrance to a smuggler's tunnel. A ripple went through the crowd. Gary, cross-legged on the floor at the front, lifted both hands. "Local legend knew," he said. Harmony kept her voice even. "The tunnel runs uphill from the cave through bedrock and reaches a chamber under Mossington Manor." She clicked on the chapel photo, a loud, collective intake of breath. This space sits beneath what is now the conservatory, a secret Catholic chapel used after the Reformation. For around 2 centuries, worshipping the wrong way in public was dangerous. The papers we found in that cupboard call it the Chapel of St. Rumen. A very West Country saint, they say. Rumen drove all the wolves out of Cornwall. More importantly, in this little chapel, the family who lived at Mossington could practice their faith undisturbed. She waited so everyone could take in the simple room, the rough cross, cramped walls, and the ancient stool, worn down in the middle where knees had pressed there for years. Plympton Priory was the home of Augustinian monks before the dissolution or destruction of the monasteries. In 1539 they shut it down, looted it and burned it. All that's left of the priory is a trace, a footprint on the ground. But we know that not all the monks and priests converted to Protestantism. They fled, and if they were lucky, a wealthy family would give them shelter. Lady Cecily's mouth tightened. Harmony clicked again. The Victorian plan filled the screen, copperplate script, crisp and cold. These are the original plans for the Victorian rebuild. The architect was clear. The St. Rumen pillar, which runs up from the altar and is a foundation pillar supporting the rest of the building. But even if it doesn't support the current walls, it's a piece of history. We must preserve it. She paused, then pointed at the words. Chapel, sacred, foundational. Nia Mendes, pinned to the wall, shifted, her face flushing crimson. Harmony clicked again. The mosaic fragment glowed on the screen. Gold, blue, pink, grey tiles, showing Bacchus reclining with a cup, vines curling around him, a dancer caught mid-step beside him, the curve of the nymph's thigh, brushed by silken drapery. A low sound rose in the room. Interest, surprise. "Under the chapel," Harmony said, "as you can see, is this beautiful mosaic of the god Bacchus. There are so many layers of history right here under our feet. The Victorians built on top of the burned-out ruins left by the medieval lords, who kept on upgrading the original mansion, built on top of a Romano-British villa. And the Romans built over what mattered to the people already here. For all we know, there's more. Iron Age settlements, or older still. The spring that feeds the lake probably drew people long before the manor existed." Gary surged to his feet. "The stones of Mossington Wood, remember," he said, voice shaking. "What's left of them? Remember the stone circle that used to be there? The spring remembers, the soil remembers. You laugh at me, but the land keeps score. And the gods of the land reclaim what is theirs, what they've lost, what we've all lost. They take it back with blood, ashes and prayers." His eyes shone. He pressed both palms to his chest, as if holding himself together. "This place is full of the spirits of the ancestors. They watch and they judge." He stopped, swallowed hard. Then he sat down again, wiping his face on his sleeve. For a second no one moved. Then one clap, sharp and awkward. Another. A chair scraped. Embarrassed laughter, and then it built, hands slapping together until the sound filled the glass roof. Tamsin stood so fast her chair legs screeched. "A man died," she said. "Died right here, and you're clapping like it's a show." She pushed through the people, making her way unsteadily towards the entrance, her head down. Barbara rose half a step, eyes on Tamsin's back. Her phone was already in her hand. She glanced at Harmony once and slipped out through the side door. Lady Cecily rose with her umbrella in hand, thumping its rubber tip on the flagstone floor. "If this is true," she said, "work stops. Today. Archaeologists must be called in. Nothing else moves." Nia shoved off the wall, voice climbing. "If you do that, you'll destroy this house. We mustn't stop now. The work is half done. Can't you see? If we stop now, you'll leave it open to the elements. Water, wind, damp, wild animals, illegal parties, squatters." Her expression wore a mask of frightened anger. "The whole thing will collapse. It'll be a ruin. Is that what you want?" "Then Mossington falls," Lady Cecily said, "and the house returns to the land and the ancestors, my ancestors, and as Gary so succinctly put it, back to the gods." Nia's hands flew, words tripping over each other. "You don't understand. Reports, engineers. These are photographs from strangers. Harmony doesn't know this area. She wants attention. It's a hoax. It could be anywhere." Rob Hurrell stood slow, steady. "My grandmother was an Everly Holt," he said. "I grew up with those stories. This isn't new, and if you're going to wear that lanyard, learn the ground you're paid to protect." The back of the room erupted. The gaff rigger boys started arguing about what protected site meant in terms of pubs. Someone on the church committee shouted about saints. Someone near the window started on about stolen monoliths, so loud half the room turned. Harmony watched the noise spread like spilled tea. Andrew stood and walked to the display board with arms spread, palms upwards, his face full of concern. "Let's all breathe," he said. "I'm grateful to Harmony. She's brought material that's interesting, and we will look into it, although as far as I can see, there's no sign of it coming from a reliable source. We need to verify all new information before anyone makes irreversible decisions." He nodded towards Harmony's hand, the one that held the clicker. She gave it to him, and he clicked back to the tunnel photograph. "The only way Cavers could get into that chamber is through the smuggler's tunnel from Morning Cove. That means entering at low tide, with a spring tide window of about 90 minutes twice a day. The beach cuts off the cliff path much of the time. Anyone doing it needs local tide tables and a willingness to trespass." Andrew's hand moved across the photograph, tracing a route only he seemed to see. "The tunnel runs about 200 yards uphill through rock," he went on. It comes out in the cellar beneath this room. I've been down there during planning. Someone bricked up the entrance decades ago, and someone must have removed bricks to get in, which is breaking and entering, and it's dangerous, unstable. A murmur. Brandon's head jerked up. Samuel didn't move at all. Andrew's benevolent smile stayed in place. My point is simple. We get our own experts, from Exeter University, radar, proper documentation. If there's real heritage value, we'll protect it. But we should avoid wrecking local jobs because someone could have staged these photographs for attention. Heads nodded, and a few voices murmured agreement. Barbara came back through the side door carrying wine boxes, followed by a member of the crochet club with a box of plastic wine glasses. "Refreshments," she said, setting them down with a thud. Within minutes, a queue formed, and the room broke into smaller conversations. Nicky poured tea and coffee, steam fogging her glasses. Barbara poured rosé. Cake plates travelled hand to hand. Andrew approached Harmony and stood so close that his aftershave was all she could think about. "Could we talk, alone, in the study?" He nodded toward the corridor. "I want to understand where those plans really came from." Across the room, Samuel caught her eye. The warning sat in his jaw, in the way his weight shifted forward. Through the office window, Leo lifted his thumb. The red light on the laptop glowed. He was recording everything. Harmony gathered her folder. "All right." Andrew held the study door open, polite, patient. Harmony stepped through. The door shut behind them with a sharp click. Chapter 51. The Study. The lock went over with a soft clack. Andrew's shoulders dropped. The smile slid off. He turned from the door. Harmony had checked the screen in the hall, noting the recording carried on running, even in this room. It wasn't obvious that Andrew had spotted this fact. Who were they? Harmony kept her folder tight to her chest, the corner pressed into her ribs. "I'm sorry." "The Cavers." He crossed to the window, hands in his pockets, calm, controlled. "Who went into the tunnel? It's trespass, private property. I can sue." "Just some cave lot, helmets, ropes hanging around Morning Cove." "A cave lot." He turned back. Light from the window split his face, one side bright, one side gone. Rain ticked at the glass behind him. "The photographs are genuine. There really is a hidden chapel under here, and the Bacchus mosaic is a wonderful find. You should be pleased." He didn't look pleased. "I don't doubt the chapel is there." He moved to the oak desk and let his fingers run along its edge. "This desk, you've been in it." Her ribs tightened. "How do you know that?" "I didn't. Wild guess." He leaned on the desk as if it held him up. "That tunnel goes through 200 yards of rock, and they bricked up the cellar entrance as a safety precaution." "Those people were keen," Harmony said, "and they said someone had already disturbed the bricks recently. I wonder if you know anything about that." He pushed off the desk and came 2 steps closer. There was still space between them, but it felt like not enough. They'd need a guide, someone local who knew the tides and had a good idea of what they were looking for. The rain thickened, steadier on the glass. "Anyone can get hold of tide times," Harmony said, "unlike the original plans, which were hidden deliberately." "Stop!" He raised one hand, palm out. "We both know the game. What do you want? Money? I can give you that." She shifted her weight. The folder stayed pinned to her chest. "Justice? That's what I'd like to see. A man died here. Doesn't that bother you?" "A man fell." Andrew moved again, 2 feet closer. "An addict. An angry one at that. He made threats, stole ancient stones, caused scenes. He died because he was out of his mind on drugs and lost his footing. Why you want to make it anything else is beyond me." The coroner confirmed there was oxycodone in his system. "Exactly. He was an addict. He relapsed. They all do." "Not all of them. Witnesses say he wouldn't touch it. He was rebuilding things with his daughter. Some people say that he was drugged against his will, that he tried to escape. Witnesses don't see behind closed doors. His voice hardened. Pete lied. He lied to get money. He lied about being clean. And he died alone because he had burned every bridge. The muffled noise from the conservatory bled through the wall. Cups clinking. Laughter. Someone was calling merrily for more cake. "You weren't here that night," Harmony said. "You left at 10:30, went home to Tamsin." "That's right, unless she was here the whole time with you." "What?" "You don't know what happened here either. How could you? You weren't here." He smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "I know Pete was making my life hell, threatening to stop the work with a blackmail story. He wanted money. He was his own worst enemy. And you—" His gaze dropped to her folder. "You should have stopped." She watched his hands as he placed them in his pockets. He seemed relaxed, but his weight swayed forward. "Is that a threat?" Harmony asked. He tilted his head. "You understand legacy," he said. "I spent 20 years earning my name back after my grandfather's fraud. Medical school under a different surname. A practice. I built trust. This project is work, and the investors and I rely on the town's goodwill. Pete tried to smash it for £500,000. Sounds like he was blackmailing you." Andrew's face tensed. A flicker of anger. Then smooth again. "Of course not. He had nothing to blackmail us with. It was greed. Pete was a liar. He told the crew he was owed money, according to Brandon. He wasn't. I paid him, more than he earned. He was a fantasist." Rain hit the window harder. The conservatory voices blurred. "Your talk was thorough," Andrew said. "Photographs, plans, a timeline. But you're missing one thing." "What?" "Proof that anyone used that tunnel. You've got images, a chapel that could be under this house or anywhere, a neat story about smugglers and secret Catholics. Good gossip. It won't stop a build worth 40 million, and neither will you." He moved again, between her and the door, easy and casual. "I'll bring in archaeologists from Exeter with their radar. If there's real heritage value, we'll protect it, I guarantee that. But I won't stop work that feeds local families because of meddling, guesswork and whispers. Gary Honiton is unwell, and you're a newcomer with a taste for the dramatic." The study shrank around her, panelled walls, a dry, old dust smell, and rain smearing the window. "What if the survey confirms all of it?" Harmony asked. "It won't." His voice stayed calm, and he tipped his chin toward her folder. "I want those plans, the originals, not photographs." "I don't have the originals." "Where are they?" Harmony took a beat. Hadn't his men stolen them? A double bluff. It had to be. "Safe." He smiled again. "You think you're good at this, but you're not." He took another step. "I left Mossington at 10:30, went home to take care of my wife." His voice softened, almost kind. "My alibi stands. Whatever story you've built, it breaks on basic facts." Her thumb pressed the folder's corner. The cardboard bent. "Unless Tamsin is lying," Harmony said, "why would she?" "To protect you." "From what?" His voice rose a notch, the first crack. "I wasn't here. Your meddling won't change that." "My meddling," Harmony said. "You've upset Tamsin, frightened Barbara, put Naya on edge, turned Gary into a folk hero, and now you're putting this town's economy at risk. You won't be able to show your face in Kingscombe after this." The folder corner dug into her thumb. She eased it, kept her feet planted. Pete was someone's son, someone's father. He deserved better than being written off as an addict who fell. That's karma. He got what he deserved. Andrew's face set. "And you need to stop. Go back to your cats and your overactive imagination. Let the police do police work. Let people move on." "Or what?" The question hung between them. His eyes held hers. "People stop smiling," he said, quiet and measured. "Doors stay shut. Work dries up. Kingscombe remembers." He stepped back. Space again. The mask slid on. "We're done. Enjoy the afternoon." He went to the door, unlocked it, and pulled it open as if letting a cat out into the rain. Sounds rushed in. Talk, teacups, Nicky's laugh. Harmony walked past him, folder tight to her chest. She felt his eyes on her back as she went. Samuel stood near the conservatory entrance. His face asked the question. Harmony gave him the smallest shake of the head. He'd admitted nothing, was guilty, perhaps, of nothing. Leo's kit kept rolling, hidden under the painting, and Tamsin slid into the study, eyes red, and closed the door behind her. Harmony could just hear the first words Tamsin spoke in the muffled conversation that followed. "That teacher?" Tamsin said, her voice trembling. "She scares me." She must have moved away from the door after that. Harmony made a mental note to search out the recording as soon as she could. Chapter 52, Devoted to You. Harmony closed her eyes for a moment and took a long breath. The drumming of rain had eased to a steady patter. She made her way back to the conservatory and found Nicky stacking the chairs away against the wall. Harmony helped her finish the job as people peeled away from the wine boxes in clumps, their voices dropping to a murmur as they headed for the door. Harmony went to the presentation board, the folder pinned to her chest, and scanned faces. Half of the crowd had already filed out. Church committee first, Cecily with them. They stood outside with umbrellas up. The gaff-rigged boys piled into a van, heading for the pub. The crochet club piled into an RV featuring crocheted curtains and driven by the smallest member of the club, a tiny woman with iron grey hair and 1,000-yard stare. Rain dropped to drizzle, turning the light pale and milky through the glass. Tamsin sat alone by the potted ferns. She cried without a sound, her shoulders twitching, one hand twisting a silver bracelet at her wrist until it left a red mark. Mascara tracked down her cheeks and onto her fingers where she wiped at her face over and over. No one went near her. Harmony's stomach tightened. Tamsin kept staring at the flagstones. Barbara had vanished. Harmony looked for her by reflex, for the usual shape at Tamsin's shoulder, the way Barbara hovered a step off, ready with water, a phone, a quiet word. But she was nowhere to be found, not by the ferns, the drinks table, or at either door. On the patio, by the French windows, Cecily stood with the church committee, damp frizz lifting at her careful hairline. She talked with one hand lifted, as if directing traffic. "Radar," Cecily said, "as soon as we can get it." Heads bobbed, 3 women in raincoats, handbags clutched to their fronts, eyes bright with purpose. "And we stop work until there's supervision." Cecily's voice carried, crisp as cut glass. "No more digging or drilling until we know more. No one will move another stone. What we have is thousands of years of history, and we must not lose it." Harmony pictured school coaches on the lane, clipboards, researchers, people queuing at Nicky's cafe, paying for guided tours of Kingscombe, and buying guidebooks from Cathy at the Buy the Book bookshop. A different type of tourism from the one everyone planned, but none the worse for it. She swallowed and kept her face blank. By the coffee urns, Gary and Ryan swayed in place, both flushed from the free wine. "Parking's a nightmare," Ryan said, jabbing a finger at Gary's chest. His council lanyard was facing the wrong way. "If you lot get your dig, we'll have chaos on Mossington Lane." Gary leaned in, hair falling over his eyes. "You hear the rain on that roof?" he said. "That's the old ones knocking." Ryan blinked. "That's weather." "Same thing," Gary said. "You're measuring lines on paper. The world is poetry. It speaks to us in rhythms and rhymes." "Traffic lines," Ryan said. "I'm talking about traffic lines." Harmony let the noise wash past. Her eyes flicked to Samuel at the entrance. He met her gaze, brows lifted in a question. She gave him the smallest shake of her head. Samuel shifted his weight, chin angled, Eyes tracked the exits, then the room, then Harmony again. No fuss. Just ready. A voice snagged behind her. "Harmony?" She turned. Nia barreled towards her, blazer open at one button, dark hair slipping loose in damp strands around her face. Her hands twisted at her waist, chipped black varnish catching the light, as her fingers worried the same spot again and again. "Can we talk?" Nia asked. "Privately?" Harmony nodded and led her to the pantry door on the north wall. Inside, the air smelled of lemon polish and old wood. A bare bulb lit the narrow room from above, shining harshly on the shelves of platters and stacked glasses. The door clicked shut, muting the conservatory to a blur of voices and clinks. Nia blew out a breath that shook. "I need to tell you something," she said, "before this goes further." Harmony put the folder on a shelf, the cardboard edge scraped on wood. "Go on." Nia's eyes fixed on the folder, then slid away. "Andrew paid me," she said. The words came out fast, then caught. 4 times, twice in March and twice in April. They were advisory fees. The bulb hummed. Somewhere outside a laugh rose and fell. Harmony didn't move. "For what?" Nia's fingers twisted her cuff. She yanked her hand free, leaving the fabric bunched. "For looking the other way," she said, "planning inconsistencies, minor ones, on paper, on site, a wall moved, a door widened, a change that should have triggered reports." A glass on the shelf trembled as her shoulder brushed it. A small clink. "I told myself it wasn't harmful," Nia said, "that it was about speed, no sabotage, jobs, tourism, and a building saved." Her voice broke on the last word. She pressed her hand to her mouth, as if holding the sound in. Harmony watched Nia's hands. They shook, not much, but enough to make the nail varnish flash. "How much?" Harmony asked. Nia flinched. "Thousands." Harmony's wrist pulse ticked hard. She kept her voice level. "Pete knew." Nia's eyes widened, then narrowed, as if the question had landed too close. "I don't know," she said. "We—" Her throat worked. "We were lovers, so he was in my house. He could have seen the paperwork. Or he could have guessed. He was good at guessing other people's shadows." Harmony stayed still. The folder sat on the shelf like a weight. Nia's breath hitched again. "You can't destroy this project," she said. Her eyes went wild with it, bright and wet. "I've put more into it than you'll ever—" "I can't stop what happens next," Harmony said. Nia stepped in and grabbed Harmony's hand. The grip was tight, too tight. It cut the heat from Harmony's fingers. Pins and needles blossomed. "Let go," Harmony said. Nia released her at once, as if the words burned. She staggered a half step back and hit the shelving. A wine glass rattled in its stack. "I'm sorry," Nia whispered. She covered her mouth with both hands. "I'm sorry, I can't." She dragged in air. "If it stops, my career will be over, finished. No heritage body will touch me." Harmony's hand flexed, blood returning. She didn't rub her wrist. She stepped closer slowly and put her palm on Nia's shoulder. Light pressure. Human, not judging. "Breathe," Harmony said. "Tell me what you want." Nia's hands dropped. Tears sat on her eyelashes but didn't fall. "Tell them it's a hoax," Nia said. "Say the plans are fake. Say the tunnel photos are staged. Anything, please." Harmony held her gaze. "I can't do that," Harmony said. Nia made a sound like a laugh that wasn't one. "Then what was it all for?" she said, and her face crumpled. "I loved him. I loved Pete. And now he's dead, and I've sold myself for a sealed room." "It's not a sealed room. It's so much more." Nia wrenched the pantry door open and fled out into the conservatory without looking back. Harmony stayed where she was for a count of 10, then another 10, until her breath fell into rhythm again. The bulb hummed overhead. Her wrist still tingled. She picked up her folder and stepped out. Drizzle streaked the glass. The garden beyond blurred at the edges, water running down in thin ropes. Nia stood by the presentation board now, arms wrapped around herself, staring at nothing as if the room had gone away. Gemma slid in at Harmony's elbow. "We need to talk," she said. They moved to the corner by the ferns, close enough that Harmony could still hear Tamsin's hitched breaths, far enough that their words wouldn't carry. Gemma's face had lost its colour. Her hands shook once, then stilled as she clenched them. "Barbara grabbed me by the wine table," Gemma said. "She was shaking. She said she saw something she's never talked about." Harmony's chest tightened. "What?" Gemma swallowed. Her eyes flicked to Tamsin, then away. She wouldn't say. "I'll talk to her later," Harmony said, "but I think I know what she saw." Samuel came over and stood next to Harmony. "Problem?" he asked. Harmony told him what Nia had said. "And Barbara's ready to open up too," she said. "What?" he asked. "She's been watching everything and everyone in this house for quite some time. She's always known more than she was prepared to say. Until now." Harmony looked across the room to the figures standing outside with Cecily still talking, hands moving as if she could shape an outcome by force. Ryan still fretting about lanes, Gary still flushed and passionate, Nia holding herself together by the skin of her teeth, and Tamsin folding in on herself. "Well, this certainly shook things up," Harmony said. Samuel shifted half a step closer, not touching, just there. "Stay in sight," he said. "Keep your phone on you." Chapter 53. The Other Tunnel. The drizzle turned to proper rain as people scattered to their cars. Harmony pulled her coat tighter, watching the conservatory empty. Nicky had packed the last of the cake tins. Gemma stood near the French windows, arms wrapped around herself. Leo unclipped the mic, coiled the leads, and folded the tripod. Andrew moved through the crowds, shaking hands. Then he vanished. Harmony scanned the room. Samuel caught her eye from across the space, his expression sharp. He jerked his chin toward the hallway. They went out and found a door, left open a crack, in the wood-panelled hallway. P.C. Sean was with Lady Cecily by the refreshment table, notebook out, taking her lengthy statement about the legal implications of the destruction of heritage property. Samuel nudged her arm. "What's she doing here?" he said. She turned and noticed D.I. Eve Wood standing near the main door, speaking into her phone. "No idea, but at least she's finally shown up," Harmony said. "Where did Andrew go?" She was standing at the open door. "Down there?" A stone stairwell led down into the shadows, where a torch beam moved far below. Samuel produced his phone, tapped the torch on, and the beam cut through the well of darkness, swallowing the steep stairs. Harmony followed, one hand on the wall for balance. The brickwork was rough under her palm, and dampness sank into her sleeves from trickling runnels of water, oozing out of the surface. The stairs turned, whirling into a spiral as they dropped downwards. Water dripped from somewhere, the sound echoing upwards. Andrew stood at the bottom, silhouetted against his own torch. He glared up at them as they approached. "I need to secure this entrance. Can't have more unauthorised cavers breaking into Mossington, can we?" He moved forward, his torch illuminating a low passage, and Samuel strode after him with Harmony close behind. Eventually, the passage widened, and the three of them emerged into the secret chapel. "This must be another way into the chapel," Harmony said. Andrew shone his torch in her face. "I think you know the answer to that. My guess is that you were one of the unnamed cavers." The space was tighter than she remembered, the ceiling pressed low as Samuel's torch found the St. Rumon pillar, the rough-hewn stone darkened by centuries, holding up the house above. Andrew stood next to it, one hand on the surface. "Someone should have buried this, and if we get a chance to do that, The foundation stone will be intact. There will be no collapse and nothing to panic about. Your fear-mongering has already cost me a great deal, and for that I will never forgive you." He shifted his torch, light skating over the pillar. "Kingscombe needs wealthy visitors. School history trips won't bring in enough. We should stick to the present. The past is dead, Harmony Stone." He turned. The torchlight warped his face into a mask. "Instead, all we've got is an old hole in the ground that you want to preserve." "And a dead stonemason," Harmony said. Andrew gestured to another, smaller passage to the left of the altar alcove. Shrouded in shadows, Harmony hadn't noticed it until then. Even narrower and darker than the stairs. Watery sounds dripped loudly from somewhere below, and there was a whooshing of large volumes of water rushing at the deepest level. "There's something you should know about my wife," Andrew said, stroking his chin. "She wanted the spa more than anything, and I give my wife whatever she wants, including lovers. I don't expect either of you to understand how a happy marriage works." "I suspect that's seawater down there," Samuel said. "You should be careful. It's a full moon tonight and a spring high tide, which means it'll peak by 6:30. You'd be mad to go down there." Andrew shrugged. "I believe nothing that comes out of your mouth. You're just a disgraced ex-police officer whose word means nothing. And this is a much older route than the smuggler's way. It's the priest's way and comes out in a different place. I have to close it off." He started toward the opening. "What if you drown?" Harmony said. "Do you think Tamsin will survive?" "She's so much more than any of you know," Andrew said, stepping towards the smaller, older tunnel. Samuel grabbed Harmony's arm. His fingers dug in. "Don't follow him." Andrew paused at the passage entrance. His torch lit up rough-hewn walls slanting down at such an angle, it made Harmony's heart drop a beat. He started making his way down a flight of worn stone steps. As he got lower, he had one last comment. "Are you happy now? You've destroyed the lives of so many people." With that, he was gone. Harmony pulled against Samuel's grip. "One step, that's all it would take. We should go after him." "We can't." Samuel's voice stayed level, but his hand trembled against her arm. "He wants us down there, and that's the best reason not to go." The water rushed louder. "Harmony!" Samuel pulled harder. "We need to go, now!" They backed up, water sounds echoing behind them along the low passage. Samuel moved faster now, pulling her along, through the chapel, until the stairs appeared steep and winding. Harmony's legs shook climbing them. They emerged into the hallway and made their way back to the conservatory. It was empty except for Detective Wood and Constable Weathers, both turning at their appearance. "Where's Dr. Lilly?" Inspector Wood's eyes moved from Harmony to Samuel, taking in their wet clothes, their breathlessness. Samuel spread his hands. "Gone. Through a priest's escape route. I'm guessing it goes to Lost Cove, north of Morning Cove. It's a deep tunnel, and the tide's coming in fast." "I'll call the Coast Guard." Eve already had her phone out. Harmony stood in the doorway. Had their plan worked? Had they forced a murderer into the open, or driven an innocent man into the sea? Andrew was gone, into darkness, into water. The tunnel kept its secrets, and if it kept this one, if he drowned down there, she'd only have herself to blame. Chapter 54. High Water. The headlights cut through sheets of rain as Samuel's Land Rover turned down the track to Lost Cove. Harmony gripped the door handle as they bounced over potholes, water streaming down the windscreen faster than the wipers could clear it. Ahead, the Coast Guard searchlight combed the cliffs, white spray flaring each time the beam hit the water. They parked above the cove at a pull-in and stared down the path. The beach had vanished. Waves punched the base of the black rocks, flicking foam high up the cliff face. The tunnel entrance would be deep under the tide. Samuel scanned the waterline, the cliff, and the dark woods above. Then he lifted his phone and turned away from the wind. voice low as he spoke to the Coast Guard, someone he knew well enough to use a first name. They got back in the car and reversed up the track. The drive to Quayside Road took 15 minutes. Tall hedgerows fell away to reveal the estuary through rain-blurred windows, the tide so high it almost came to the top of the walls. The houses along the quay huddled against the weather. Harmony fumbled with the key, found it at last and pushed inside. The house smelled of cat food and polish. Layla came skittering in from the hallway, winding around her ankles. "I'll get the fire going." Samuel moved to the wood burner while Harmony peeled off her wet coat. Her trainers squelched, and her jeans were soaked from the knees down. She climbed the stairs to the bedroom, changed into dry clothes, a thick jumper, clean jeans, wool socks, and towelled her hair dry. When she came back down, flames licked through the wood burner's glass door. Samuel had stripped off his wet jacket, rolled up his sleeves. His blue jumper stretched at the cuffs. She made them tea and sank onto the sofa. Layla jumped up, circled twice before settling on Harmony's lap. The fire crackled. Rain hammered the windows. Nicky sent a message asking if they were all right. Harmony replied, "Back at Quayside, no sign of Andrew." Nicky texted back, "Coming over, bringing soup." Harmony closed her eyes. Her throat still held the dry taste of the conservatory, with the crowd pressing close and Andrew's face when she'd shown him the photographs of the chapel. His voice echoed in the tunnel. "The past is dead." She shivered. Samuel checked his phone, sat in the armchair opposite reading an incoming text. "Sean's just let me know. They've suspended the search until first light. If he's out there, they might never find him." They sat in silence as the fire built, and warmth spread through the room. Harmony's phone buzzed again. Gemma announcing she was coming straight over, then Leo and Gary, then Violet. A knock at the door. Nicky stood on the step with an enormous thermos and a shopping bag, rain dripping from her hood. She shook herself like a wet dog and stepped inside, taking the bag through to the kitchen. "I brought broccoli and cheddar soup and egg sandwiches made with homemade bread." Harmony smiled. "Perfect." More knocking. Leo arrived next, laptop case under his arm, glasses fogged. Behind him was Gary the Gandalf, unkempt but clear-eyed. Then Gemma, face blotchy, cardigan buttoned wrong. Violet came last, leather document case in hand, every hair in a perfect French plait despite the weather. The sitting room filled. Nicky distributed the soup. Leo and Gary set up at the dining table at the far end of the living room. Laptops, cables and headphones spread across the surface. Gemma curled into the armchair Samuel had vacated, cradling a mug she didn't drink from. Leo pushed his glasses up. "We've been analysing the recordings we made in the study. The quality is terrible. There's so much background noise, but I isolated something." He turned the laptop so everyone could see the waveform, adjusted frequencies and hit play. Andrew's voice came through the speakers, distorted but audible. "He tried to blackmail me. Dreadful man. No one misses him." Then a break of static-filled air and Tamsin's voice. "That teacher." Harmony leaned closer. "Can you clean it up more?" "That's as good as it gets. I've filtered out the crowd noise, boosted the primary vocal range, but listen to the context." He played a longer section where Andrew talked about Pete's death, the investigation, and the disruption to the restoration. The words were not damning, but they were slippery. Was he confessing or just commenting? A good lawyer could argue either way. "It's not enough, I'm afraid. Not enough to charge him," Samuel said. Leo's face fell. "There's more to go through. I'll do what I can with the rest of the audio." Samuel said, "Let us know as soon as you find anything." Harmony sipped her soup. It was savoury and warm. She put the cup down. Tamsin was having a genuine breakdown at Mossington. What does she know? Was it guilt, grief, or amateur dramatics? Violet opened her document case. I can't answer that, but I've found something about Arthur Bunting. She laid out photocopies of parish records at the other end of the table from the technology. Everyone gathered around as she placed them in a neat line and tapped one date with her fingernail. Mother's name was Gail Bullhead. He was born in 1975. Violet's finger slid to the next sheet. Arthur Bullhead. Father left blank, but Marcus Lilly's name appears in the margin on a separate clerk's note. Same hand, same ink. Harmony put her head to one side. Marcus Lilly? Andrew Lilly's father. So Arthur was Andrew's half-brother, but he had a very different life. Raised in poverty in Plymouth, while Andrew enjoyed private schools, skiing holidays, a private income, expensive medical training. Violet's voice stayed level. Arthur kept records. I found them in his workshop attached to the church hall. Newspaper clippings about Andrew's success, property purchases, and the Mossington project. Decades of it. Gary nodded. Blood does what blood does, he said. Old sins, same lane. It gives Arthur a reason to get rid of Pete. Destroy Andrew's project, ruin him. Or he could have been blackmailing Andrew and Pete to get his fair share, Harmony said. Samuel stood, moved to the window. Rain still dragged itself down the glass in slanted lines. His phone buzzed. He read it, face unreadable, looked up. They've found a body, washed up on rocks west of Morning Cove. Gemma gasped. Nicky reached for her hand. Andrew, they said in unison. Arthur. The room erupted, everyone talking at once, questions tumbling over questions. When had he died? Where had the body been? What did this mean? Samuel held up a hand. Harbour master says he's been dead for days. Leo typed fast. This is insane. Who would kill Arthur? Maybe Arthur knew who killed Pete, Samuel said. Maybe someone shut him up because he was involved. Violet gathered her documents. Goodness me, this changes everything. We were puzzled about one murder. Now it's two. Harmony looked at the scattered notes and photographs spread across the table. Gemma started crying. Nicky moved to comfort her, but Gemma waved her off. I can't do this anymore, sitting here guessing about which of my friends is a murderer. Are we just making everything worse? Nicky let out a short laugh that didn't belong in her mouth, then shook her head. Sorry, I used to joke around with Arthur at the cafe. It's so weird. Outside, the church bells chimed 12 midnight, marking the passage from Saturday to Sunday. The day Pete's body turned up at Mossington felt like months ago. Harmony kept her mouth shut. There's nothing more we can do tonight. One by one, people left. Leo packed his equipment, promising to keep analysing. Gary shook Harmony's hand and then gave her a long hug. I'm so grateful. Thanks for never judging me, he said. Violet took her records and kissed Samuel's cheek. Nicky cleared the soup bowls and squeezed Harmony's shoulder. By the time the front door closed, Gemma had slid down along the sofa cushions and fallen asleep where she sat, tear tracks drying on her cheeks. Samuel rebuilt the fire without speaking. Harmony moved to the floor, gathering the scattered photographs and notes, organising them by date, person and location. Samuel helped until it was finished. After that, he took the armchair, watching as she read everything again. Layla appeared from under a chair, sniffed the documents, and batted at a photograph of the chapel. Harmony moved her aside gently. The fire burned low, crackling in the grate. Somewhere out there, Andrew was alive or dead. Arthur's body lay in a morgue. Pete's murder sat in the middle of it all, refusing to settle. Harmony spread the timeline across the floor, the night of the storm, hour by hour, who was where and when, and who they were with, the gaps and contradictions. She moved to sit at the kitchen table, taking all the paperwork with her, and Layla climbed into her lap, purring. the kitten's warmth solid and uncomplicated. When the fire collapsed into embers and dawn was hours away, Harmony pulled a blanket around her shoulders, Layla settling more firmly in her lap. She looked up at Samuel. There's only one person who could have killed Pete, but they didn't kill Arthur. Chapter 55. Bring breakfast. Harmony woke to her phone buzzing on the dining room table beside her face. She lifted her head off the table and groaned. Her neck felt stiff, and when she looked in the mirror, she found her cheek streaked with the ridge of the wood grain. Grey light filtered through the curtains. She reached for the phone, squinting at the screen. Samuel's text was brief. Andrew's alive. He walked into the station an hour ago, hypothermic but talking. She sat up, the duvet sliding off her knees. Layla padded out from under the chair, stretched, and started washing her face with elaborate disinterest. A second text arrived, while Harmony stared at the first. Nicky was bringing breakfast in 10 minutes. She still wore yesterday's jumper and jeans. There was time to brush her teeth, splash cold water on her face, and drag a comb through her hair. The evidence from last night still covered the sitting room floor. Photographs, timeline charts, printed documents weighted with coffee mugs. The fire had burned down to ash. Outside, the tide slapped the quay wall. A gull cried out once, and the sound bounced off the water. Harmony tore newspaper, stacked kindling, struck a match. The flame took, licked up the paper, and caught the first twig. Warmth pushed into the room. A knock on the door thudded through the quiet house. Nicky had come straight from home with a leather jacket over a pyjama top, hair scraped into a hasty updo. "Get the cups ready, and some plates," Nicky said, already moving past Harmony. Gemma came next, face puffy from crying, Wellington boots caked in mud. She hugged Harmony without speaking, then went to the window, staring out at the quay. Samuel let himself in without knocking, bringing Leo and Gary. Leo carried his laptop case and a tangle of charging cables. Gary looked clear-eyed, hair tied back, beard trimmed, a collection of tech bits shoved into a black canvas bag with "Stranger Things" printed on the side in white. "We cleaned up that recording," Leo said the moment he stepped inside. "Gary knew a trick, and we managed to get rid of the static on Tamsin and Andrew's little talk in the study." "Can we hear it?" Harmony said. "Not yet. We've got to make sure I've got all of it." "Send it to us as soon as you can." He grinned. "Feels like I'm handing in my homework." Harmony smiled, and Nicky handed out croissants and hot coffee. The room filled with people settling, mugs on coasters, laptop lids snapping open, jackets sliding off shoulders, floorboards creaking under shifting feet. Coffee and wood smoke braided together. Harmony dropped to her knees on the rug, spreading out the night's paperwork. The others found places to sit or stand, forming a rough circle around her. "Andrew turned himself in," Samuel said. "Claims he panicked in the tunnel, thought he'd drown, found an air pocket and waited the tide out." Nicky's eyebrows rose. "And what's he saying?" Samuel's mouth tightened. That he paid for favourable heritage reports, and that Pete was blackmailing him, so when Pete relapsed and conveniently fell under scaffolding, he saw it as, in his words, a perfect solution. So he stayed quiet, but he swears he didn't kill anyone. Gemma turned from the window. Do they believe him? Eve Wood's interviewing him now. Samuel rubbed a hand over his face, stubble rasping his palm. But unless someone can place him at Mossington that night, he's innocent. Sean's furious. He told me in confidence, so I'll deny everything if any of you gossip. Harmony picked up a photograph from the floor. Pete, blurred in Cheska's photo, a hand pulling him back into the house. "We have this. Someone drugged Pete and had to drag him back inside against his will because he tried to escape from them." "But we can't see who," Leo said. He opened his laptop on his knees, the screen throwing pale light up into his glasses. The angle's wrong. Could be Andrew, could be anyone with access, could be Arthur. Nicky poured coffee with sharp, efficient movements. What about Arthur? You said you'd found something out about him. Samuel leaned his shoulder against the mantelpiece. Rob Hurrell told me last night. Arthur was worried about something he got involved in at Mossington Manor. Kept saying he should never have done it. Mentioned something to do with scaffolding pins. I think he was the one who filed those pins to make it look like an accident, and put the blame on Brandon. Samuel's eyes flicked to Harmony. Maybe he wanted to confess. Harmony nodded. As soon as he looked like he was leaving town, they made him disappear, drowned, no witnesses. Poor Arthur. Leo set up his laptop on the coffee table and leaned forward. He dragged a video frame onto the screen, zoomed in, then slid a cursor along a jagged line of timestamps. I've been going through Amy's photographs again, and Ryan's dashcam footage, he said. His finger tapped the trackpad, quick and precise. Here, at 10:40 p.m, Mossington Lane. Same moment, 2 angles. I pulled the plate a shade sharper. Gary leaned in beside him. Clean the noise, that's all. Nicky hovered behind them, her coffee cup clutched tight. Stop teasing. Leo clicked again. The image jumped. A car turning in, tail lights smeared by rain. A partial number plate, still ugly, but clearer than before. Harmony nodded. That was the moment when she was sure she knew exactly what happened that night. Chapter 56. Lost. A voicemail from Leo landed in her inbox at 5:30. Harmony picked up the phone and rang Samuel after listening to it. It's early, he said. I knew you'd be up. And? Did you hear it? She said. I did. What do you think? It's been obvious who killed Pete for a while, and now we've got proof. Obvious to you, maybe? Samuel's voice dropped. I think you're a natural. Natural what? Forensic psychologist, he said, a solver of crimes. I'll take that as a compliment. It means you're obsessive and compulsively curious. As I said, it's a compliment. No problem is unsolvable if you ask enough questions. Downstairs in the kitchen, Layla wound around her calves, tail up, demanding breakfast. Harmony filled the bowl, watched the kitten eat and made coffee. She picked up her phone and typed a message to everyone. Meeting at the Lost Cove boathouse, 7 a.m, low tide. Samuel. On my way. Nicky, give me 10. Gemma, you're sure? Leo, the laptop's coming. Gary, about time. Brandon, thank you. Nia, I'll come. Lady C, it's terribly early for a meeting. Andrew, what is this? Sean, I'll be there. She texted Andrew back. You need to be there. She dressed in jeans and her warmest jumper, tied her hair back, and checked the Tide app. Low water at 7:08 a.m. Outside, Kingscombe sparkled, washed clean after the storm. The sky lightened to pewter and pink. The estuary pulled back from the sea walls, leaving ribbed mud and shining bands of water like veins. She drove the coast lane towards Lost Cove, past hedges slick with rain, past fields where sheep stood like damp boulders. The manor rose on the hill to her right as the road dipped. No light in the windows, scaffolding still, as if it was holding its breath. Lost Cove lay about a mile west of Morning Cove, a smaller inlet tucked under a bluff, hidden unless you knew the turn. Samuel's Land Rover was already parked near the track. Nicky's tiny car sat beside it. Leo's hatchback, Gemma's van, Brandon's truck, and in Harmony's peripheral vision, Lady Cecily's Peugeot, idling, the rear door open. The Lilies arrived last in Andrew's second car, the low-profile one that had been nowhere near Mossington after 10:30. It rolled to a stop beside the boathouse. Tamsin climbed out slowly in a long cashmere cardigan, shoulders hunched against the cold, eyes flicking to the sea. Andrew shut the car door with care, turned, waved at Harmony, and put his hands in his pockets. Harmony greeted them and nodded towards the boathouse. The building sat half into the cliff, old stone and weathered timber, with a wide door facing the exposed slipway. At low tide, you could walk across the rocks to the mouth of a cave further along the cove, but at high tide, the sea came in and turned the place into an island of stone and salt, with the boathouse barely above the sea. Nicky stood apart from the rest of them, wary. Sean stood further back near the track, hands relaxed at his sides. Harmony unlocked the boathouse door and stepped inside first. The air smelled of damp, salty wood. A workbench ran along one wall. Nets hung like ghosts. A tide table was pinned to a beam, curled at the corners. She had already laid out the bench, a tray with mugs and a teapot, a single glass, a small plastic bag, with a dusting of what could be crushed pill residue inside, a printed still from Cheska's video, and a pill bottle wrapped in clear packaging. Everyone filed in. The door shut behind the last person with a soft, final sound. Someone found a folding chair for Lady Cecily to sit on, and Harmony stood with her back to the wall, facing them all, waiting until the shifting stopped. Andrew gave a polite laugh. "Harmony, will this take long?" "It won't," she said, opening her notebook. "So much of the past has been lost, but if we look hard enough, we can find almost everything. History rhymes, or so they say. There are repetitions, especially of themes. Love, revenge, greed, sorrow, joy, anger, desire. Human nature shapes it all, the past, present, and the future. Let me explain. On the night of the May Day festival, someone gave Pete Greenslade a massive overdose of an opioid. He died in the kitchen, hitting his head on the floor after falling unconscious. Someone cleaned up the floor, shined up the flagstones, and moved his body to the conservatory, pushing the scaffolding on top of him, so that it would look like a tragic workplace accident. "That's terrible, but I thought this was about Arthur," Brandon said. "He must have been responsible for Pete's death." "We'll get to Arthur. For now, I'll say this. Arthur was looking for something. He even broke into Mossington a week before Pete died and started digging up the floor." "Did he know about the secret chapel?" Brandon said. "The altered plans?" "He must have overheard someone, maybe Naya, talking about it," Harmony said. After all, she was always aware there was something valuable under Mossington. Nia stared at the floorboards, as if she could fall through them. Brandon clenched his jaw so tight that a muscle jumped in his cheek. Lady Cecily kept her hands folded neatly in her lap. Harmony let her eyes settle on Naya. "The simple conclusion," she said, "is that the woman Pete hurt so badly and would lose her job if it came out that she was hiding information about the imminent destruction of important archaeology took her revenge." Naya flinched. "You tried to stop this from coming out," Harmony said. "You planted those documents on me to warn me off. But the fact is, you were there that night because of your relationship with Pete. You weren't there to kill him. You still loved him. And when he called to say he wasn't feeling so good, you brought him a herbal remedy. And when you got there, someone gave you access to strong medication. To these pills," she pointed at the pill bottle, "when you went to find paracetamol in the cabinet at the manor, and you gave him a drink which could have had anything mixed in, including the crushed pills that killed him." Nia's breath hitched. "I gave him a drink with a few drops of rescue remedy. That was it." Harmony went on, tapping the wrapped pill container on the bench. "You were in the kitchen with Pete that night." Everyone turned to stare at Nia. "I was there, but it's not like that. If I'd have known he would." Nia stopped and put her face in her hands. "And yet," Harmony said quietly, "it wasn't you. There was a delivery of sealant the next morning. There's only one reason someone wanted to clean up the flagstone flooring. It was because they knew where Pete died. and they wanted to remove all traces of that fact before the police found out. She looked straight at Tamsin. "Tamsin," she said, "you told Barbara that Pete seemed fine after 10:20. You told her to go." Tamsin's eyes flashed. "I didn't say that exactly." "You did," Barbara said, voice raw. "You said he was upset about Nia. She made him give her that watch back, the one she gave him, and it really annoyed him, and that he'd been drinking." Harmony cocked her head. "So either you were mistaken, or you were lying." Tamsin's mouth opened and closed slowly. Her hands tightened on her sleeves. Harmony moved on. "Let's start with what we know." She opened a folder, put it on the trestle table, spreading out the Victorian plans, the copied sheets of the Mossington estate papers from 1860, the marked room and pillar note, the scrap found behind the painting for everyone to see. "Andrew, you altered the original plans of Mossington Manor," she said. "And then people found out. The pressure got too much, because you were being blackmailed by two people, Pete and your half-brother Arthur. How did—" Andrew took a step back. Nia's eyes brimmed and she turned to look at Andrew. Andrew's expression didn't change. "And Arthur," Harmony said, "agreed to weaken the scaffolding, not to kill Pete, but to create the chance of a work accident scenario, a tidy ending without a scandal." Brandon shook his head. "Arthur did that." "We know he was there that night," Harmony said, "and he had reasons to lie about it." She paused, looking at the floor, her heart beating loudly in her ears. "That's how it was. He even offered to clean up the kitchen after Pete died there. He helped move the body, pushed the scaffolding on top of it," she said. "But he didn't kill anyone either." The boathouse creaked as wind pressed against the timbers. Outside, the sea shifted. Harmony tapped the wrapped pill bottle again. "Now the pills," she said. Lady Cecily kept them at home, and Tamsin was stealing some extras on book club night, on top of the ones Lady C gave her. Then Tamsin told people she had noticed missing tablets in April. Lady Cecily blinked rapidly. "How would I know anything about that? I gave her only what she asked for. It was up to her what she did with them." "Tamsin wanted us to think some had gone missing," Harmony said. Tamsin's face tightened. "Why would I do that?" "Let's say Pete was becoming a problem. He was blackmailing your husband, and his affection for you had become a burden. So you told him you'd pay for his silence, and so he walked up from Kingscombe over the fields, arriving at Mossington before 10, ready to hand over the plans he'd hidden, which were the actual plans of Mossington Manor. He was also hoping to see you. You offered him tea, knowing he'd happily take a non-alcoholic drink. You had spiked it with a huge amount of opioids. He phoned Nia when he started feeling unwell, but by then it was already too late." Andrew's eyes narrowed a fraction. "But after midnight," Harmony said, "Cheska filmed Pete outside the house. Barely upright, he was already incapable of standing up straight. The pills worked fast because they get into the system much quicker when crushed. By the time Nia left, he couldn't avoid what was to come, and just after midnight he tried to leave." She slid the printed still photograph across the bench. "He tried to escape at 0:23 a.m. Here, you can see an arm reaching out, pulling him back inside, back to his death." Leo opened the laptop on the bench and played the clip without a word. The grainy footage, clearer now, showed Pete swaying under the marquee light. A hand pulling his shoulder, and Pete vanishing into the doorway. "At that time," she said, "if the dose had just been paracetamol or herbal drops from Nia, Pete should have felt well enough to collect the blackmail money, divide it up with Arthur, and walk home." Nia's shoulders shook once. "Andrew says he left Mossington at 10:30, Harmony continued. Andrew held her gaze, still smiling. "But at 10:40, Harmony said, a camera catches a car turning into Mossington Lane." She didn't point to Andrew's car parked outside. She didn't need to. And at 10:42, Harmony said, voice flattening into certainty, someone opened the back door at Morning Cove Cottage. It was Arthur. He knew about the Victorian diary. He'd figured out it might be at the cottage and he wanted it badly. Time was running out. Soon they'd concrete over the hidden chapel, and he'd have nothing to blackmail Andrew with if Pete let him down. Samuel shifted half a step forward, chin lifted. Although he knew about the key under the flower pot, that back door sticks, he said. You pull it and it swings. The toy sits on the mat. If you cross that threshold, you nudge it. Sound carries to Gemma's farmhouse on a quiet night. She recorded it in the background of a voice note. Harmony watched the surrounding faces at the understanding dawning. So, she said, Arthur searched for the diary and didn't find it. He went back to Mossington, looking to meet up with Pete later. He knew where the hidden chapel was, and he was the one who put the plans there, so he could control the handover. Desperate to have his share of his father's fortune, he did everything he'd agreed to do, thinking that his dreams were closer than ever. How do you know he was the one who put the plans there? Cheska said. Simple. Someone dropped something when they hid the plans. She held up a sharply pointed object the size of a pen. I found it below the alcove, and at first I didn't know what it was, but after a bit of online noodling, I realised it was what's called a reaming pen, and it's only used by plumbers. Andrew shrugged. Go on, this is a fascinating story. Around midnight, Arthur found Pete's lifeless body on the kitchen floor. Someone persuaded him to move the body to the conservatory and pile scaffolding poles on top. After that, he panicked, knowing he would be a suspect, terrified of what might happen to him if anyone else knew he'd been there when Pete died, and seeing no other way out, he used the smuggler's tunnel. It must have taken a couple of hours to dig through the wall and get out without anyone seeing him leave Mossington. At 2 a.m, he came out through Morning Cove, and that's when Carl saw him. She looked at Andrew. What happened to Arthur? I have no idea. I think you decided you couldn't trust him, so you met him at Lost Cove, pretending to persuade him not to leave and offering him money. Took him out on your boat and made sure he didn't leave it alive. Andrew's smile was a thin line. This is all very amusing, but they're stories, he said, made of children's videos, an outsider's imagination, and cat toys. Pete was a thief and an addict. He stole ancient artefacts from the grounds of Mossington. He owed me money, and I wanted it back. Why on earth would I try to stop that from happening? And as for Arthur, no one knows how he drowned. He was probably drunk and went swimming. Harmony looked at Nia again, briefly. This is where you were useful to the killer, Harmony said. You put yourself in the limelight. Nia's face crumpled. She didn't argue. You gave Pete a glass of water with a few drops of rescue remedy, Harmony said. Because Barbara told you he wasn't well and asked you to help. You handed him the glass, and later on, you lied about being at Mossington because you didn't want anyone to know you were in love with Pete. Nia swallowed, eyes wet. I wanted my watch back. It cost an arm and a leg. I gave it to him, but he had no right to hold on to it. It was an engagement present. He told me he wanted to marry me. I feel so stupid. I thought he'd had a relapse and I couldn't talk to him in that state. When Barbara told me to give him a couple of paracetamol, I did, as well as the remedy. Then I left. I didn't know I'd never see him again. I didn't know it was that bad. Harmony looked at Barbara. Barbara's hands shook around her cup. At first I didn't tell the truth, Barbara said, voice cracking. I lied to protect Tamsin. I believed she wasn't capable of doing anything bad. She was scared of him, and after it happened I told myself he had it coming to him. Her breathing was fast, like she'd been running. That night, Tamsin was texting me, Barbara said. I couldn't make sense of it, but she was in a terrible state. Andrew gave me a lift up to Mossington to check on her. Go on, Harmony said. Tamsin, Nia and Pete were together in the kitchen, and I thought Pete was ill, Barbara said. He was stumbling. His eyes were frightening, unfocused. He couldn't get his words out. Barbara's fingers dug into the cardboard cup. Tamsin had her hand on his arm, she went on. I thought she was helping him. I thought he was acting, trying to get her sympathy. She told me he'd been pressuring her to leave Andrew, which she would never do. Tamsin's eyes shone feverishly. Stop. Barbara squeezed her eyes shut. I wanted to go home, she said, wrapping her arms around herself. After Nia went, I left too. Tamsin told me to go. I walked back toward the lane. I didn't see him fall. Gemma stared at Tamsin. Barbara lifted her head. Andrew drove past me in the lane later, she said. He slowed down and leaned out. He told me if I talked about anything I'd seen that night, it wouldn't look good for me. Silence. Even outside, the sea sounded further away. Harmony took a deep breath. There was someone else in the kitchen who loved Mossington more than anything, who had access to those pills, and who wanted Pete's threats to go away. This person had grown tired of playing games with him, like a cat tires of a mouse and ends the game by killing it. Tamsin's eyes flashed at her husband. Andrew's smile didn't drop. This is all supposition, he said. You've got nothing to back any of it up. Harmony nodded to Leo. The audio sounded clear in the cold boathouse air, recorded in the study at Mossington, just after Harmony's little talk on the history under the manor. That teacher, Tamsin said, her voice trembling. She scares me. After what she just said, can she do it? Can she shut us down? Does she know what I did? Andrew's voice. How could she? But if she knows it was my fault, she's a threat. That's not true. It wasn't your fault. All you did was give him pills to calm him down. He took them, and he took more, too many. He's an addict, remember? It's not your fault. He's not worth it. All that matters is us. And Mossington. Tamsin's voice spoke hard and cold. He was going to ruin everything. You did what you had to do. But what about Arthur? He's always watching from the shadows. He saw everything. Andrew again. Don't worry, he won't say a word. We're safe. The clip ended. Chapter 57. And found. For a second, nobody moved. The realization of what they had heard seemed to pin them all to the damp floorboards. Then Lady Cecily stood up slowly, as if her bones were older than the cove. You sat in my house, she said to Tamsin. Not loud, but worse than loud. And used my kindness to kill someone. It's disgusting. You disgust me. Tamsin's mouth trembled. You don't understand. She looked at Andrew. Do something, say something. Andrew's head turned towards his wife. Be quiet. None of this holds up in court. That recording is a deep fake. That's all there is to it. What about the red stain on your kitchen floor? Harmony said. Pete must have hit his head when he fell in the kitchen, before you could move him to the conservatory, where you pushed the scaffolding down on him to make it look like an accident. All the blood drained from Tamsin's face. What do you mean? The nice man, Kevin, at the builder's merchant. He keeps excellent records. And he remembers delivering stone sealant to Mossington, the day after Brandon conveniently found the body. You kept the police out of the kitchen waiting for them to leave, before you did a bit of DIY to cover up where he really died. Tamsin put her head in her hands, her whole body shaking. I can't do this any more. We have to tell the truth. She looked up, tears streaming down her face. I killed him, she turned to Andrew. Don't, he said, don't. It's over, she said. You've lost Mossington. I'll never forgive you. Harmony stepped closer to the door. Sean, she called. Sean opened the door. Cold air poured in, sharp with salt. Eve Wood stood next to him, with 2 uniformed officers behind. Andrew grabbed Tamsin's hand, and they moved fast. One step, then another, towards the side hatch that opened onto the slipway. But the tide had already shifted. Low water was past. The rocks outside were slick, cut off by a dark band of returning sea. Andrew stopped, calculating. Eve Wood didn't hurry, she didn't raise her voice. "Tamsin Lily," she said, "you are under arrest on suspicion of the murder of Peter Greenslade. Andrew Lilly, you're under arrest as an accomplice in the death of Mr. Greenslade and for the murder of Arthur Bullhead." Tamsin began a strange half laugh, then folded in on herself. One officer stepped forward. Another took Tamsin gently by the elbow. Andrew's eyes flicked once to Harmony. He shook his head, as if he'd finally met a person who played the same game. Detective Wood glanced at Harmony. "You all right?" Harmony nodded. Her throat was tight, her hands were steady. Outside, Carruthers appeared along the tide line, wandering to the edge of the slipway, peering at the sea, then turned away. The police led Andrew and Tamsin out. No one spoke. Harmony followed the group outside into the clean air. The cove lay open and grey. Carruthers pawed at a crab climbing out of a rock pool, paused, then wandered off again, and somewhere above a gull cried once and stopped. Chapter 58. Gone. Gemma and Samuel followed Harmony back up the steep path. "There's something I don't get," Gemma said. A bank of clouds was blowing in from the southwest. Harmony reached the top of the cliff and stood on the coast path, hands on hips, catching her breath. The sun cast a beam of reflected light across the waves. "You mean about Tamsin?" Gemma joined her at the top. There was silence for a moment as she drank in the air. "Exactly. How did it happen? I mean, why? Why did she turn into someone capable of such terrible things?" "You told me once she grew up in poverty," Harmony said. "That's true. She had a horrible childhood. When her dad went to prison, her mum couldn't cope. Tamsin was in foster care for a year, but that doesn't make people bad, and we all knew her as a quiet, sweet thing. A couple of sailing boats, triangular sails full of wind, moved out from behind a rocky headland to the east. When she married Andrew, all her troubles didn't go away," Harmony said. "She got everything she ever wanted, including Mossington Manor, the loveliest house in South Devon, a devoted, wealthy husband, a man who showered her with gifts, and even looked away when she had affairs. That must have been hard, to go from nothing to everything, no limits. I don't think it's easy to adjust to a life without restrictions. You have to be rock solid to begin with." Gemma sat down on the grass, careful not to squash any bluebells. That still doesn't explain it. "Think of it like this. The Roman Empire lasted 1,500 years. In the end, overindulgence was a way of life for those at the top. And your point is?" "It was part of what destroyed them." Harmony's mind went back to the mosaic of Bacchus under Mossington. "Too much fun is just as bad as not enough, I suppose." Gemma shook her head. "But Tamsin isn't the Roman Empire." "I'm not sure," Harmony said. "Maybe I'm just saying that there's good in the worst of us and bad in the best. Certain things bring out the worst in us, and wealth, adoration, and lack of boundaries at such a young age brought out the shadow in Tamsin. Mossington was her fairy tale castle, a place where she could play the beautiful princess forever, and she didn't want the party to end, ever. She might not have looked like it, but she was out of control." Clouds over the water cast shadows on the waves, turning the sea from green to dark blue. "I blame him," Gemma said. "Andrew was always a bit too nice, never refused her anything. It made her into a child again. There's something else." She turned to Harmony. "How did you get that recording?" Samuel, who had been standing nearby, came over. "Remember that night we set up all the recording equipment at Mossington?" Gemma nodded. "We left it running, all night. She cracked. As you say, she was a good person who did bad things. It was too much for her." "But why did it come to all that?" Gemma said. "What did Pete want from them?" "More money than Andrew could afford," Harmony said. His blackmail demands were very ambitious. And when Arthur got involved, it was even more, Samuel said. He would have lost Mossington and all the money he'd already spent on it, Harmony said. Samuel nodded. Everyone has a breaking point, and when everything has gone, all we've got left is our character. And then we've got a choice. Either we become monsters or we don't. Chapter 59. Calm Water. 2 weeks later, an egret hunting in the mud, left by the receding tide, looked up as Harmony walked along beside the quay. The town had its usual early morning sounds, gulls, a van reversing, and a doorbell in a shop. Somewhere down near the pontoon, a mast line knocked against metal in slow, steady taps. Outside the Cream First Cafe, a chalkboard leaned against the wall. Someone had scrubbed the rain streaks off it, leaving most of the menu, but the pasty of the day was blank. Harmony paused for a moment outside to take a breath before pushing open the door. The bell gave its small ring, and Nicky turned from the counter. She had a stepladder under one arm and a length of green and blue bunting looped over her wrist. The chairs were mismatched and stood at odd angles, as if someone had rushed around the room in a hurry and never straightened them. Rays of sunlight shone through the glass, casting bright streaks across the room. "Good to see you," Nicky said. Harmony slid her hands out of her pockets. "Can I help?" Nicky jerked her chin toward the ceiling, where 2 bunting triangles hung loose, one corner drooping like a tired ear. "Festival leftovers. It's been annoying me." Harmony stepped forward and set her bag on the nearest table. A screwdriver lay on the tabletop beside a mug of pens and a pot of sugar. "Let me hold that ladder." Nicky's mouth twitched. "Thanks. I'm not dropping on my head in front of my own counter." Harmony took the ladder and opened it, spreading the legs until the metal clicked. Her hands stayed steady. They had stayed steady since Lost Cove. She wasn't sure if that was a good sign or not. Steady hands could mean calm, but they could also mean the body had not caught up. It would take time, she knew, to get back to normal. Nicky climbed 2 steps, bunting clenched between her fingers. "Hold it tight," Nicky said. Harmony planted her feet firmly on the floor. "It's not going anywhere." Nicky reached up, hooking the bunting string over a small nail by the window frame. The nail squeaked as it took the weight. Nicky's hands moved in short, blunt motions. Pull, hook and tug. A man came in for a takeaway coffee, nodded at Harmony, then glanced up at Nicky on the ladder. "DIY day?" Nicky didn't turn. Town's full of experts. He gave a small laugh and went to the counter to wait, hands in his coat, head down. Nicky stopped what she was doing, served the customer, and went back to the ladder. Harmony kept her grip on the ladder's top rail. Her fingers pressed metal, cold and solid, something she could trust. Nicky's wrist flexed as she pulled the bunting string taut. The triangles rose, straightened and aligned. For a second, Harmony watched the line settle and felt something in her chest unclench by a fraction. Nicky climbed down and grabbed the other end of the bunting. "Shift the ladder. 2 feet should do it." Harmony folded it, moved it, set it again. The rubber feet squealed on the floorboards. A wobble ran through a chair over by the wall when the ladder brushed it. Nicky noticed at once. "That one's been like that for a week. I keep meaning to sort it." Harmony nudged the chair with her boot. The legs skittered. Not much. Enough. "Turn it over," Harmony said. "Let me look at it." Nicky gave her a flat stare. "You can fix chairs?" Harmony lifted one shoulder. "I'll try anything once." Nicky snorted, grabbed the chair and flipped it upside down. They both stared at it for a while. The wood had worn on one leg where it met the joint, leaving a small gap. "No problem," Harmony said. Nicky tapped it with her knuckle. "Needs a wedge." Harmony opened her tote and pulled out a folded bit of cardboard from a pastry box she'd carried doughnuts in over to Samuel's boat earlier that morning. She tore off a strip, hands working fast, then slid it into the gap. Nicky pressed the leg down. The cardboard vanished into the joint as if it belonged there. Nicky tipped the chair right side up and pushed it across the floor. No wobble. She stood with her hands on her hips for a beat, chin up, as if they'd fixed something larger than a chair. The man at the counter took his coffee and left, leaving the door to swing on its hinge and let in a ribbon of sea air. Harmony's eyes went straight to the latch on the front window where it sat half closed. She pointed to it. "That's loose." Nicky followed her gaze and grimaced. "It's an old frame." Harmony reached for the screwdriver on the table. "Do you mind?" Nicky pointed with 2 fingers. "Be my guest." Harmony crossed to the window and set the screwdriver head into the screw slot. She turned. The metal resisted, then gave with a small crack of movement. She tightened the 2nd screw, then the 3rd. Her fingers moved smoothly. Turn, stop, test, and repeat. She pulled the latch down. This time it caught. Nicky moved to the kettle, filled it, set it on, and clicked it on, with the same blunt competence she used for nails and bunting. "Have you eaten?" Nicky asked. "A doughnut." "Finish with toast?" Harmony didn't argue. She'd jogged 3 miles along the coast path already that morning and was hungry. Nicky put several slices of bread into the toaster and pushed the lever down. Harmony took the ladder again and held it as Nicky climbed to fix the last loose corner. A comfortable silence settled over the room. When Nicky stepped down, she brushed her hands on her apron, then turned and took 2 plates from the shelf. A sound at the door followed by fast steps and a voice before the bell. "Right, are we functioning as a society again, or are we still eating cereal over the sink and calling it dinner?" Denise stood in the doorway, wearing gold leggings and a silky red blouse with a bow at the neck, holding a small suitcase in her hand. A seashell-shaped clip held up her hair. Behind her hovered a woman in a navy coat, mid-30s, damp from the walk, clutching a paper envelope and the strap of her bag. She kept her eyes on the floor until Denise nudged her forward with an elbow. Nicky's face changed, the edge eased. "We're functioning. Cereal for dinner is optional." Denise marched in. "Are you open?" "Not officially." Denise swung her suitcase onto a chair with a thump, then set the tote down. "Good, because the driftwood B&B is filling up. Almost every room has a guest. People are coming to stay now and already booking up for the regatta in June." "Goes to show, people have short memories," Nicky said. Harmony looked up. "And Kingscombe is a lovely town." Denise nodded vigorously. "I've got someone who wants to know where she can get a decent cup of tea before she goes and terrorizes the coastal path with walking boots and a rucksack full of sandwiches." The woman beside her managed a tight smile. Denise patted her arm. "This is Hannah. She's a project manager. Stressful job, so she tells me. Anyway, she's down from Bristol for 2 nights and wants sea air with no nonsense. Which is a shame, because Kingscombe runs on nonsense." Hannah smiled. "I'm fine with mild nonsense." Denise's eyes lit. "We shall provide medium instead. Sit, Nicky will feed you." Nicky slid a plate across the counter. "Toast first, questions later." Denise leaned over the counter, lowered her voice, but not enough. "Have you got any eggs? I've got a guest asking for poached eggs, like we're the Ritz. 7 a.m. request. 7. I don't have a delivery until 10, and this guest is eating me out of business." Nicky pointed at the fridge. "Eggs are in there. Help yourself, and stop acting like a poached egg is an insult." Denise clicked her tongue. "In my kitchen we have eggs boiled or fried. We don't like drama. That's my policy." Harmony watched Denise move through the cafe as if it were an extension of her own hallway. She pulled out a chair, took Hannah's coat without asking, and draped it over the chair back. All of it done with hands that didn't stop moving. Denise spotted the ladder near the window and the bunting pulled tight. "Oh, good," she said. "Straight lines. I've been itching to tidy things up. Anything will do." Nicky set 2 mugs of tea on the counter and slid one toward Harmony. "Sugar?" "Not usually, but today I will," Harmony said. Nicky didn't comment, which was its own comment. Denise took a mug and raised it. "To being open for business and having customers." Nicky raised her mug. "To the people paying for drinks." Hannah sat, took her first sip, and her shoulders dropped a notch. "This is exactly what I needed." Denise pointed at Harmony without looking at her. "And you? Are you all right?" "I am." "We've been through a lot," Denise said, "as a town, and you helped make things right. Thanks for that." "We all did," Harmony said. Denise gave a brisk nod. Nicky set toast down in front of Harmony. Butter, marmalade, and a knife, laying flat across the plate. Harmony picked up the knife and spread butter in slow strokes. Denise pulled a wedge of papers from an envelope and slapped them on the table. "These are my booking emails." "You printed them out?" Harmony said. "Don't start. I like paper." "So do I," Harmony agreed. "It's real." Nicky rolled her eyes. "You both like gossip?" Denise smiled, unbothered. "Same thing." Hannah leaned forward, curious without being nosy. "Is the regatta still happening? I saw a poster down by the quay." Nicky tipped her chin toward the wall near the door. "There, on the board, Midsummer Kingscombe Regatta. If the sea behaves, it'll go ahead." Harmony's gaze slid to the notice board. Posters overlapped. Yoga in the village hall, a missing dog, a plumbing service ad, then the regatta sheet. Bold letters, and a little drawing of sails. A small scrape came from beneath Harmony's chair. She froze. A flash of orange shot out from under the table. "Layla," Harmony said. Denise's eyes widened. "You brought the kitten into a cafe?" Harmony had. "I'm taking her to the vet." Layla was secured in a carrier under the table and the zip was zipped. Harmony had checked it 3 times, but Layla's escapologist leanings knew no bounds as she slid through the smallest gap and was now streaking straight for the door. Nicky moved first, foot out, blocking the escape. The kitten skidded, claws scrabbling on tile, then darted sideways and made for the notice board. Harmony pushed her chair back and approached the kitten from the side, hoping that stealth would hide her intentions. Layla had already reached the wall. She rose on her hind legs, front paws batting at the lowest posters on the notice board. "Scratch! Scratch!" The sound rasped. Hannah stared, half laughing. "She's fierce." "Menace," Harmony muttered, reaching out. Layla ignored her hand and hooked a claw into the corner of the regatta poster, hosted by the Kingscombe Sailing Club, dragging it down an inch, exposing the paper beneath. The tack holding it gave a tiny squeal, metal under strain. Harmony lifted her. Layla twisted, then went limp with theatrical offence, tail flicking against Harmony's wrist. She held the kitten against her chest and stared at the poster, aware that the hairs on the back of her neck were standing on end. An email from the agency had come through earlier that morning. "Emergency cat sitter needed. The Commodore of the Kingscombe Sailing Club needs someone this summer. We can find someone else for Quayside Mews. You probably need a rest from the kitten. Anyway, he wants someone with references like yours. Will you?" Layla purred, loud as an engine, and tucked her head under Harmony's chin. Time to move on. She stepped outside, the sun on her face, and in her bag a copy of the extract from the Mossington estate papers and a new notebook. Sealed in plastic and taped to the back page of the notebook was a pressed ivy leaf, brittle and brown. The end. Epilogue. Extract from the Mossington estate papers. Prepared for the executors and family trustees of the Mossington estate by Mr. Elias Penwoodden, estate steward and acting clerk of works. Dated October 14th, 1860. Retrospective summary of works completed 1854 to 1858. In compliance with the trustees' request for a clear account of the destruction of the former Mossington Manor and the subsequent erection of the present house, I here set down, as faithfully as my books, memory and conscience permit, the circumstances of the rebuilding. I have chosen plain accuracy where figures are concerned, and something more than plainness where the house itself is concerned, for no honest man can stand before Mossington Manor in rain or moonlight and describe it as though it were only so many loads of stone and timber. It is a large residence of 40 to 50 rooms, depending on what you are counting. 1. Concerning the fire of 1847. The original manor, a large irregular house of earlier date, and surrounding lands and villages, remains in the hands of the Everley family. William the Conqueror gifted said property and lands to Sir Robert de Everley, a feudal baron of Norman descent. It was lost to fire on the night of the 19th of November, 1847. The outbreak was first observed in the Western Range, near the old service corridor behind the principal dining parlour. Testimony differed, as such testimony always does, especially in the dark, with bells ringing and servants carrying china in their aprons. But the most probable cause was found to be a flue fault, combined with a draught in aged timber partitions, the fire having travelled upward before it was widely seen. By midnight the roof was well alight. By 2 o'clock the central stair had failed. There were, mercifully, no deaths among the established household, although some minor staff were reported missing later. 2 footmen were treated for burns to the hands, and 1 maid for smoke inhalation. A number of items were saved in haste: family portraits, garments, jewels, wooden chests, plate, some ledgers, and a quantity of library books passed hand to hand onto the terrace in a line of servants, gardeners, tenants, and men from Kingscombe, come up from the quay with lanterns and ropes. It is worth recording that, in the confusion, Mrs. Goss, the housekeeper, saved the household keys, the chapel silver, and a box of recipes before she saved her own trunk. This, though not strictly architectural, tells you something about how estates endure. By dawn, the old house stood as a blackened shell. Portions of the cellar walls, the lower east walls, part of the chapel approach, and certain foundation courses survived sufficiently to be surveyed. The rest was a ruin. Sadly, a few of the lesser servants, namely a kitchen maid, 3 scullery wenches, and 2 stable boys, were never seen again. Most presumed they perished in the flames. 2. Decision to rebuild rather than abandon. Some urged a sale, others proposed a smaller and more modern residence. Mr. Ambrose Everley Holt, then master of the estate, after a winter of mourning and much silence, resolved instead upon a complete rebuilding on the old seat, but in a style worthy of antiquity with all its Gothic splendour. That phrase was his. It became, in effect, the house. He rejected a plain Italian villa design, submitted early in 1854, and accepted the Gothic scheme of Mr. Septimus Vale, architect of Exeter, who was known to be learned in ecclesiastical detailing and somewhat theatrical in domestic commissions. Mr. Vale argued correctly, as the result proves, that the valley, sea weather, and dark stone of the place demanded a structure that could stand in storm and look as if it belonged to storm. Thus was conceived the present manor, not a replica of what burned, but a transformation of loss into architecture. 3. Clearance, survey, and foundations. Spring to autumn 1854. The first year was spent less in building than in uncovering what remained. The site, once the ash and twisted iron were removed, yielded substantial foundation lines under the central block, fragments of earlier masonry, possibly 17th century, Scorched oak beams, salvageable for non-structural decorative use, and most unexpectedly, an old subterranean passage running seaward from below the lower service level. A secret chapel dedicated to St. Rumon. The Rumon pillar is foundational and must be kept in order to maintain the structure of the house. Reference to the above, there is evidence of a Roman mosaic floor decorated with images of the god Bacchus. This passage, long suspected in village talk and long denied in family talk, proved real enough, though partly fallen and dangerous. It appears to predate the Georgian alterations and may have been used in older coastal trade, lawful or otherwise, I do not attempt to prove. The passage was not made a principal feature of the rebuilding, the family being sensible of gossip, but its existence required engineering treatment. Portions were shored, portions bricked, and one access point concealed behind later service stonework. I record this not to excite imagination, but because the tunnel dictated certain thicknesses in the southern foundations and influenced the disposition of the lower rooms. The ground itself, being heavy in places and wet after rain, required drainage improvements. New channels and stone drains were laid. This expense, though unromantic, saved the house from future misery. 4. Materials and their procurement. The present manor is, in spirit and appearance, a house of dark weather, and its materials were chosen accordingly. Primary walling stone, local dark stone from regional quarries, selected for hardness and depth of colour. Brick, soot-toned brick for backing work and selected visible ranges. Dressings, lighter carved stone used at hoods, tracery, porch details, and window surrounds. Roofing, slate, a mixed lot in practice, owing to delays and breakage, hence the variation in texture now visible. Timber, seasoned oak for principal joinery, additional timbers sourced through estuary deliveries. Terracotta, chimney pots and ornamental components commissioned through Exeter makers. Ironwork, cresting, gutter brackets, and portions of exterior ornament cast to Mr. Vale's patterns. Transport was by cart and by water, according to tide and weather. Many delays were caused not by men, but by the estuary. Barges could not be bullied into rising sooner, and roads in wet months behaved like porridge. I note this because the accounts, if read without local knowledge, make our progress appear lazier than it was. 5. Elevations and exterior character, 1855 to 1857. The house rose in stages, and from the first it showed its intended temperament. Mr. Vale set the front with a central tower, the square below, then narrowing to an octagonal belvedere above. This was not merely for grandeur, but for outlook. From those upper windows one may read, weather, watch the valley, and mark movement toward the cove. Mr. Everley Holt said a house should know what comes to it. Mr. Vale, hearing this, built him a place to look. The roof line was made deliberately broken and picturesque, with steep gables, finials, dormers, and many chimney stacks. Practical reasons supported this ornament. After the fire, the family insisted on improved flue separation, better draughts, and less hidden timber, adjoining heated runs. The result was a veritable forest of chimneys, handsome and expensive. The gargoyles, much remarked upon by visitors and children, were not part of the earliest estimate, but became a cherished extravagance. Some are conventional grotesques. Others were modelled with a certain local mischief by the yard mason, Micah Trevelyan, who is said to have borrowed features from livestock, parish notables, and at least one tax collector. I cannot certify the likenesses, though I have my opinions. Their function, however, is wholly proper. They throw rain clear of the walls. Their ugliness is useful. The principal porch, deeply carved and pointed, was enriched with foliage, beasts and hidden faces, including one horned creature with a disturbing visage. Mr. Vale maintained that carving should reward the eye at two distances, first as mass, then as surprise. This he achieved. One may stand there in full daylight and still discover something new near the hinge line. The great oak doors, iron strapped like armour, were made by Barnaby Creed of Totnes, whose work survives storms better than some men survive luncheon. 6. Interior Plan and Principal Rooms, 1856 to 1858. Though the exterior announces gloom and grandeur, the interior was planned with comfort, order, and social ritual in mind, especially in winter. 1. Entrance hall and stair. The hall was designed as a statement of continuity. Its hammer-beam ceiling was constructed partly from new oak and partly from sound timbers, recovered from stores after the fire. Several carved bosses incorporate symbols drawn from older family motifs, roses, thistles, beasts and crowns. Whether one finds this noble or sentimental depends upon one's temperament. The effect in candlelight is excellent. The floor was laid in patterned tiles, chosen for durability and colour under muddy boots. This was wise. Country houses fail first where people imagine they will glide. The principal staircase, sweeping and divided beneath stained glass, was built broader than in the former house to improve circulation during large gatherings and reduce congestion in service emergencies, a consideration very much in mind after the fire. 2. Drawing room. The drawing room was placed and proportioned to catch what light the valley grants. Tall windows, deep drapery, and a grand fireplace were intended to produce warmth of impression even on wet afternoons. Furnishings were later assembled from surviving family pieces, new commissions, and several acquisitions which Mrs. Everleigh Holt insisted had always belonged somewhere. Such statements often become true in time. 3. Library. The library was given exceptional care and expense. Mr. Everleigh Holt considered the rescue of the books from the fire almost providential, and desired a room built as if books mattered more than guests. A rare and admirable sentiment. Accordingly, the library received floor-to-ceiling cases, a gallery walk, a large hearth with strong drawer, deep chimney construction, and a broad working desk near the window. The fireplace and chimney breast were engineered with unusual solidity due to prior settlement concerns and the lower substructures beneath this part of the house. As a result, the hearth is not merely decorative but architectural, one of those household features around which, in time, habits form and family histories collect. 4. Service arrangements. The rebuilding greatly improved service logic, though the public rarely notices what most preserves a household from chaos. Backstairs were separated, bells rationalised, and routes arranged so trays, logs, laundry, and coal might move with less interference to the family rooms. A concealed dumbwaiter and narrow servants' stairwell were included in later revisions. I recommend such planning to all who entertain and to all who pretend they do not. 5. Bedrooms and nursery range. Upper corridors were laid out according to the constraints of the roofline and reused wall lines, producing certain turns and narrowing passages that strangers find confusing. Residents soon learn them, as one learns a familiar coastline in mist. The nursery frieze, now faded, was commissioned in a period of optimism and domestic expectation. It remains one of the gentler rooms in a house otherwise inclined to drama. 7. Conservatory and eastern additions. The conservatory on the eastern side was added toward the close of the major works, at the urging of Mrs. Everleigh Holt, who wished for a place where one might sit among green things, in weather too poor for the garden. In Devon, This is a practical wish disguised as refinement. Its iron ribs and glass bays were handsome when first erected, and remain so in outline. The valley damp, however, wages a patient war on all such structures. I advised annual maintenance. My advice, like many good ones, was admired more than followed. 8. Grounds, drives, and estate approaches. The grounds were not rebuilt so much as negotiated with. Plans were drawn for a more formal arrangement, with clipped lines and restored terraces, but costs, weather, and the natural habits of yew and ivy soon moderated ambition. The circular drive was repaired and widened where needed. Urns were set, statuary recited, and the chapel path marked by cypress planting. A pond edge was repaired, though not, I regret, permanently. Stone near water has its own views. Iron fencing and gateworks were renewed in sections, with decorative tops and carved gatepost beasts. One griffin settled slightly within 3 years, and has leaned ever since, giving the impression of fatigue. This, though unintended, suits the place. 9. Cost, delays, and village employment. The works exceeded first estimates by a notable margin, owing to foundation complications, drainage, transport delays, ornamental additions, especially carving and ironwork, and repeated revisions to flues and roof detailing after consultation on fire safety. Even so, the rebuilding was not ruinous to the estate, because expenditure was spread, and because the works provided steady employment to masons, carpenters, hauliers, quarrymen, glaziers, plasterers, gardeners and labourers from the district and from Kingscombe. If a grand house is a private dwelling, it is also in country places a public engine. Wages from these works mended roofs in the village, paid apprentices, kept shop accounts moving through poor winters, and bought boots for children who could not have cared less whether the porch was perpendicular or decorated, so long as their fathers had work. 10. Concluding remarks. The present Mossington Manor is therefore neither wholly old nor wholly new. It stands upon much older foundations. Much can be said against it. It is large, moody, and gathers shadow. It asks for upkeep in the tone of a duchess, asking for tea as though refusal were unthinkable. But on wet evenings, when the chimneys smoke and the lamps strike gold behind the leaded panes, the house appears less like a monument to disaster than to recovery, which is, in the end, the better use of stone. As for the history hidden beneath, it must be left undisturbed in perpetuity for future generations, and those with better tools for preservation to uncover. Signed, Elias Penwarden, Estate Steward, formerly Acting Clerk of Works.